I'm muted. Hello. How you doing? Alright, let's get right into the memes. The harms of pseudoscience. Ooh. Oh, why can't I pause this? Okay, never mind. My YouTube player of the music I was listening to was completely glitched out. Anyways, hello, welcome to the stream. So, as the title indicates, I am going to be checking out what's this new Dr. K drama shit. So, like, this video is from February 4th. I'm gonna continue my Loop Hero playthrough while watching this. Oh, okay, so it does go over the Recful stuff. It goes back 2 years ago.
I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but there are people that are in my practice that have been on treatment for, like, have been in therapy and medication for anxiety for like 15 years. This. And within 6 months, we're taping them off of medication and they feel fantastic. Why? Is it because I'm a brilliant clinician? No, this is what I'm saying. I'm not actually any better. It's just I use tools that none of my colleagues use. I use Ayurveda.
Hello there. Welcome to this video.
Ayurveda.
So, it's been a few days, 30 plus hours of coverage, and finally, here we are. Not perhaps at the end, but at a significant point of the tale. So what's led us here? Why am I doing this? What's the situation? We'll get into some of that. But here's what you really need to know. I'm doing this primarily, to be completely honest with you, because I'm a content creator, and that's kind of my job, okay? My job is to make content.
Okay, this guy's talking
However,
way too
in
slow.
this particular case, there is a bit more to it than that. I can't say for sure what the outcome of this is going to be, but what I can tell you is I don't like bullshit. That is the fundamental reason, other than the content creation, is I don't like bullshit. And through recent events, I came to see that unfortunately, there is a popular figure that has been pushing what I would call bullshit. So let's get into this. Let's talk about it, okay? And we'll kind of see where we go. Now, in order to bring this together, I decided to create a manifesto. My first manifesto. So some of this will be a little bit just of me reading what I've written. Maybe some elaborations on certain points. And then eventually, we're going to get to the actual content, the meat and potatoes, as they say. And we're going to watch some of the content that I've got concerns about, and we'll go from there, okay? So, first of all, let's begin with an introduction. How did we get here? So, on the 29th of January, I became aware that YouTuber and Twitch streamer Mr. Girl was making some extremely strong criticisms of the ethical practice of one Dr. Alok Kanagia, who is known online as Dr. K. Now, Dr. K is a psychiatrist and also co-founder of healthygamer.gg, which is a website that claims to provide mental health support for the internet generation. Now, just to be clear, I am not in this segment looking to necessarily comment on the broader conversation that's occurring about the nature of Healthy Gamer, what it does, etc., okay? I'm focused on what I'm focused on, which will become clear as we go through this, and probably from the title of the video, okay? So, as well as being co-founder of healthygamer.gg, Dr. K also creates content under the Healthy Gamer GG brand on both Twitch and YouTube. So, how specifically did I get to be here? Well, Mr. Girl had uploaded a conversation with a healthygamer.gg coach on his second YouTube channel. I watched the interview on stream. Following this, I began to further investigate Dr. K's content and the healthygamer.gg website. I became aware through a post on, would you believe it, a subreddit, the Destiny subreddit, to be more specific, that the Wikipedia, or the wiki part of the Healthy Gamer website, has an article on Ayurveda. Ayurveda. I'm always going to have trouble pronouncing that, okay? It is what it is. The article is extensive, And although I'm unable to confirm who wrote it, it was clearly authored by someone with knowledge of the subject. I didn't know what it was at the time, and the wiki page made some very strange claims, so I did some further reading. So the first thing that we need to do is talk about Ayurveda and dosha. So let's get into that. What is Ayurveda? Ayurveda is an alternative medicine. Now, what that is any practice that aims to achieve the healing effect of medicine, but is untested, untestable, or proven ineffective. So it's an alternative medicine system from India. Ayurveda is considered pseudoscience, and the Indian Medical Association has called for more action by the Indian government to crack down on Ayurvedic medical practitioners, referring to them as quacks. According to the NCCIH, there is limited and flawed research that Ayurvedic medicine may reduce pain and help manage symptoms for a couple of health conditions, but broadly, there is little scientific evidence on the value of Ayurveda for health issues. To dig a little deeper, NICE is a UK organisation that deals with the use of health technologies and clinical practice. They have collated a number of studies on Ayurvedic medicine. From the ones I looked at, it seems like, at best, some of the treatments may help with certain conditions, but further research was required. In some cases, it is no better than a placebo, or there was no clear evidence that Ayurvedic medicine benefited patients. So, let's move on to... what I'm trying to highlight to you here is that the scientific consensus, or the science on Ayurveda, doesn't look too good for Ayurveda. There is essentially minimal evidence that it is anything more than like a placebo or like pseudoscience, and it sits as an alternative medicine system, okay? So, let's continue on to the next point. One key aspect to highlight in order to make sense of the rest of the document is the concept of dosha.
Okay, there is one thing that I wanna point out. People throw around the word placebo when we're talking about medical about pseudo-medical procedures, without really understanding what it actually means for treatment. Placebo has to be understood as, indeed, if something, for example, actually has side effects but is only a placebo, that's really terrible. If something is expensive and is just a placebo, that's terrible. But we should be exploiting the power of placebo in treating people. So something being a placebo effect, it's good to be aware of it. There's nothing, people should be properly informed, but there's nothing inherently wrong in alternative treatments being placebos. People should seek out placebos. They just shouldn't replace the actual effective medication with placebos. Placebos can be a complement to actual medication. And in the rare and unfortunate cases where there is no treatment, then they're better than nothing. The placebo effect is an actual effect. It's not an absence of effect. That being said, of course, like anyone selling a placebo claiming it's actual medicine, that is problematic. But the idea that placebos don't heal at all, I think, is also problematic, and people seem to be taking that stance by default, and it kind of bothers me. Like everything you can gain is there's a French expression, tout est bon à prendre. Any advantage, any bonus, you got to take it. So if there's a placebo effect to take for treating whatever you've got, take it. But if you instead you can take real medication, take the real medication. Don't ever go for like weirdo placebo shit if you have better alternatives. So yeah, also what he said is that some of the treatments may help with certain conditions. So this is not like entirely disparaging either, but let's see what else he says.
What is dosha? Well, let's talk about that. This is from the Healthy Gamer wiki page on Ayurveda itself, and I'm just going to read through it, okay? Ayurveda is based on the idea of doshic balance, which is the of three major patterns that govern people's characteristics in mind called doshas. Every individual has a unique cognitive fingerprint, and different people have different kinds of cognitive fingerprints. There are three doshas in Ayurveda. Number 1, Vata, or wind. Number 2, Pitta, or fire. And number 3, Kapha, or earth, water. If we look at people's physical bodies, we know that there are three types of people. There are people with very fast metabolisms who can eat whatever they want to, and they will not gain a whole lot of weight. Then there are people with medium builds. There are also people whom we call big-boned. Vatas have fast metabolisms. Medium build people are pitas, and big-boned people are kaphas. However, Vata and Kapha appear to be opposites, but they're actually independent from each other. Just to remind everyone, this is from the Healthy Gamer wiki page on Ayurveda. So, if people were looking for a resource from the Healthy Gamer community, it's likely that on Ayurveda, this is likely the kind of information they come across, okay? Let's continue.
Okay, this shit is a bit weird.
In addition, each person has each dosha, but not all people are the same in doshic balance. These doshas are like stats in an RPG, where some people can have more of a certain dosha than another person, and therefore more inclined for certain roles or classes. But higher stats do not necessarily mean better outcomes in terms of doshic balance, okay? To get a complete picture of your doshic balance, you should not look for an online quiz, but rather an Ayurvedic physician who will do a complete body-mind analysis because your Ayurvedic makeup expressed through your genetic makeup. Okay. Now, just to follow on, here's a couple of just two miscellaneous facts that I wanted to share with you about Ayurveda in general, okay? So, a study showed, and this is completely miscellaneous, I'm not linking this directly to Dr. K at all, this is just miscellaneous facts that I thought were interesting about Ayurveda, just to be perfectly explicit, okay? A study showed that 20% of Ayurvedic medicines purchased via the internet contain detectable lead, mercury, or
I shouldn't be laughing at that. That's fucking...
To zoom in a bit closer from the study,
that's fucking
estimated
horrible.
daily lead, mercury, and arsenic intakes for these products were all higher than regulatory limits. We identified several Rasa Shastra medicines that could cause lead and mercury ingestions exceeding US Environmental Protection Agency limits by 3 to 4 orders of magnitude. Okay? So that's miscellaneous fact number 1. Now, here's miscellaneous fact number 2. Apparently, medical knowledge was transmitted from gods to sages, then to physicians. Dhanvantari, the Hindu god of medicine, incarnated himself as King Varanasi and taught medicine to a group of physicians. So, just a couple of miscellaneous facts, okay? So, where does this all fit in with Dr. K? So, moving on. Dr. K, Ayurveda, and other concerns. Through engaging with Dr. K's content, it is clear that he has a strong belief in Ayurveda. Not only does he talk about it in both his solo content and interviews on Twitch or YouTube, he is also associated with a few Ayurveda organizations, and it is mentioned a few times on his website. We'll come back to that in a sec. He presents himself as both a psychiatrist using standard psychiatric training alongside an evidence-based background in Ayurvedic mental health. That's taken from his website. This presentation is concerning because I was unable to find substantial scientific evidence that supports the idea that Ayurvedic healthcare is based in evidence. Further to this, in looking at Dr. K's content, I've found a number of alarming claims that Dr. K has made about both Ayurveda as well as other miscellaneous medical-related views. I will go over this now. Let's have a look. First of all, I just want to review his website, okay? Because there's a perception that Dr. K is not using Ayurveda in any further capacity than to tell stories or to inject some sort of spirituality into his coaching or something like that, okay? So let's have a little look and see. So if we go to his website first of all, the key things that I want to highlight here is that he is an associate editor for this journal here, the Ayurveda Journal of Health. And further to that, he is also a member of an organization called the Council of Ayurveda Research. Now, I personally have not had time to investigate that organization.
Vata
So, all those organizations. So, I'm not looking to comment further, other than just to highlight to you that Dr. K, in his private website here, in relation to his psychiatry practice, it is clear he has some sort of meaningful involvement with organizations that are concerned with research into Ayurveda, okay? So that's all I'm looking to highlight by showing you this. Now, going back to the manifesto. What I wanted to do here is I've got some clips where I've got more specific things that I want to say. But before we get to that, what I want to do is just give a bit of a baseline. I want to show you the kinds of things and the kinds of points that Dr. K has made in his content in regards to Ayurveda, okay? So, let's watch this first of all. So,
we're going to take this big thing, and then we're going to take another thing over here like, diet preferences. Okay? And we're going to combine those two and see if we can come up with something even bigger. So this is how Ayurveda works. Ayurveda says, is there any correlation between someone's memory and the type of skin that they have? Is there any correlation between their mental, like cognitive fingerprint, and their weight? Is there any correlation between how constipated they are and how their heart functions? So what Ayurveda tries to do is it takes individual pieces and then it tries to construct patterns. And Western medicine does the opposite. It takes a whole thing, like when someone is sick, and it tries to divide them into its component pieces. So if you have an infection, you've got cough, and you've got fever, and you've got this, and you've got this. Let's treat cough with this. Let's treat fever with this. Let's treat this with, the third symptom with the third thing. And so what happens is, like, over time, as people become sick in Western medicine, they have a lot of targeted treatments for each of their problems. So you've got 2 medications for your blood pressure, you've got 1 medication for your diabetes, you've got an asthma inhaler, and then you've got like physical therapy for your knees. And then you also take like Tylenol because you have arthritis. So over time, like what we do is we treat individual things. So we've got like a treatment here, a treatment here, a treatment here, and a treatment here. And so people end up with 4 treatments, right? This is how Western medicine works. What Ayurveda says is there any correlation between this? Is there a broad pattern that we can observe? And if there is that pattern, can we treat this and thereby improve this, and improve this? If we treat sort of the overarching pattern.
So this is the classic justification for holistic. You'll hear this often when people promote like Eastern medicine and stuff. They'll be describing this idea that holistic approaches are inherently better than targeted approaches, which is just not objectively true. There can be a reasonable criticism of the fact that modern medicine, by specializing in different areas, misses out on certain holistic realities. Holistic being like the whole body and the interactions between different parts of the body. But the problem is, when people start talking about this, they go into full-on pseudoscience mysticism, in like borderline like aligning your chakras to connect everything to you'll heal your like brain cancer by wiggling the thumb on your little foot, or the like your toe, sorry, or something. I'm exaggerating for effect, but you get my point.
Sort of address all of the components at the same time. And so what Ayurveda comes up with over here is something called doshas. So these are elemental balances. So what Ayurveda says is that people who are prone to ulcers are also prone to anger and irritability, and are also of medium build, and also tend to like lose their hair earlier than people who like, so this is something called pitta. Okay, so like anyway, so pitta has some correlated physical and mental characteristics. Vata has some correlated physical and mental characteristics, and Kapha has some correlated physical and mental characteristics. And by improving the 3 doshas in and of themselves, you actually treat all of this like the component symptoms. And there's actually data that supports this. Okay. So now what we got to do, I got to fix this. Okay. So Ayurveda believes that we all have a doshic or elemental balance. And what that means is that we've got these 3 forces called Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, and that Vata, Pitta, Kapha have each like a certain level, and that their levels sort of determine what attributes we have that are physical and mental. Okay. So let's talk for a second about, so Vata is like characterized by air, Pitta is characterized by fire, and Kapha is characterized by earth. They each also have second elements, but we won't get into that. So the first thing to understand is like what Ayurvedic physicians observed is they noticed like some people are kind of like air or kind of like the wind. And what that means is that their mental thinking is what I call dynamic. So if we think about the wind, like how does what are the properties of wind? So it blows really hard and then it stops. It blows in a different direction and then stops. And then it blows over here and it blows over there. It can blow hard or it can blow light. It can just, it's just very variable, right? If we compare that to something like fire, does fire burn in one direction and then randomly turn around and burn in a different direction and then randomly turn around and burn in a third and then it stops and starts up again? No. So fire is sort of driven, focused, unidirectional. Right? These are like fundamentally different like properties, like they're dynamic ways of kind of thinking. And then they looked at Kapha, which is earth, and they noticed like, okay, there's a third kind of person who doesn't like move in a particular direction in sort of a driven and focused way. They're actually like very stable and constant. So they can also move, like Earth can move too. Like, I mean, you can think about, I guess we don't really think about Earth moving, but they sort of noticed that there were kind of 3 mental types, and what they tried to do is like assign them certain kinds of elemental values because that's what they saw. So the other thing with Kapha is they're also water. So the other way you can think about, like, water sort of always finds a way. So like I think about Kapha as kind of being earth and water. So water is going to like move slowly and surely. So if you think about the way that like a riverbed changes over time, like a river is going to like cut into the ground beneath it. It's going to be slow and steady. So maybe that's a better way to put it. Slow and steady. Right? So we actually have like 3 sort of mental qualities. So there are those people that are super dynamic and they kind of get excited about things and then they forget about things and then they buy a guitar and then they don't play the guitar. And there are Pittas who sort of buy a guitar and then kind of like play it for a while and are sort of driven and focused. And then there are Kaphas that are slow and steady. So the decision to buy a guitar happens after months of deliberation. But once you get a guitar, you're going to like practice like every day for years and years and years. So 3 basic like mental approaches, okay? So the other thing about Ayurveda is that each person has a general like a natural stat in each of these. So your Vata is a certain number, your Kapha is a certain number, your Pitta is a certain number. And then your diet, your environment, and other factors can actually alter those levels. So you can get Vata buffs and Vata debuffs, and Pitta buffs and Pitta debuffs.
Just to be clear, like we're going to move on to the next video now. I'm not really commenting because I just want to give a baseline. I do have other clips where I've got more commentary to give, okay? So I'm not really looking to comment on this as such. I'm playing it, so you get an understanding of the kinds of things that of Dr. K spoken about in his content. Okay. But needless to say, there's obviously more you can watch of this content. It's really just to give you a baseline. Okay. So that's the first baseline video that I want to give. Here's the second one. Okay.
Fundamentally different because Ayurveda like treats a person. It presumes that all human beings are.
We need to go back. Sorry, I meant to start this from here.
Like I shit you guys not. Like I'm really not trying to toot my own horn, but there are people that are in my practice that have been on treatment for like have been in therapy and medication for anxiety for like 15 years, and within 6 months we're taping them off of medication. They feel fantastic. Why? Is it because I'm a brilliant clinician? No. This is what I'm saying. I'm not actually any better. It's just I use tools that none of my colleagues use. I use Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is traditional Indian medicine and differs from Western medicine in a couple of very important ways. The first thing to understand about Western medicine is that it's about dividing and zooming in. So Western medicine is about classification, zooming in, sub-classification, further classification.
Remember when I
was
saying about that?
Kinds of doctors, right? I'm a
It's like
psychiatrist,
a big talking point
in the grand field of medicine, I've zoomed in on the mind, and I've specialized in that. And then even further, I'm an addiction psychiatrist, so I zoom in on addictions, and I specialize in that. And even more than that, I'm sort of like now becoming more and more of a technology addiction psychiatrist. So I'm like zooming in further and like learning more about technology addiction. So that's how Western medicine works. We sort of divide things into groups like cardiology, nephrology, hepatology, infectious disease, psychiatry, endocrinology, pediatrics, OB-GYN, right? So we divide things into lots and lots of categories, and then we become super specialized in one category. Ayurveda is completely different. Ayurveda is not about zooming in, it's about generating patterns from multiple data points. So it's kind of looking at different dimensions of a person and trying to figure out how can we make correlations based on their physical body about what's going on in their mind. Is there some way that we can understand someone's bowel movements and how that will affect their mind? Is there a relationship between how prominent the veins on the back of their hand are? Like, I don't know if you guys can see this, but like my veins are kind of visible. And what that says about their mind. Is there a correlation between how cold their hands and fingers and feet get and their bowel movements? Is there a correlation between their mind and their skin? So Ayurveda looks at like lots of different dimensions of a person and tries to develop an overarching pattern that describes that individual. So that's like fundamentally different from Western medicine because what we do in Western medicine is we try to break patterns apart and zoom in and understand individual elements. It's like, how does the heart work in this person? What are the principles of the heart? So it's like the exact opposite. One is zooming in and one is zooming out.
Fuck.
The other big difference between Ayurveda and in Western medicine is like if we think about the gold
are vaccines holistic or targeted Western medicine? Targeted. Like a vaccine targets just one virus, so it's obviously targeted.
So in Western medicine or allopathic medicine, the standard that we use, the gold standard of our medicine, is something called a randomized controlled trial. This is abbreviated as an RCT. So an example of a randomized controlled trial is I take 10,000 people, and let's say I'm trying to figure out depression. Then what I do is I split them into two groups, a control group and an intervention group, and I give 5,000 people an antidepressant, and I give 5,000 people a sugar pill. Then what I do, the reason we called it controlled is because we try to make the two groups the same.
Then
we try
you make
to
them
have
depressed.
The same socioeconomic status, the same average age, the same gender breakdown. So we try to remove a lot of the individuality so we can isolate the effect of the disease and the treatment. So we're trying to treat depression, not individuals, and we're trying to use randomization and controlling for variables to remove any individuality from the equation. So I'm trying to just look at a disease in isolation and a treatment in isolation and see what the impact of the treatment is on the disease. So what this means practically is that Western medicine is not about treating people, it's about treating diseases. And so that sort of like, if you've sort of trained in Western medicine, you may think that that's the best way, but as you learn clinical medicine, you begin to realize that like people are fundamentally different, right? Like even if I'm a psychiatrist, I prescribe antidepressants from time to time. Try to avoid it whenever possible. But one of the things you quickly learn if you prescribe medication is that medication, even though like antidepressants will have a moderate improvement in clinical trials for people, an individual may get better or may not get better at all if you give them an antidepressant. There's a lot of like individuality that enters medicine. The funny thing is that our system of medicine doesn't sort of factor that in. We don't really factor in individuality in terms of our clinical trials and the gold standard of our information. So Ayurveda is fundamentally different because Ayurveda like treats a person. It presumes that all human beings are different and that in order to like help someone, you have to understand like individually how they function. So I'll give you guys kind of an example. So Ayurveda divides all people into like these three, you have this thing called a doshic balance. And doshas are sort of the three major patterns that kind of govern what people are like. So Ayurveda says, unlike Western, Ayurveda says that individuals have like a cognitive fingerprint that is like different, and that different people have different kinds of cognitive fingerprints. What do I mean by a cognitive fingerprint? When we think about Western psychology, we tend to think that all human beings sort of have like the same psychology, right? If you study psychology, you don't study like an individual, you study like the different like patterns of psychology. So you study like motivation, you study things like habit, you study things like, let's say like hedonics, you study like cognitive behavioral therapy, you study like these general principles about the mind, and like cognitive behavioral therapy applies to like everyone, right? You study kind of like one thing and it sort of assumes that it works for everyone because everyone's mind has cognitions, has emotions, and has behaviors, and that those three things are related. Ayurveda starts by saying that everyone's mind is unique, and that in order to help people, We have to understand what kind of mind they have, because the kind of treatment or intervention that we want to use depends on the kind of mind that they have. So I started using this phrase cognitive fingerprint, and I use this idea of cognitive fingerprint, which is like your unique cognitive makeup. And once we understand your unique cognitive fingerprint, we can structure your life or your diet or your environment to fit with your cognitive fingerprint. And one of the biggest problems that I think a lot of gamers run into is that they assume that they're lazy or they're not functional or they do a bad job because they're using sort of a standard gold standard. They're using a gold standard of what it means to be successful, like a standard.
My mom is a psychiatrist and hates prescribing or finds people are often overprescribed. I think the health gamer is focused on this field in regards to a holistic approach. I think therapy holistic approach is more helpful in the lens of psychiatric versus other fields. On the one hand, yes, right. The overprescription is a big problem in psychiatry and in medicine in general. Like we see that with the antibiotics and the problem of bacteria resistance. But yes, there's no denying that is a problem in psychiatry. Now, on the other hand, when we're talking like there is also a big problem in general perception where people have huge biases against medicine in psychiatry. There is this idea that, you know, everything can be treated with therapy, and in fact it's always better to do it with therapy. It's sadly just not true. Certain problems you have are just a chemical imbalance in the brain. The same way you would take, if you have a fever, you take an aspirin to lower the to lower the temperature in your body, to lower the inflammation. Well, if you have a chemical imbalance, you take something that compensates for that chemical imbalance. There's nothing wrong with that, and in fact, you could go to therapy for 25 years, and it's not going to change a fundamental chemical imbalance, or at least it's very unlikely to. There are the causes and effects are complicated. There might be there obviously is to a certain extent. We know that your mind also has can have an effect on the chemistry of the brain, etc. But at a certain point, there is nothing wrong with taking medicine to solve a medical problem. Antidepressants will fuck you up. For example, my girlfriend was diagnosed bipolar, yet she got off her meds, lithium, etc., and she's normal. I mean, that's good for her, and that means the diagnosis was wrong. But I mean, lithium also isn't an antidepressant. Like, I'm on antidepressants right now, and they don't really like change me, fundamentally speaking. But yeah, it's also very, very dependent on individuals and on the interactions that the medication has with them. And I understand that what you're saying, that we're here looking at someone who wants to compensate for all that stuff. So you want us to listen to what he has to say in a more giving him the benefit of the doubt, right? And let's just continue. Oh yeah, also Kool-Aid. Well, lithium is an antipsychotic. Yeah, it is. Kool-Aid. We're checking out the like hate. I don't know if hate is the right term, but the criticism that Dr. K has been receiving over the past couple of weeks. Seeing what's up with that. People are basically accusing him of using pseudoscience and pseudomedicine, or promoting it. So checking this out.
Cognitive fingerprint. So I'll give you an example. Like, they think that you should be disciplined. They think that you should be focused. They think that you should wake up at the same time every day. They think that, you know, these are the things that lead to success. Whereas Ayurveda says, actually, that's just one route to success. And if your cognitive fingerprint is different, that the way that you can like be successful is to kind of play to your strengths. So I think this is going to be way easier to understand once I actually start explaining specifics. So the first thing is that there are three doshas: Vata, Pitta, and Kapha.
Let me explain this.
Vata is kind of like the wind, Pitta is kind of like fire, and Kapha is kind of like earth. Okay, so this should work great for gamers because these are like the elements of your Pokemon, right? So like if you have a Vata mind, you're like an air Pokemon. If there's an air Pokemon, or like grass or some shit, right? If you're a Pitta Pokemon, you're like a fire Pokemon. If you're a Kapha Pokemon, you're like an earth or water Pokemon. So I'll give you guys an example. So Vatas are like the wind. So I'm super Vata. So Vatas have memories and mindsets that are like the wind. So I get really, really passionate very easily. Like I'm like a gust of wind. So I get super excited. And I say that I'm going to teach about Ayurveda today. And I get super hyped up about it. And I blow really hard about Ayurveda. And then like a week later, just like the wind, I just randomly die down. So my mind gets super excited about stuff and then like randomly dies down.
Okay.
So I get excited about
Look,
stuff.
I don't want to sit around this whole thing. This, as I said to you, the purpose of this was just to play some extended clips of him talking about this stuff. Okay. I'm not really looking to particularly comment on it. or talk about it in any detail, because there's specific things where I've been able to dig into it a bit more and look at it. But that's just kind of like, I guess, a baseline of the kind of things he says when he's speaking about this stuff in his content previously. Okay, so let's continue on to the next point. So first of all, I want to play this. So this is a video. Well, we'll play the video and we'll go from there.
Two important caveats, which is one is that like it's not just a framework for introspection. That's how we're using it in these cases, absolutely. And it has all of the shortcomings of that. But it does appear that your Ayurvedic dosha actually correlates with genetics and other kinds of things, which were, I can go into more detail. But
I've been trying to hate this guy for the Pokemon personality quiz thing, but I just can't. It seems so harmless though. I cringe a bit at the whole like gamer analogy stuff, but it's fine. It's nothing inherently wrong. Your dosha is not your Pokemon type.
Even for example, like some of my Ayurvedic colleagues in India have been able to predict complications of COVID based on the dosha of the patient. So COVID is one thing, right? But whether this person needs ICU stuff, or they have cognitive stuff, or they have GI symptoms from COVID appears to correlate with their Ayurvedic dosha, which is incredibly fascinating, right? So unfortunately, studies haven't really been published on this yet. We'll see if they ever kind of get published. But it does appear that like, physicians are able to sort of predict, okay, does this person need to watch out for stroke? Does this person need to watch out for GI complications, cognitive complications, or respiratory complications? Because COVID can cause all kinds of random crap in random people. But if you really think about it,
like if he was promoting all of Ayurveda's principles or products, it'd be different, Yeah, I understand that his idea is to take like what's good in it and refuse what's bad in it. That being said, he's being a bit of a weirdo here, going off of like the anecdotal magical COVID diagnostic evidence from people. But let's see what he's got to say.
I know it sounds kind of weird, but there's absolutely biology and science that leads to a complication of COVID. It's not random. It's not true.
So, I mean, with this one, I kind of hope it speaks for itself, really. I'm not really sure. Like, he claims that Ayurvedic practitioner is able to predict COVID outcomes, and then says, I'm paraphrasing, but then he says something along the lines of like, hopefully some studies come out to demonstrate this. I mean, he's making a specific medical claim in regards to COVID based on Ayurvedic dosha, and he's admitting that he's got literally nothing to back it up. So that's the comment on that one that I've got. Okay, so let's move on to the next clip.
What do I think about homeopathy? So I think homeopathy has less biological plausibility than Ayurveda. There's a reason why I chose to study Ayurveda instead of homeopathy. The clinical evidence is like mixed. I don't put a whole lot of stock into it. It's kind of bizarre, but there is some clinical evidence behind it. But the scientific plausibility is just really makes no sense, which doesn't mean that it isn't true. It could mean that we don't really understand as much, right? So for thousands of years, or like not thousands of years, but 60 years ago, medical professionals did not understand the mechanism. They didn't see a way in which meditation could be used as a treatment for depression. They didn't understand. I don't understand. Like, you have to talk to people's feelings to make them feel better. I don't understand how sitting down and chanting Om for 30 minutes is going to help someone's depression. There's no like psychology. Like, Freud would have been confused, right? Because he's like, where's the Oedipal complex? Where's the oral phase? Where's the anal phase? Where's the phallic phase? It's an understanding of these things and dealing with these issues that helps you treat depression. How on earth could sitting there and chanting something for 30 minutes treat depression? So just because science does not understand something does not mean it is not real.
So this, honestly, is a very fair point. Meditation for the longest time was a very controversial subject in the like discussion between like pseudoscience versus real science. So yeah, like this is fair. This is entirely fair. It's been very controversial for a very long time, and in the end, studies showed that yes, meditation actually does have a beneficial therapeutic effects. There's just no denying it at this point. So it's not. I don't dislike that point. Now, what I wonder is, do I risk the goblin camp? I'll just continue. Ooh. Attack speed, critical damage. I want to upgrade my weapons, but I don't want to lose evasion chance.
It just means that we don't understand it, which is something that scientists tend to forget a lot, right? So there's like a camp of people who say that once something becomes verified, it becomes medicine, and therefore medicine is defined as what works. And if it is not medicine, then it is alternative medicine, and alternative medicine doesn't work. Once you study something, once you study alternative medicine and you verify that it works, it becomes medicine. Therefore, medicine is defined by what works. So this is a common argument for people who are like kind of anti-alternative medicine, right? They're like, medicine is what works. And so my question is, if we go back 100 years and people were meditating for depression, is it a part of medicine or not? Because we have no scientific evidence that it works. So then it's not a part of medicine, right? And then the question becomes, if it's not a part of medicine, did meditation help people with depression 100 years ago? And the answer to that question is yes, which then means that alternative medicine works. So like the whole argument kind of falls apart. So this is where we kind of, when we go back to homeopathy, like I don't see a whole lot of biological plausibility. I don't think that the treatments, the evidence that I've seen for homeopathy is not as strong as it is for Ayurveda.
Yeah, so
like, for example,
also in his, like Ayurveda is one thing, but it's true that homeopathy has been extensively studied, and I don't think I've ever seen a study showing that there's been any proper non-placebo effect from homeopathy.
You know, ashwagandha is an Ayurvedic herb that has been shown to clear beta amyloid, which is one of the things that causes dementia from the brain. And like Ayurvedic folks have been using ashwagandha for like neurological health and psychological health for thousands of years. And so we have like scientific verification of their methods. Whereas the problem with homeopathy, for those of you who don't know, is they like do serial dilutions. So what they do is like, I'm going to take like, a drop of ashwagandha and put it in 100 drops of water and shake it around. So dilute the ashwagandha to be like 1 part in 100. And then I'm going to take 1 drop of that solution and put it in another vial of water. So then it's going to be like 1 in 10,000. And then I'm going to take 1 drop of that dilute solution and I'm going to put it in another solution. And then it's going to be like 1 part per million of the biological compound. And then they administer that as medicine and claim that there's a therapeutic benefit. So there are some trials that show that homeopathic remedies are effective. Like I've seen, homeopathic remedies for, I reviewed a paper about homeopathic remedies for.
Yeah, good to hear. There doesn't put much stock in homeopathy research.
Prostate,
that definitely would have been cause for concern, yeah.
BPH. And it seemed like their stuff was effective. Like people saw a reduction in symptoms and it seemed like it worked. It's just I don't understand the biological plausibility. So I think the evidence is not as strong. I don't think that the biological plausibility is really there. So,
Okay,
Any
so
tips for Pitta?
let's talk about what we just watched, okay? Let's have a little chat about what we just watched there. So, the first thing I want to address are some of his claims about homeopathy, okay? So, he claimed, and he said that clinical evidence is mixed in regards to homeopathy. He also says it's kind of bizarre, but there is some clinical evidence behind it. This isn't true.
Wait, did he say?
This is just false.
Oh yeah, he wasn't
wrong.
categorical about it. That's
what
true.
You need to know from the National Centre for Complementary and Integrative
That's
Health.
true. He wasn't
NCCIH.
categorical about homeopathy. I wouldn't crucify
There's
him on
little
this.
evidence to support.
I think ChaoLive is a tiny bit unfair, in the sense that he might just not have researched it properly. He's like hedging his statement. I researched it and I can confirm. Yeah, there's no. I don't know.
Homeopathy as an effective treatment for any specific medical condition. Okay. Now, obviously, being from the UK, I thought I couldn't resist including something from the NHS. So, what does the NHS have to say about this? Does homeopathy work? There's been extensive investigation of the effectiveness of homeopathy. There's no good quality evidence that homeopathy is effective as a treatment for any health condition. So, this is obviously just taking a piece of the puzzle. Okay. So, I would recommend, and this is all linked in the document. I'm going to share the document. Okay. You're more than welcome to look at my sources, to review what I've put in there, and so on, okay? So this was a study that was conducted by the UK government in regards to homeopathy, okay? So like I say, by all means, you're welcome to look at this yourself, and any of the sources that I've provided, and, respond to them, etc., whatever, okay? So this section here is in regards to the evidence. So our expectation of the evidence base relevant to the government policies on the provision of homeopathy is straightforward. We would expect the government to have a view on the efficacy of homeopathy so as to inform its policy on the NHS funding and provision of homeopathy. Such a view should be based on the best available evidence, that is, rigorous randomized controlled trials and meta-analysis and systematic reviews of RCTs. If the effects of homeopathy can be primarily attributed to the placebo effect, we would expect the government to have...
Hedging his statement exactly, like he was leaving the door open to be wrong about homeopathy, but ultimately unconvinced. Yeah, exactly. That's why I wouldn't crucify someone for not being always categorical. If anything, I think that's a big problem with the whole politics, drama, YouTube, Twitch scene. It's people are rewarded for being categorical, for being like, this is the truth, this is exactly how it is, because that causes drama, that attracts interest, that polarizes people, creates engagement. Like I understand why that people are rewarded for it. That it's not a conspiracy, it's just human behavior. but it's not intellectually ideal.
Review on the ethics of prescribing placebos. So it goes into further detail here. I don't want to read through all of this, okay? But I'll just read the conclusions just to give you an idea. But like I say, I strongly recommend you go and read this yourself, okay? So we conclude that the principle of like cures like is theoretically weak. It fails to provide a credible physiological mode of action for homeopathic products. We note that this is the settled view of medical science. We consider the notion that ultra dilutions can maintain an imprint of substances previously dissolved in them to be scientifically implausible. Evidence of efficacy. In our view, the systematic reviews and meta-analyses conclusively demonstrate that homeopathic products perform no better than placebos. We regret that advocates of homeopathy, including in their submissions to our inquiry, choose to rely on and promulgate selective approaches to the treatment of the evidence base, as this risks confusing or misleading the public, the media, and policymakers. There has been enough testing of homeopathy and plenty of evidence showing that it is not efficacious. And this goes on about funding, because obviously that's to do with the NHS, okay? And I could go on, but hopefully you get the point. I do not understand how a doctor would look at the evidence that exists, the clinical evidence of homeopathy, and come to the conclusion that it is mixed. That is absurd. Completely and totally absurd.
Well, yes, but like we were saying, we don't know that he's actually looked at the literature on homeopathy. Well, he did say he could. Did he say? Wait. Let's go back. Did Dr. K? Dr. K said he like considered it. I don't know. It's also something I don't like crucifying someone about, because if you understand the scientific process, you don't say categorically things are this or things are that. You say that the present state of research seems to be the consensus seems to be that things look like this. There is never a consensus on absolute truth in science. There's no such thing. Research is constantly evolving, especially like homeopathy. It's a bit weird to say a categorical statement, in the sense that it's many different products, and different products can have different efficacies at different concentrations. Not that I would be extremely skeptical of anything homeopathic. Like he was saying, the dilution stuff makes it very, very unlikely that any of them have any kind of biological efficacy. But who knows? Maybe in 10 years, someone will find a molecule that somehow is effective when there's like just one of them diluted in your like homeopathic pill. That it's very unlikely, but it might happen. So, yeah, it's not something I'd crucify anyone on.
There is no scientific good quality evidence that exists that would allow a doctor to claim that the clinical evidence is mixed. Also, I'd like to note, here, there are some trials that show that homeopathic remedies are effective. He then goes on to claim he reviewed a paper for benign prostate hyperplasia that showed that homeopathic remedy had an impact. Obviously, I would need to know specifically what he was talking about, but based on what I've seen, it's highly unlikely to be the case. And the other point that I want to make as well is that broadly, it is clear that he is using his comments about homeopathy to push the idea that his support of Ayurveda is more justified because it has more of a scientific basis. As discussed earlier, there is little evidence to back this claim up. Moving on. Let's have a look at this. So this is a video from Dr. K on the placebo effect. Let's just watch this first of all.
Okay. And the fact that these...
Okay, the evidence JChaoLive himself compiled in his document and that he showed was more than the evidence for homeopathy. The direct quote from the video, from the document JChaoLive was showing, was that there are some practices in Ayurvedic medicine that might have effect for some pathologies, according to studies. So that's already more than homeopathy. That's not actually a false stance.
Three things are connected. That what I think affects my brain, which in turn affects the function of my immune system.
Yep.
I mean, this is a really key point, because when we talk about healing or improvement, the other cool thing, which I think you've stumbled upon, is that if you want to make a biological change in your body, your mind is capable of doing that.
Yep.
And the really important thing to understand here is, I want everyone to really think about this, because it blows my fucking mind. You guys know in cancer, in clinical trials on cancer, what they do is they take 2 people with cancer, they take like 100 people with cancer, and they give 50 of them chemotherapy, which is drugs that travel in your body to cancer and kill cancerous cells. They give other 50 people, this isn't precisely true, but they give other people placebo. So placebo is not a real thing, it's like a sugar pill. And the interesting thing is that in these clinical trials, people who get, when they determine the efficacy of the drug,
Well, the way they determine it is how much did it outperform placebo. That's the standard. It's not how much did it work, it's how much did it outperform placebo. Which means that if you look at a clinical trial in cancer, what's actually happening is there are people who are getting better, their cancer is shrinking on like MRIs, but they're not taking real medicine.
Okay.
So that is staggering, right? So this means that like placebo, and there's a really fascinating Ted Chuck, who has done a lot of placebo research. And the crazy thing that he's discovered is you can even give a placebo to someone and you can tell them, I'm giving you a placebo. This is not real medicine. But I have this huge pile of evidence which shows that even if you take a placebo, you will still get better. And do you know what happens when he gives those people placebo? And then he tells them, I believe that even though this is a sugar pill, I think that your rheumatoid arthritis is going to get better. Pewee, do you know what happens to those people when he gives them a sugar pill?
It gets better.
You ever play Battle Brothers?
Even if they know it's a placebo.
Nope.
Like, that's my fucking point. Right? So now I'm getting off on a tangent because like, what is placebo? Placebo is just all of the mechanisms of the human body and mind that we do not scientifically understand.
Exactly.
But placebo actually gets people better. In cancer clinical trials, in rheumatoid arthritis clinical trials, depression clinical trials, but that's like waffly because depression is in the mind and it's not really real anyway. But you can look at physical illnesses like diabetes and stuff.
Have a little goosey gander on Steam. My guy, it's fucking pog. Okay, I'll check it out.
So what this means is that in the same way that we can have an emotional attack that's going to affect your neurochemistry, affect your energy level, we can also do things on an emotional level that will bolster your physical self, your energetic self, your intellectual self. And we can also do emotional processing, which is what a lot of therapy is about, but we can also do something called jnana yoga, which is contemplation. So that's a little bit different from actually just processing someone's emotions. Both of them sort of happen in therapy, but in therapy, we don't really separate out the intellectual mind from the emotional mind. But the yogis tell us that contemplation and reflection, which is I think most of what you've been doing.
We've got to the main point of what I wanted to get to there. So let's talk a bit about that, okay? So the first thing I want to address is this here. And obviously, you know, the question arises, doesn't it seem a bit weird that they would use like placebo in clinical cancer trials? Because if you're giving someone a placebo, like there's no evidence that that's going to like deal with the cancer. The use of placebos in cancer clinical trials is rare. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where he's getting that from or what he's read, but it seems to be that the use of placebos in cancer clinical trials is rare, first of all. Further to that, placebos...
Yeah, imagine also, like... And that makes sense. Imagine on an ethical level, you have cancer, you sign up for an experimental trial as like maybe as a last resort to have at least some kind of chance of getting healed, and they put you in the placebo control group. Imagine that, like just on an ethical level, how fucking terrible would that be? How's that legal, lol? Well, it's not like what the document the JChaoLive just showed. They said that they almost never use placebos, but when they do, they warn the participants. They never use placebos in a blind trial for cancer research, and they rarely use them at all. So, and I'm just saying, like that makes a lot of sense, right? How to solve U.S. healthcare costs: prescribe sugar to everyone age 65 and above. Yeah. RNG cancer. Hard to describe. Hextile-based strategy. Hextile turn-based strategy. Low fantasy style. Super rough roguelike based around miserably pushing onward through grueling mercenary work. Great lore that doesn't shove it in your face. Great little events that give you backstory. Cryptic hints at future moments to come. Anyway, I've been up for like 40 hours, so excuse my gushing. No worries. This is a gush positive space. Okay, you can gush all you want. And it's for cancer treatment, not just like for nausea or pain. Yeah. The document he just showed was specifically for cancer treatment. Quick stun lock him? No. What was the name of the game? Battle Brothers. Let me pull it up. Did Dom just tell me to gush? Yes. Aw, this looks cute. I say as a guy gets fucking gutted. Actually. You know what? The idea of like a band of mercenaries in a brutal world, it really reminds me of what's its name? The Blade and Mountain Blade. Reminds me, this makes me think of like a roguelike low-res Mountain Blade type situation. You know what I mean? It's quite like that, but more monstrous. All right, you know what? I'll add it to my wish list. And wait, why am I your Dom? Did I sign up for that? Right, so placebos are not commonly used in clinical cancer research trials. So this is a fair criticism. Like, why is Dr. K talking about this? He probably like doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Which is kind of cringe.
Placebos. What the placebo effect has been shown to work on symptoms modulated by the brain. Okay, so one example of this is pain. If you take a placebo, it can have an impact on your perception of pain based on our current understanding of like a placebo, okay? This idea that the placebo effect is somehow going to magically shrink your cancer is insane. And it is not at all backed up by the medical science and investigation that currently exists around placebo.
And so this makes a lot of sense.
The statements being made are way in excess of what is currently proven or researched in regards to the placebo effect. So why is he overstating it so massively? Is he able to substantiate the claims he's making in this clip at all?
So just to balance things out, to be fair, Dr. K's analogy is really bad. And JChaoLive just showed it. They don't use placebos in cancer trials. It doesn't make sense. Placebos work, like he says, on symptoms modulated by the brain. But Dr. K is saying this because he's comparing them to placebos in psychiatry, which is modulated by the brain. Psychiatry literally is everything that's modulated by the brain. So there is at least some kind of logic in him bringing up placebos. That part makes sense. The rest, yeah, like this is very, very fair criticism. Dr. K is like Elon. Yeah, I can believe he's misspoke, but if he has a pattern of saying it, not a good look, yeah. Also, there are like 12-ish different origins that give you a lot of cool parameters for runs in varying difficulty. Nice.
I don't believe he can. So let's move on. We're getting close to the end of the clips now, okay? So Dr. K made some comments on stream in regards to him stepping back from the Ayurveda conversation. So let's just have a look at that quickly.
This is part of the reason that, when I first started talking about ADHD,
okay, we need to slow down some speed as well. There we go.
a lot about Ayurveda because I had personally found that the Ayurvedic conception of ADHD fit better, was a better fit for people's experiences than actually like the Western binary sort of perspective on ADHD. Part of the reason that we sort of scaled back on our Ayurvedic discussion recently is there was once again another post that offered a lot of really good criticisms about some of the scientific studies we were citing and the low quality of those studies. So I don't know if y'all have noticed, but we've sort of taken a step back from Ayurveda. That doesn't mean that we're actually actively revisiting it. So we're sort of looking through the research and really trying to read tons and tons of articles to really figure out, okay, what is it? What can we say? Let's like sort of scientifically valid and like, you know, what is like more of our interpretation, which by the way, I'm totally fine doing, right? So I'm totally fine on stream. And I hope, you know, I make this pretty clear that sometimes what I'm saying is very supported by science. Sometimes what I'm saying is more supported by clinical experience. And sometimes what I'm saying is not based on medicine or science at all, but is more personal or spiritual in nature. And I think a lot of the people that appreciate our community are ones that sort of appreciate the spectrum because there are different ways of looking at things.
Spiritual, lyrical.
And so kind of going back to ADHD, I think the challenge is that there are, you know...
People have touted this clip, okay, as an example of, oh, well, he's stepping back from the Ayurveda stuff, okay? However, there's a few problems with that. So,
First of all, failed. I'm an idiot.
Why is it that it took an internet post to highlight the significant scientific issues with Ayurveda and Ayurveda research? Bearing in mind, just to remind you, he is a member of the Council of Ayurveda Research, and he's an associate editor of the Ayurveda Journal of Health. Why is it that it took someone posting on the internet to make him realize that there are significant scientific flaws with what he's talking about? And also, why is the content discussing Ayurveda still available on his YouTube channel and elsewhere when he claims to have taken a step back from it? Because presumably it's not, that stream was from a couple of days ago. It was from 3 days ago. So...
And very difficult. Also with the DLC, there are northern raider barbarian types and southern Arabian cultures and city-states included. So good. I've done like 100 hours this last week alone. Go to bed. No bedtimes. Bed now. No, I'm drinking this double shot blonde roast and there's nothing you can do to stop me, mom. Ah, yes, blonde roast. I roast my beans right in... Okay. Are you a coffee nerd, Emin Lotus? You're making me want to make a cup of tea. I'll make a cup of tea at some point soon. Actually, I think I still have some. Yeah, I still have some. Caffeine. I think I'm pretty good at making coffee too. I got my and despite being a bonger, I fucking love coffee. I got myself the like Italian style the Bialetti machine. I find dark roast fucking disgusting. Why? I'm heavily addicted to caffeine. So are most people who drink coffee. If I recall correctly, coffee's addictiveness, just its addictiveness, is like on the level of hard drugs, comparatively speaking. Or maybe I'm misremembering this study, but I remember reading like a study on all sorts of different drugs, but classified also by different aspects, like health effects, addictiveness, withdrawal symptoms, etc. And like coffee was mild on most parts, but addictiveness was really high. I don't remember if it was like medium or hard drug, but no, I'm talking like I have an addictive personality, and when I was 12, 13, I was going into my Spanish class with 2 black coffees. Wait, they let you drink coffee when you were 12? Jesus Christ.
Why has there not been any action to do anything with that content that still exists on the internet? In any case, those are the main clips that I wanted to look at, discuss, dissect, and talk about.
Yes.
Bear in mind, these are videos I've come across in just a few days of covering this. I, of course, welcome others to review his content and see what other examples you're able to find of similar comments and statements. Feel free to DM me on Discord or Twitter if you're able to find any examples you think are relevant. So, my final thoughts on this, to wrap this up, and then we'll be back to business as usual, okay? It is clear that Dr. K believes in Ayurveda and the concept of dosha. Although he has allegedly taken a step back from this, the content is still available to watch on his channel. At best, it represents the pushing of pseudoscience. At worst, potentially dangerous medical misinformation. The first question I ask myself in talking about this and covering this is this ethical? The answer to this is, I don't know. I know that others are focusing on the ethical conduct of Dr. K and other aspects of his work. I'm not really looking to answer that question here. The purpose of this document and coverage of it is to bring attention to the fact that Dr. K goes way beyond bringing some spirituality into coaching online. He is making specific medical claims that are not backed by science, whilst wrapping his brand and his branding in his credentials. Even if unintended, even with disclaimers, this will lend a level of credence to these claims and ideas that is in no way due. Bad information can lead to bad medical decisions. Bad medical decisions can potentially lead to harm, potentially fatal harm. And this is a study that looked at essentially people that engage with complementary medicine and what relation, if any, that has to refusal of conventional cancer therapy. I'd welcome you to read through this. And again, I'm not suggesting that what Dr. K is doing is as bad as this, but I'm using it as an example to demonstrate what the possible consequences are of acting on bad information that leads to bad decisions about medicine, okay? In this study, patients who received complementary medicine were more likely to refuse additional CTV, which is conventional cancer treatment, and at a high risk of death. The results suggest that mortality risk associated with complementary medicine was mediated by the refusal of CCT. So, again, by all means, the sources are there to look at and to discuss and dissect, etc. Okay, I'm not saying that Dr. K is doing this level in what he's doing. Okay. So I'll go back to this. Whilst I am not suggesting that Dr. K is necessarily directly engaging in behavior that will lead to the worst possible outcomes, he is presenting Ayurveda, which is a pseudoscientific alternative medical system to potentially very vulnerable people. The credence he is lending it, even unintentionally, could possibly lead people to explore it further on the belief that it's more credible than it truly is. I believe that Dr. K needs to do more if he truly wishes to take a step back from Ayurveda in relation to Healthy Gamer GG. Some ideas that I thought of would be to provide legitimate quality sources to substantiate claims he has made. Failing this, he should at the very least retract the claims he has made and ideally remove the content so others are not exposed to it. I also believe he should release a video clarifying his position on Ayurveda and make clear the limited level of scientific support it has, and also ensure that future content does not include unsubstantiated specific medical claims as long as he continues to prominently feature his credentials in his branding and name. Now, I've got no control over that. I don't know what's going to happen from here. Maybe nothing. However, at the very least, I hope my content has demonstrated some of the significant issues with Dr. K's conduct, claims, and content. I welcome good faith feedback and am particularly interested in hearing what else others are able to discover in Dr. K and Healthy Gamer GG content. Please DM me directly via my Discord below if you'd like to share anything with me. Thank you, JChaoLive. And that's it.
Okay. That was the first video. Before I became a gamer gremlin posture destroyer, I stood a decent 6'2". Holy shit. You're taller than me. I feel intimidated. I feel like you should know, like, maybe you should be the dommy mommy in this relationship. Honestly, Dr. K immediately set my quack alarms off years ago when he said he does psych and started talking about humming and breathing techniques derived from a Hindu-Buddhist background. Well, the thing is, there actually is very real evidence for meditation and breathing techniques having therapeutic benefits within psychology. That there is evidence for that now. That is not something that is very controversial to say. Now, maybe he does too much. Maybe he insists too much on it, but it's the spiritualism I take issue with, not breathing. Pretty common for folks prone to anxiety or panic attacks. Yeah. Breathing techniques help a lot with that for sure. I've benefited from that myself, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Next video. So that was the first one. This one's 38 minutes long. Okay. Let's see what Mr. Girl has, what's his beef with the Ayurveda.
Hi, team. You may have been made aware of a critic of Healthy Gamer, and more recently a stream done with a Healthy Gamer coach. Want to make sure you're all in the loop, as you may see comments arise. A few thoughts below. TLDR, I continue to stand by our ethics, mission, and people as we continue to do what's right by our community and build experiences that inspire mental health journeys all over the internet. We'd rather take constructive feedback from our coaches and clients than engage in malicious claims. If you have any concerns, we are always open to meeting with you. I have concerns, and I asked you to meet, and you didn't meet with me. Also, they're calling me malicious. I don't think I'm malicious. I'm just extremely angry. To more AoE healing, Krudi and Alak. On criticism. Healthy Gamer is open to criticism, and in fact, appreciates it. We create avenues for constructive criticism from Healthy Gamer clients after every session in the PSF, through case reviews, office hours, and through our customer support staff, where clients can share their concerns. The criticisms that we care about are from the people we are trying to help. Full stop. Well, I'm a gamer, so you are trying to help me. I am the people you're trying to help. If by that you mean paying customers, you're saying I gotta pay you to fucking take my concerns? Fuck you.
Dr. K reminds me of all the charismatic meditation self-help gurus who don't provide real help. Well, that's what I'm trying to determine. Until now, most of what I've seen from Dr. K was, if you could, like, dislike or disagree with his approach, it seemed mostly beneficial. It seemed like he I never like dove deep into it, but he seemed to like know what he was talking about, and he seemed to genuinely want to help people, and people seemed to enjoy it. Whereas like self-help gurus, there is a very, very specific self-interest thing happening there. But then like I don't know. I'm on the fence as far as self-help is concerned. It's a tough one. Like, a lot of it is exploitative, but also a lot of it seems to genuinely help people. Mr. Girl is yucky, more directly because of how he does what Tiny rightfully claimed as the false civility thing. Dishonest about his ultra honesty. This is my first time. This is my first time watching a Mr. Girl video, actually. I've seen them pop up all over the place, and I've seen him talk to like a bunch of people. I actually have no idea what I'm getting into. So I'm going in with a blank slate, no opinion. Why does he say that in response to an internal email? No, wait. If I understand correctly, the context is this is an email between. Hi horses, I read aloud an internal email about a certain Healthy Gamer critic named Mr. Girl. Oh, it's an email about him. That's why he's reading it. I'm a gamer. I don't think Dr. K is bad though. I don't know. I just see that a bunch of people are criticizing him right now. I want to understand why and make my own opinion a bit. Apparently, Mr. Girl is going to release a video this weekend on this subject, so I'll probably check it out on Monday or Tuesday or something.
It can be very tempting to defend ourselves against allegations and criticisms. The more outrageous, the more tempting. Some critics simply cannot be healthily engaged with. Ad hominem. Ad hominem. You're saying that I'm unhealthy? I'm too fucked up to talk to? I need some coaching before you can fucking healthily talk to me? You can get off neutrally at best. Okay, I know a PR person. This is I believe this is actually truly written by Dr. K or his wife, because no PR person is going to say you can get off neutrally at best. Well, I don't want to get off neutrally. I want to get off angrily. Defending can sometimes be about our own ego, wanting to be validated and assure people that we do meaningful work. But this makes it about us, which is not where the focus should be. If people have criticism, the right way for us to handle it is to consider it seriously and implement changes to help our clients, not defend our public image. Impact, not image. Well, then why are you writing this email threatening? Basically, this email is just threatening to fire your coaches if they talk about you in public. So if it's impact, not image, then why are you threatening to fire Josh for talking to me, huh? There's no reason to fire him if it's not about image.
I'm going to die here.
Across Healthy Gamer content, coaching, and community, we, now more than 100 of us, have inspired mental health journeys all over the internet. Didn't you already say that? Inspire mental health journeys all over the internet. You already said that. This is real. And no amount of YouTube investigation will change that. We'll fucking see about that. Won't we? Also, it's not just YouTube investigation. By the time you wrote this, you already knew I reported you to the Boston Medical Board. You know that. Anyway, we'll see. Or maybe you mean to say that some ethics board investigation might change that. Let's build this one. It is possible because of all the work that you do and the ethos with which you do it. As a result, we've had immense impact on our community and our clients.
Okay, I guess this email is like also kind of the motivation for Mr. Girl to do the hit piece on Dr. K. The bit about reaching out to us with questions or concerns, that was to their staff. But then he goes, "But I have reached out, lol." Oh yeah, that's true.
This is the most important thing. Healthy Gamer isn't about Dr. K or a single person. It's about the collective work we do to advance the mental health needs of the people we serve.
Got a new card.
We're grateful our coaches operate with a strong moral compass and that you advocate for what's best for your clients in the community. Frankly, we wouldn't want it any other way. If you have any concerns, I'm here and available to chat. I do have concerns. And you're not.
I just want to wake up at 3 a.m., eat a bowl with oatmeal and protein milk, then go to the gym and squat such heavy weights my spine shoots out my booty when I squat down. Oh, shit. I guess, yeah, the appropriate name, Conquistador Booty. Like, the thing about Mr. Girl that gets me is he feels like a combination of 50% I'm 12 and this is deep, and 50% New York psychiatrist who has nearly perfected the sociopathic chameleon ability to make you feel like he's your friend while still doing private practice. I'll stop now. Okay. I'll watch and I'll make my own opinion. Like I said, see what's up.
Available to chat.
Should I add the Storm Temple?
I reported him. Yeah, I reported him. That's on my Twitter too. Oh, we're not even fucking. We're not even getting. We're. This is the preamble. Mr. Girl, this is a cringe crusade.
I'm not trying to poison the well. I'm just incapable of stopping my husband from talking mad insensitive nonsense. No, it's all good.
We'll see. We'll see what changes in the end. What that means.
I like having interaction with chat. Give your opinions.
Multiple Healthy Gamer coaches. I'm in touch with like 3. I'm in touch with like 5% of the whole staff. They just can't get enough of talking to me. Okay.
Like I can make my own. That's parasocial. Yes. Twitch is inherently parasocial, Chao. Let's be real about it. What matters is how parasocial you make it. But if you want to not be parasocial at all, you just can't stream it. Okay, in my opinion, your hair is too 2008 UK indie band for my taste. Oh shit. This is some good juicy vein of content to mine, my dude. Yeah, we're going in.
Where we go from here. One.
To your mom.
There are 5 steps to where we go from here, and then that's the end of the email. Jealousy is not a good look. What do you think I'm jealous of? Exactly.
Your mom.
You think I want to knock him out and set up Mr. Girl coaching?
Okay, ironically, when I checked, he would 100% do that. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you look at Twitch, let's see if he's streaming right now. The last time I looked, like I said, I don't know much about him, but I was just like looking through the Twitch stuff. I see him streaming, and he's like, it was something like an advice stream. It actually was an advice stream. So yeah, actually. Okay, no, this is oh yeah, there. Advice and that was 5 days ago. Advice and confessions with Mr. Girl. And then he does like interviews with other Twitch personalities and stuff like that. That's fine. That's like his thing, apparently. I gave him my life savings. Kino, didn't you donated like $1 to me once or something like that? You're really poor, my dude. Here, if you want an insight into his mindset, look at the song "I Kill Pedophiles." No DMCA. It's self-released, 2 minutes, short song. Basically sums up his internal centrism. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's toxic. What's toxic? Donating just $1 to me, or me remarking on it.
You want to be my coach? The Departed, exactly. It's like that scene in The Departed. Dr. K, I look at myself, I look at my life, and I think I could be you.
All I can think of as you're saying that is fucking Britney Spears.
Okay, number one. We are taking this opportunity to ensure that all healthy gamer coaches have avenues on top of DMs.
Yo, I have to play it now. Not what you expected, huh? That's pretty jamming. Honestly, don't know that I would recognize it. Well, what I really like with it, it's I lower the volume a bit. Toxic. It really like blew my mind open. I used to be a bit of a music snob, and it made me realize like how you can hear amazing compositions in all sorts of popular music. Yeah, this one was good. I'll just let it play. Yeah, the reharmonization. It is the same, but yeah, like the harmonization is really cool. Let's build the mountain. I wonder if this is a legit strategy in this game to just run around and not build anything. Oh, shit. That's what the Storm Temple does. Aw, shit. Alright. Do it this way then. Oh, we can stack it. Bubba. Okay. Anyways, what was the song you linked, Em and Lotus? Let's go. Little musical interlude.
I kill pedophiles cause I'm not one. Blow their balls off with a sawed-off shotgun. And if their victims end up being into children, I kill them. Yo, I kill Nazis. I kill people who talk to Nazis. I kill the paparazzi who shot me, trying to dox me. I kill Antifa. I'll teach you to protest peaceful. Plus I kill police who peg people with less lethals. Yo, if you kill black people, I kill you. And if you are black, well, I still do. I kill Jews, depending on what side they're on. Plus, I kill kids taking pictures of their dicks, that's child porn. I kill pregnant women at abortion clinics. Then I kill the protesters trying to storm in it. I rape racists, then castrate rapists, who else? I kill trans people if they fucking try to kill themselves. Please don't do this. I don't wanna watch you die. Please don't hate me. I'm American as apple pie. I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to make you lose your mind. The dream is over.
Okay, it's really obnoxious.
Dry drunk.
It is kind of
High
funny.
strung, only time I'm
Obnoxious,
right
edgy.
after
Edgy
I
is the
come.
term. It's really fucking
And I
edgy.
fuck once every 5 months. And time's up. Hashtag time's up. Might be your body, but it's my cunt. What the fuck you think I hate him so much? I'm Trump, and this YouTube channel is just Mein Kampf. I'd rather breathe Zyklon B than bite my tongue. Used to want to murder conservatives, I ain't proud
really
of it.
fucking
Back home
edgy.
being Republican wasn't allowed, was it? I spent my life in closets, now I'm coming out of them. Your friends and family, they don't really stick around, cause it's funny, when your heart breaks, it doesn't make a sound, does it? Pick up the pieces, Max, get yourself some counseling. Now I don't bow down, found out how to be loud. Fuck it, and when you cowards drown me, I'll make sure that there's a crowd watching.
Yeah. All right.
Ticketing and other measures to express any concerns, and all of our messaging aligns accordingly. To express any concerns and all our messaging aligns accordingly. Or you're saying that you're taking the opportunity to ensure that your messaging aligns accordingly. Because it's not about image. You need to make sure everybody's saying the same thing, but it's not about image. Also, he's expressing his concerns to the public. Do you think that your coaches are coming to me to broadcast their concerns live on Twitch? Oh, also, I've had another coach ask me, or I'm at least 2 coaches asking me to talk to me. I think I might be at 3. You're saying they're doing this because they want to talk to you about their concerns to you, but they just weren't sure of the right avenue. They didn't know your email address, so they just decided to come on Mr. Girl's Twitch stream. For example, we've been in the process of evaluating various third-party ethics hotline services so that anyone in the Healthy Gamer community, including clients, coaches, employees, and community members, have an anonymous place to document and voice concerns. For example, we've been in the process of evaluating. I would probably wait to write this email to say, well, it looks like some of you guys have ethical concerns and we've created this system and here it is and it's live. Click this link if you have some concern you want to address. Okay, well, to all Healthy Gamer coaches, until they set this up, you know where to go to voice your concerns. Shoot me an email or a DM, and you're welcome to come on and let us all know what's going on. Community members have an anonymous place to document and voice concerns. We look forward to sharing this and hope to have our partnership secured and ready to share in the coming weeks. 2, generally speaking, engaging directly with public critics has its risk. Even if you speak well for 1 hour and misspeak once, say something that can be taken out of context, then that is what will be clipped and shipped. Furthermore, some people are professionals at causing people to trip up. Well, thank you. This giving them, thus, I think you meant, thus giving them opportunities to clip and increase views. Recent media appearances from the mods of Anti-Work exemplify this point. Even if you think you're doing a good job, you're playing a game that without formal PR media training, you may not know the rules. Therefore, we advise but do not prohibit that you don't participate. Okay, so you are not prohibited from coming on the stream. Great. Number 3. While the company does... Well, let's see any chat we need to talk about. That's a blatant accusation of malicious manipulation. Yeah, I know. What did I clip and ship? This motherfucker spoke pretty well, I thought.
Is it a blatant accusation of manipulation? I mean...
Well, if he gets fired and he wants to come back, then we'll have him back on. We'll do a stream to find him a job. Basically saying you're a fucking idiot if you go on there. No, actually they're saying just accept that you're a fucking idiot. You're not smart enough to talk to Mr. Girl. I mean, you don't have to be that smart to talk to me. I'm not trying to trip you up, and I probably wouldn't be that good at it if I were. I'm an open book, guys.
I mean, no. Mr. Girl
While
is
the company
openly...
does not condone the manner in which...
I'm not saying there's anything wrong in it, but Mr. Girl is openly looking for shit on Dr. K, and he said so explicitly that he doesn't like what Dr. K does, and he's looking for shit. Like, why is he playing this like innocent character who, oh, I don't want to trip you up. I'm an open book. Well, yes, you are, and you're openly hostile to Healthy Gamer. So yes, they should. It's normal that they warn their employees about you. I feel like there are certain kinds of artists you just show there, to use the phrase, bare ass when they make music. Like, that's the purpose of it. You know how people use humor to say the quiet part out loud, couched in just enough approachable dishonesty, that they can then immediately thereafter acknowledge the dishonesty to broach the point. I get what you mean. It's a literal standard office corporate email. I get some parts seem to reference him, but feels like he's making it more dramatic than it actually is, yeah. See what I meant earlier about the dishonest civility? Very common in England, super prevalent, that level of hostile pedantry, yeah.
The concerns were addressed and could be in violation of our policies.
This is really boring too. Gotta be honest.
You said you don't prohibit it, but we might fire you. So what the fuck does that mean? Oh, this is Mrs. K, by the way, writing this. I'd be remiss to not recognize some of the areas that were handled well on the coach's part. There are no incentives for coaches to hold on to clients for longer than clients want to stay. No perverse incentives for coaches to hold on to a client who would be better off in therapy, extend unnecessarily, or to sell our services in any way. We have escalation protocols for when a client is not an appropriate fit for subclinical support and needs licensed or urgent help. I don't think Recful was an appropriate fit for subclinical support.
Oh,
and I think he needed licensed and urgent help. And I didn't. So far, I've not seen any evidence that anything beyond subclinical support was provided to him, even though it was provided by a clinician who was not providing clinical support, and then he fucking killed himself. But other than that, yeah, the escalation protocols, that sounds really good. Please tell me more. Coaches have the ability to drop clients who do not seek clinical support or who are otherwise inappropriate for coaching. There is no messaging internally or externally that would suggest coaches should try to handle clinical issues. Well, the website says that you decrease depression and anxiety. So you're saying non-clinical depression and non-clinical anxiety. All right.
I think I should do the 25.
Are you sure you're familiar with the Recful situation?
I'm
intimately familiar with the Recful situation, yeah. Aren't they kind of right from their POV? Like, imagine if they're in the right about the ethics stuff and this is the message they send. Seems like it's kind of run-of-the-mill. Yeah. This is pretty run-of-the-mill. I agree. From your perspective, what do you think Dr. K's motivation is?
But I watch the Break Bros all the time, so I'm not necessarily talking about shit on it.
Psychiatrists make bank. He's likely taking a huge pay cut by focusing on Healthy Gamer.
Yeah,
you're deluded if you think he's making less money than a psychiatrist. No, he's making hundreds, just off the Twitch streams and YouTube streams alone. He's probably making $200,000 to $300,000 a year, and that's conservative. They've got a partnership with Twitch. No. He's making more money than a psychiatrist for sure.
Fuck, the lightning keeps hitting
He's making a shitload of money. Do not bring money into this. However, what is Dr. K's motivation? Probably to help people, to help gamers, and to do so in the way he can and in a way that's affordable and with less red tape than there would be for him to open like an actual psychiatry practice with a lot of psychiatrists to I think he wants to help people who are not necessarily ready to fork over the kind of money that you would need to in order to get clinical help. I don't think his motivations are bad. I just think he's in deep denial about who he is and what he's actually doing and what the effect of his actions are. But his conscious motivations are good. The things he does are highly unethical and pretty ugly and unhelpful to my mind. You're saying Dr. K played a hand in Recful suicide. I'm saying that he had a client who needed clinical help. He did not provide clinical help to my knowledge or to anyone else's knowledge, and that client or patient/non-patient with whom he broke multiple ethics rules ended up killing himself. So I'm saying this email is a bit dishonest in ignoring the fact that most of my criticism of Dr. K is about how he handled Recful and how his handling of that certainly did not prevent Recful suicide, and the fact that he broke so many ethics rules along the way is deeply disturbing to me, and that's what I reported him to the ethics board for. And so the idea that my critic of Healthy Gamer, that I'm a critic of Healthy Gamer because I think their coaching is problematic, that's maybe 1% of my criticism. And I think in that stream, the Healthy Gamer coach convinced all of us that there's nothing really untoward or too unethical happening. It just seems like a bit of a less than ideal situation, and advertising that you help with clinical problems like anxiety and depression or mental health problems, and then saying this is not therapy. It just seems like a gray area designed to rip people off. But so are fucking vitamin companies. It's not what they're doing. I think is wrong, but it's not that wrong. What's really wrong is Dr. K doing therapy and calling it not therapy, and then doing not therapy and calling it therapy, and get all these confusing relationships. And one of those relationships ended with somebody fucking dying. And I've not heard him express an ounce of remorse or regret or contrition for that at all. Probably out of self-protection and self-preservation, which is an understandable motivation. Again, he's not evil, but I think it's wrong, and I think he needs to be held to account. And I'm going to do that.
Okay, so we get an eye into the motivation of the Mr. Girl, Dr. Girl, and Mr. K, a novel by wait, who the fuck wrote Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde? Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna dip before I rant more because I could go for hours at this point. Good luck on the loop. Thank you, man. I have one of those I hate myself, but I'm the most correct person mindsets at times. You could say I'm incredibly opinionated and annoying. Aren't we all? Yeah, I'm actually going now. All right, thanks for hanging out there, Lotus. See you next time. or later maybe, or get some sleep, dude. You're like, apparently you haven't slept in like forever, so you know, take care of yourself. We need you in good shape. A little later skater. I need to upgrade the smithy so badly, but it's 40 of those things. That's so much resources. I'm gonna skip this video. It's actually really boring. I have another one that's more interesting. But we get a 9 to like the motivation, so that's good.
Can you look directly at the camera? And can you take off your glasses?
Hey, it's Lily.
This internet therapist has just asked a famous Twitch streamer to show him her face shape so he can diagnose her personality with Indian skull science to the thousands of people watching live. And that isn't even the craziest part. Strap in, everyone, and get your
Indian
calipers out.
skull
Dr.
science.
K is a celebrity therapist who does public pseudotherapy sessions with other celebrities to a live audience.
Wait, is there actually phrenology in Ayurveda? Is that actually what was going on? Ayurveda phrenology. A defense of the science of Ayurveda. All right, fuck it. Let's look at the defense. I don't think it's specific to the skull, but the overall body type, similar to mesomorph, ectomorph, etc. Others see a different problem of viewing falsifiability as science's defining characteristic. It allows patent pseudosciences to be classified as scientific. Astrology, phrenology, and homeopathy are prime examples. All make falsifiable claims that empirical evidence can, in theory, refute. But all these claims... Okay, that's the only mention of phrenology in here. Oh, never mind. Yeah, my understanding was what you're saying right now. That it's about body types. Okay. I don't know who this is, who made this video. This was just something that was sent to me on the subject. So I don't entirely trust them on an out-of-context clip.
He also sometimes posts lectures on his YouTube channel, and sometimes he sneaks in a little pseudoscience, specifically Ayurveda, or Indian homeopathic medicine. If you're wondering what homeopathic medicine is, it's basically
Just
like
butcher
medicine,
the
except
name,
it doesn't
baby.
work. Ideas presented in some of Dr. K's lectures include your facial features being related to your personality, as well as your veins, your hair, how many calories you can consume, how good of a friend you are, and much more. All interlinked into 3 elemental personality archetypes based
Your
on
body
wind,
type,
fire,
Art.
earth, kind of like
You know all
Avatar The
about my
Last
body type.
Airbender, but with more lead poisoning. For the duration of this video, I will also be referring to him as Mr. K for reasons that will become obvious.
So once again, I can't provide medical advice over the internet.
Call me Mr. Daddy.
But
I know what some of you are thinking, that you like Mr. K and you like his videos. And if his videos inspired you to go to therapy, I actually think that's great. Props to you for doing something really positive for your mental health. And I actually think that awareness of mental health is a great thing. More than half of all Americans will have a mental illness at some point in their life. Therapy can be an incredible tool. I have personally benefited from it in my own life. Depending on the person, sometimes it's therapy, sometimes it's medication, sometimes it's exercising and spending more
Oh. Fuck. I'll rewind the video. It's back already? Okay. Aw, I'm sorry, Chao. I know you wanted my you wanted the stream to fail. Anyways, let's go back a bit. I don't know for you guys, but like this video is actually kind of getting on my nerves. A bit like her voice. A bit of it is her voice, to be honest. But also, legit, it's the approach. Like, at least Chud Logic was throwing in, had like a document with actual research studies that were presenting the same arguments that she's presenting, but with the extra information that allowed you to nuance them a bit. She's just throwing out like, Dr. K is making people consume lead and mercury. Let's fucking, like, that's not what's happening. That's just patently false. The smug confidence is annoying. This video actually annoys me. Same. Let's see how long we can stand it. But this one's actually really bad compared to the Chud Logic one. This one's really bad. I wasn't gonna say it, but this is a tabloid sensational vibe. Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious though how much of this is Dr. K's own background. Dr. K is Indian, so maybe his cultural upbringings are distorting his advice. It doesn't make it harder to hold him accountable. I disagree with that statement, but 100%, it's his culture, yeah.
On your mental.
And the same way I grew up in a Buddhist family, and I don't bring it up all the time, but I very, very regularly talk about Buddhism and meditation on stream. So, like, obviously it's been an influence on me and how I perceive the world and how I interact with things. The same way that stuff will have influenced him and how he interacts with things. For example, Catholic health systems have workarounds for contraception. Well, there are instances of that. Oh, interesting.
Health. And if Mr. K inspired you to do that, I think that's great. But for the sake of this video, hear me out and consider having a heart. Or at least a funny bone. Now back to when the Fire Nation attacked. Here's the rub. Mr. K seems to be behaving in an irresponsible way as a public medical professional. And sometimes worst of all, he seems to make unclear distinctions between scientifically supported evidence-based treatment and pseudoscientific ideas with shaky foundations to his young, probably mostly mentally ill audience. And I will dissect his attempts to do that in this video.
Mentally ill audience.
I'm confident
she's attacking gamers.
Testing that is
She's attacking gamers, okay? Ew, meta streaming? Yes. I am embracing the oncoming meta drama around Dr. K. To be frank, gamers are all mentally ill. Wow. I didn't expect gamer hate in my community. I actually gotta say it like that. This video is really bad. Like the previous, the first one was really good compared to this, and I still had some qualms with it, but like this one's really bad. Please stop saying the G word. No, this is a gamer safe space. Turn it. The most oppressed class in the world needs our support.
Statistically significant that this has real scientific merit.
We'll see about that one, Mr. K. But first, let's look at the questionable application of religion and pseudoscience he sometimes performs in his sessions. Like, for example, in this live stream where Miskiff was talking about ADHD, depersonalization, and not being able to enjoy the small things in life.
And that's why I'll eat literally almost anything, is because to me, it's just food. When like people like enjoy the tastes, that's what I really wish I could fix, is the feeling of not being in the moment.
Okay. So I think we can at least start you on the road to that today. So 2 things that I would recommend. One is, and I'm happy to send you one if you don't have one or can't find one. You have a set of prayer beads?
No.
Hey. Do you have a set of prayer beads?
I would recommend a practice, which is that you carry some prayer beads around. And whenever you want to, that is going to be the thing that you distract yourself with. It's going to be an alambana. Okay? So like what I want you to do is like use a set of prayer beads. And if you want to, I'll give you like a mantra or something like that too, which is like something that you're going to repeat to yourself as you use the prayer beads. It's going to be the same thing.
So going back to what we were saying earlier, wrong, most oppressed class is weebs. Actually, you might be right, Chao. The most oppressed class, but we need to apply intersectionality to this discussion. The actual most oppressed identity is going to be gamer weebs or weeb gamers. That's weeb gamer furries, dude. Weeb gamer furries. The corny music in the background is almost like she's doing the next movie intro for Rob Schneider. Yeah, true. We fought 2 world wars for the sake of gamers. Rise up, overcome, do not come. Streaming your therapy session is disgusting, lol. I think there can be a benefit to destigmatizing therapy, destigmatizing psychiatry, and group therapy itself is a thing as well. But I 100% agree. The idea that you can actually have a productive therapy session on stream, on fucking Twitch of all places, but just generally on stream, is really fucking weird. I'm not a therapist, but it goes against everything that I know and understand about psychiatry. It just goes against it. That doesn't make sense. It's a very, very weird concept that probably should be accompanied by a lot of disclaimers. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, okay. She's being hung up on the prayer bead thing, and I knew where it was going. I knew that when he said prayer beads, because how you use prayer beads in Buddhism and Hinduism and in a few other religions is you use them to count prayers. Specifically, since he's coming from this Hindu background, this is exactly what I was expecting him to suggest a miskiff mantra. Praying, repeating a mantra with prayer beads is exactly the activity of orthodox meditation in like Buddhism and Hinduism. You're sitting down and you're repeating a mantra in your mind. You can do it with prayer beads, you can do it without beads. That actually doesn't matter. But and then going back to what we were talking about during the first video, meditation actually has provable therapeutic effects. Or proven therapeutic effects. So her going full on like, haha, this is not science, and then he's suggesting meditation, is really fucking ironic. I'm really hating this video. Can he do it with Beats by Dr. Dre? What do you mean? Okay, what is this? Working on a thesis that will make everyone mad. Justin Trudeau is facing a color revolution. He's the legitimate leader of a sovereign state with an extractionist economy, facing protests that originally spring from homegrown anger, but are being fueled and seized on by right-wing American media and parastate organizations. Good one. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings to liberation. Nice meme. For example, if Dr. K was addressing a group of Indian Twitch streamers, I think the outcome might be completely different. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the gotcha she wanted. This is absolutely not the gotcha she thinks it is. This is fucking lowbrow science. This is fucking sciencey cult stuff. Like, oh, you said prayer? Religion, dude. Got him. What about prayer beats? Oh, those. I know Beats by Dr. Dre are headphones, but until Turnet said what about prayer beats, I didn't get the joke. There has to be better arguments, like maybe that people that really need traditional therapy seek their help instead. Absolutely. Like at the start of the stream, the other video that I watched was Chud Logic's attack on Dr. K's practices was much better argumented and actually had studies to support every single thing he was claiming. It was there are still things that I had issues with in his criticism, but others of his criticism are very relevant. And regardless, he actually put in work, researched it, and was taking kind of a more neutral analytical approach to it. This video is actual YouTube trash. But we're gonna enjoy it anyways.
Or the belt or whatever else.
He felt nitpicky, but at least he explained.
So,
yeah,
a prayer beads.
He argumented.
It's not to pray. It's to.
Nope, it's not to
just
pray.
to hold.
To hold and to use. So I want you to repeat something to yourself. This is if you want to, okay?
I know you were just talking about how you can't feel joy eating food anymore, but maybe try holding a cross. Maybe carry it around all the time. Maybe wear it around your neck if you want. I mean, if you want though. If you want to feel better, if that's what you want. If you want to not be mentally ill anymore, maybe consider accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. I like how instead of a mindfulness practice with a pen or a phone or something a person would probably have, he goes with this. Just a reminder that therapy is not like this, thank
practice.
God. And if it is, you should leave. And then there was this conversation with Hafu about insecurity.
Can everyone solve
This
all
is like junk food for my mind, yeah.
Well, so
wait, what did she say?
The answer to that,
Sorry,
I
I'm
believe,
gonna
is yes.
backtrack.
Really?
Thank God. And if
Can everyone solve all their insecurities?
Well, so the answer to that, I believe, is yes.
Really?
Yep. And
You're
and in
insecure
your
about
case,
nothing.
Yes.
What?
Sure.
0 things. So 0 things that people say to you affects you.
Yes.
Are you Superman, dude?
I mean, that's been well described, right? So, like, there's this religion called Buddhism and this religion called Hinduism.
What is them?
Buddhism.
Oh, Buddhism. Okay.
Yeah, right? And so in Buddhism, they have a system of training to attain a state of moksha or enlightenment, which
Okay.
is a state of eternal bliss, which is what you're talking about.
imagine you're sitting in therapy and you say to your therapist something like, well, I can't make the right decision all of the time. And your therapist says, that's not true. Haven't you ever heard of Jesus Christ? Just for the record, I obviously can't speak for the experience of the streamers I'm showing here. For all I know, this could have been the best conversation of Hafu's life. Now back.
Okay, Huffer. Just accept that no good content exists on YouTube or Twitch. There is such a thing as gradation. There are things that are better than others. Oh, for God's sake! Yeah, this is so fucking bad. I don't know if we can actually make it through this video. This is fucking terrible. That's true though. A lot of people find relief in spirituality, not a cure, but symptom relief at least. True. This is like sounding for my ears. How long is this video? 28 minutes. We're 6 minutes in. Okay, let's bask in the cringe. Okay, let's see how long. This is like, dude, this is like the hyperbolic time chamber. We're lifting weights, intellectual weights. We're tearing those intellectual muscles so they rebuild better. Give her at least 10 minutes. Yeah, let's see if we can hit 10 minutes at least. I want to give it a real try.
Back to Lily in the introduction of Mr. K's Pokemon system.
You know what Myers-Briggs is based on?
It's sure not science.
And Ayurveda's traditional Indian
Myers-Briggs
medicine.
is really cringe,
and
though.
Ayurveda
That has to be said.
sort of posits that, like, so Western medicine kind of says that everyone is the same.
This is true. Actual medicine has declined to acknowledge anything related to genetics or individual variation.
A doctor learns how to treat a disease, they don't learn how to treat
Okay, this is also really disingenuous. Because that is a real problem, and that is a genuine problem in Western medicine. Like some like, for example, when people bring up the misogyny in medicine, one of the biggest problems that is now no longer an issue, but for until I think it was the early 2000s. Until the early 2000s, all clinical trials. On all human clinical almost all human clinical trials were not conducted on women, and the justification was that women's biology was too complicated. Their biology was different when they were on their period, or like in the different phases. They might get pregnant. There's like all sorts of things going on. You know what? We're just gonna test it on men. And even with men, that is something that you actually do see. I am personally acquainted with an intern. I'm personally acquainted with nurses. That is a problem they face every day in hospitals, which is that people are trained to treat human bodies as if they are all the same, simply because it's expedient, simply because there are time pressures, there are knowledge pressures for treatment. There are systemic issues that mean that even if in theory they have the knowledge that all bodies are different, in practice it's just very, very hard to apply that knowledge. And even if they want to apply it, it's not like there is a proper corpus of knowledge for that. It actually is a genuine problem in medicine that is discussed and known and studied in the medical world. She's being fucking insane. Ever heard of this? Believing in magic for the sake of believing? Nope, I wasn't aware of that. Everything was normal, but then he suddenly turned into a fake therapist. Rob Schneider, now in Dr. K. Yeah. Well, I'm INTJ. I don't think I did the Myers-Briggs, but a long time ago. I don't remember what my results were. I'm INT cringe. Snap, Stunlock's name. Hey, name, how do I stop feral cats from shitting in my garden? Shit in their garden. That's the only Chad move. Chaos magic is a contemporary magical practice. Sometimes referred to as success magic or results-based magic. Oh, isn't it the stuff... Chaos magicians often subsequently treat belief as a tool, often creating their own idiosyncratic magical systems. Oh, yeah. Isn't it like in line with what a lot of people do in like in witch talk, in like those modern in those like contemporary mystical belief circles, where like beliefs are really important, the mixing and matching of different belief systems as well. But they're like I feel like this is very in line with this idea that you I forgot the term for it, but with this idea of like, if you believe something strong enough, it will happen. Aww, that cat looks cute. I like cats, okay?
Person.
Mr. K does this thing where he presents his ideas in opposition to Western medicine, which is more commonly known as science. Like the scientific method is some special thing only white people can do. But obviously that's not true. Plenty of brilliant scientists and lots of groundbreaking scientific discoveries come from places like India. I mean, the Indian Medical Association comprises...
Oh no, lady! That's not what Western medicine fucking means. Like, I understand your criticism and it's fair, but this is such a disingenuous argument. Why the white people line? I know. Law of attraction. Yes, law of attraction is what I was thinking of. Now you're wrong. Western medicine is a bad meme. It's the wrong, if you want to be, and I'm not saying pedantic negatively, but yes, if you want to be pedantic about it, that's not the right, that's not how it should be called. I agree with that. In fact, in the previous video, in the JChaoLive video, there was a better term for it. I already forgot it. But like Dr. K in that video and JChaoLive himself used a better term for it, comparing like the... but it's like we know what he means when he says Western medicine. Western medicine, like homeopathy. Yeah.
Of over 3 million doctors calls Ayurveda quackery. Modern medicine has a lot to improve, but the solution isn't pseudoscience.
So Ayurveda starts with kind of a different assumption. It says that all people are different.
These nuts.
And that
allopathic,
have,
yes.
Like,
allopathic was the term, absolutely.
Balances is kind of, they use elements to describe certain characteristics, like
it was called
allopathic
medicine there.
Things like that.
Dear God, people, please don't pick out your Pokemon type. Please just go to real therapy.
So there are all kinds of traits. So, for example, you are predominantly Kapha, is kind of think about earth and water. So people who are Kaphas, when their mind becomes stressed, they become kind of isolated and depressive. They start to think negative self-thoughts about themselves. Vatas are different because Vatas become anxious and start thinking negative thoughts about the external world. So they start worrying about, oh, this is going to happen, and this is going to happen, and this is going to happen. Whereas Kaphas, when they get stressed, say like, oh, like, I'm dumb because I did this, I'm dumb because I did this, I'm dumb because I did this. The third element is Pitta, which is kind of like fire. And so when Pittas get stressed, they get angry at other people.
Yeah, this system really doesn't seem like it's shoving you into a box.
And so you're predominantly Kapha, and I think you have Vata as well. And the other thing about Ayurveda is that there are physical characteristics associated with these as well.
What?
So can you look directly at the camera? And can you take off your glasses?
Put them up my balls in your mouth.
Can we do that not on stream?
Yeah, sure. So I'll do my face, okay? So my face tends to be like a little bit angular. Like if you look at my nose, like my nose is very like angular. Like your face has kind of a rounder quality to it.
At first you might have thought I was being hyperbolic, but no, this man genuinely believes his nose relates to his personality. And trust me, it gets worse.
If you look at my...
This part is actually cringe. This is legit cringe from Dr. K. The phrenology, yeah. Hit my balls in your mouth. There's only one therapist whose opinions I'd like to know about Dr. K, honestly. Triad. Wait, who's Triad? Hey, this is I agree with her on this one. This one's fucking weird. There's no going around that. God, I need better equipment. This literally invalidates all he ever claimed, lol. You think so?
My hands. So my hands have very prominent veins on the back of my hands. My fingers tend to be like long and thin. These are all Vata characteristics. So these are very wind characteristics. And I think the other tricky thing about this is that, like, I'm not sure, because all of this stuff was developed with like Indian people. So I don't know how exactly to translate this stuff to other ethnicities.
Excellent point.
Let's
We
set up
really
the
do need a
goblin
way
camp.
to categorize people's personalities based on race and skull shape. Well, now it's time to get lectured.
When we think about Western psychology, we tend to think that all human beings sort of have like the same psychology, right? If you study psychology, you don't study like an individual.
Psychology happily acknowledges the effect of a person's innate disposition and genetics and how that interacts with their environment to produce different outcomes. It also acknowledges that not all people benefit from the same modalities of therapy or the same drugs. But
Yes.
okay.
Ayurveda starts by saying that everyone's mind
She's right
is
in
unique.
that.
Yeah, very unique, but in only 3 ways.
And one of the biggest problems that I think a lot of gamers run into is that they assume that they're lazy or they're not functional or they do a bad job because they're using sort of a standard gold standard. They're using a gold standard of what it means to be successful, like a standard cognitive fingerprint.
If you have a condition called moderate to severe lazy, 9 out of 10 doctors may recommend eternal condemnation.
They think that you should be disciplined. They think that you should be focused. They think that you should wake up at the same time every day.
The West wants you to have a bedtime.
The other thing about Vatas is that their mind learns very quickly. So Vatas, much like the wind, can blow really hard in one direction. So Vatas are super dynamic in their memory, like we just learn things very quickly, but we forget things very quickly.
I like how he says this is a correlation when it actually tends to be the opposite. Quick learners generally have better long-term memories.
So remember that Ayurveda says that like your mind has correlations with your body. So Vatas are also what we call people with fast metabolism. So I can basically eat whatever I want to, and I'm not going to gain a whole lot of weight.
I mean, it's obvious. Vatas store all their weight in their angles.
Then there are people who have medium builds, and then there are people who are what we call big boned. So
The fucking music, dude. Vaught's practical character reader. How to read the face. Appetite, force, intellect. A standard of laziness. Genuine laziness is the result of deficient destructiveness, combativeness, approbativeness, acquisitiveness. Imagine this guy's a cult leader, lol.
medium builds are pittas.
Well, that's
and
what
big
people are
boned
accusing him
people
of,
are
kind of.
kaphas.
Well, not exactly,
And so
but
kapha people who are like big boned,
Oh,
they
the
can eat
book-
salads
okay.
every day, and they're still going to be chunky. That's just that's what their Ayurvedic dosha sort of dictates. And Vata people are going to always kind of be thin.
People have different body types, of course, but assumptions about their personalities is a ridiculous extrapolation.
Ooh,
Furthermore,
Asian
weight
bonus.
gain is related to energy in and energy out. How many calories you consume minus how many calories your body burns. People burn different amounts of energy depending on their activity level and metabolic rate, determined by things like genetics, how much muscle you have, and there are all kinds of factors that influence appetite. But saying something like this is just perpetuating a harmful myth that people can't affect their weight and they should be judged based on it.
The other thing about Vata body types is that like they have angular features. So if you look at my face, like my nose is like very like angular, right? It's like sharp. The features of my like my face is sort of angular.
You know, I honestly think it's the fact that this stuff is so
Ectomorph
foreign,
cringe.
it
Yeah, I
really
agree.
leads people not to do a double take.
For example, on the last stream we had Joro. We had someone named Joro, and Joro's a classic Guffa. Like he has a very round face. Like I can't even like grow
Classic
a full beard.
Guffa.
So Vatas have very like scant facial hair, whereas Kaphas have like full facial hair.
If you can grow a beard, you're destined to be fat forever. It's just how it is.
And Vatas also use their hands a lot. So like I use my hands a lot when I'm talking. My mind also jumps around a lot. Like for example, just now I just commented about Joro and I was like, oh yeah, like I want to say something about Joro, and then I'm kind of coming back. So Vatas are sort of like, they have a mind that's like ADHD.
Can confirm, I have ADHD and I am both bony and hairless.
So one of the things to remember about Kapha is that they learn slowly, but they also forget slowly. They have very round features, and Kaphas tend to be very, very resilient. So they can withstand large amounts of like negative situations and sort of handle that pretty well because they kind of have like high constitutions or high endurance.
Didn't he say that the fat, hairy, and stupid personality type is more likely to be depressed? Honestly, I don't blame them. I'd probably get depressed if my therapist told me I was fat, hairy, and stupid. But the good news is you're resilient to your fat, stupid, hairy life.
The reason that a lot of people fall into MMOs is because MMOs offer a really wide skill set, like kinds of activities that engage your mind in different ways. And what I like about Ayurveda is that Western medicine says that melee DPS is the only way to go.
Remember, this all comes back to his nose.
Your Kapha is the friend that you've been with for 10 years. They're the person who's always been there for you. They reach out to you from time to time. You guys stay in touch. Or if you're that kind of person, that's a Kapha friend. So it's not like one is better than the other. These are just different dimensions.
Can you believe that this entire tangent is just some fantasy Pokemon system in his mind? Isn't that crazy?
So disease or problems in Ayurveda arise when you're when your Vata, when each of your dosha stats is too high or too low. If it goes like 10 points higher and I hit 85, then I have ADHD.
Gaffa.
Ah, shoot, I dropped my Prakriti. Then he puts this hilarious chart on screen to break down the Hogwarts houses that is somehow more broad-reaching and extreme than actual phrenology.
So this includes physical and mental stuff. So I don't know if you guys can read this, but this is weight.
And of course, the angry personality archetype is bald.
So Vatas are usually thin, often difficult to put on weight, visible ribs. Medium build, good muscle tone is Pitta's. Kaphas are larger, difficult to lose weight, heavy bones. Vata skin is dry, cool, thin. Pitta skin is like oily, smooth, and warm with a lot of freckles or color in their face. So you guys should go look at Joro and look at the fucking color in his face. He's got a ton of color in his face.
He's mentioning somebody he talked to before. Does that mean that he looks at every person he meets, examines their face to determine their personality type?
Kaphas have like thick skin, cool skin, oily. So hair tends to be like thin, kinky. Like I don't know if you guys see this, but like my hair is like kinky as you guys see this?
Yeah.
Like it
and of course he's targeting the most vulnerable people.
Like you see this action? Like it's not straight.
Wow, he's really trying to sell this to the audience. I wonder why.
So I want you guys to look at the top of my eyelid and see how it covers like the top of my iris. That's classically Vata. So there are even things like the more of your iris you can see, that's like Pittas. You can see the entire iris of their eyes.
This dude is literally telling a bunch of teenagers that his hair texture and eyelids are related to his personality. And this video is free on the internet. Amazing.
One other question that I want to get to is someone asked about Myers-Briggs. So I do believe that there's some correlation with Myers-Briggs.
Good God.
Remember that Western psychology assumes that the mind is like uniform, right? The body is uniform. The heart functions a particular way. The mind functions a particular way.
So many straw men he could run a farm. My heart works different because I'm bald.
And then Myers-Briggs comes along and says, people are fundamentally different, that not everyone is the same way.
Myers-Briggs revolutionized modern medicine.
You guys want to see science? Anyone wondering whether there's any science behind this stuff? Like, this is just theory, right? There's no, like, science behind it. This guy's, like, he's one of these complementary and alternative, like, homeopath, Reiki people. It's not real. Come on. Can't be real. There's no way. You guys want some science? There's the science. Okay? And are there statistically significant correlations between your genes and your dosha? And the answer...
Can we? Let's check out. What the fuck did he post there in his Twitch chat? I'm not sexist and racist. I don't see bodies. NCBI.NLM.
Like an
Yo, thanks for the follow, Blade.
And pull apart my enemy's arguments.
PubMed/24812471. This video is funny because it synthesizes the worst components of both debate bro livestream and bad research video essay. Yeah, Prakriti and its associations with metabolism, chronic diseases, and genotypes. Possibilities of newborn screening and lifetime of personalized prevention. Ayurveda is one of the oldest sciences of the world, with concepts of Tridosha and Prakriti being core philosophies. These core concepts allow implementation of ways for not only personalized medicine and treatment, but also personalized prevention. In the light of modern or current science, evidence has surfaced connecting the concepts of Tridosha and Prakriti with metabolic pathways, chronic diseases, and various genotypes. Such evidence has thrown up insights about the universality of Ayurvedic concepts, as well as their apparent association with concepts in current science. This review is undertaken to consolidate the evidence of such associations which exist between Prakriti and metabolic systems, chronic diseases, and genotypes, with the objective that a case can be made for drawing out the clear linkages. Look at the paper. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it. Can we actually... Conflict of interest, none declared. Let's just go with the DOI onto Sci-Hub. Boom. I also want to see, like, has it actually been peer-reviewed? No, look at where it was published. Oh, Ayurveda Integral... a Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. Well, yeah. Literally an Ayurveda paper, yeah. Is there a way to see the impact factor, number of citations? Well, the problem is if it's cited if it has a bunch of citations, but they're all in the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine, then we would be right as well in being skeptical. Oh, yeah, cited by 19 articles. It's cited by 19 articles. Are any of those articles critical, though? Okay, this is cited in Medicina, Kaunas, Lithuania. This is published in Kaunas, Lithuania. In the Medicina. The development of ayurgenomics could greatly enrich P4 medicine by providing a clear theoretical understanding of the whole patient and practical application of ancient and modern preventative and therapeutic practices to improve mental and physical health. Why even be skeptical? He's literally been bullshitting for 10 minutes nonstop. Because, to be fair, people are like this about meditation. This is the one thing that that makes me want to like actually double check this stuff. People are like this about meditation until there was overwhelming evidence that meditation actually does have therapeutic effects. But before the evidence, people would have talked about it exactly the same way as this. This is literally fucking phrenology too, dude. So are you claiming that physical emergent phenotypes cannot be predictors of any other biological traits? Because that is demonstrably false. You can have certain physical phenotypes that are associated with certain biological traits. Strawmanning while arguing against the strawman of me, thanks. I mean, you're calling it... Sure, there's another step between biological traits and psychological traits, which is a big step to take. But it is a step that you can make as well. You know, I would expect a cancer research journal... I wouldn't expect a cancer research journal to publish... I would expect a cancer research journal to publish cancer studies papers, same with Ayurveda research being published by an Ayurveda research journal. Well, the problem is an Ayurveda research journal is probably extremely biased and doesn't necessarily operate proper peer review. That is what's worrying when you look at where it's published. Prakriti and associations with metabolism, blah, 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 blah. See if do they actually have a methodology in all of this? Okay, so supposedly this is a meta-analysis, because they went through 120 records identified through PubMed database research, 15 additional records identified through other stuff. And they're using articles from the Journal of Ayurveda, Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine, Journal of Alternative Medicine, Ancient Science of Life, AYU, Proceedings of Natural Academy of Science, USA, Ancient Science of Life, PLS1. This is pretty sus, honestly. No, like this is really sus. Like there is very like I'm not denying that Tyrannus is right in being like really skeptical of it. AYU, an international quarterly journal of research in Ayurveda. Okay. And this doesn't actually have a methodology. It's just like a meta thing, anyways. Yeah, this is not a very strong reference from Dr. K at all. Prakriti and associations with metabolism, chronic diseases, and genotypes. That being said, there it could be actually it could be relevant. Like I'm saying, there certain physical phenotypes are associated with certain diseases and biological aspects. So. But then he, like we, in that exchange I just had with Trinity, what he's doing is he's extending that then to psychology as well. For example, people with Down syndrome, yeah, that's an example. Another example would be sickle cell disease in for Black people. But yeah. That doesn't, but that by itself doesn't justify the Ayurvedic phrenology. Anyways, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, to be honest. Or at least understand why he thinks it's science supports his opinions.
The answer is absolutely yes.
I don't know if his Prakriti gives him super long arms because, oh my gosh, that is a reach. Okay, Mr. K, I'll bite. One of the articles he links is from a literal WHO journal that is basically an opinion-based review describing the state of science behind Prakriti in very general terms, and concludes that there is a possibility that there may be a possibility that there is actually some scientific foundation. Very convincing. I'm going to tell you in detail why his second study doesn't prove what he thinks it does, or at least what he wants you to think that it does. And don't worry, there will be bullet points at the end. The next link is a study attempting to find Prakriti prevalence in subjects. Prakritis are the Pokemon types, if you forgot already. They start by screening 3,416 healthy male subjects between 20 and 30 years of age at Ayurvedic institutions. From this group, they select 971 who are assigned to the Prakriti with more than 60% dominance. In other words, less than 30% of this fairly homogenous group of Indian men was able to be assigned to a Prakriti. This seems to suggest that assignment to a Prakriti is unreliable within the majority population, and that one rater cannot be trusted to make the proper assignment. Then they randomly select 262 of the 971 for GWAS evaluation. A GWAS is a genome-wide association study. It involves scanning genomes from many different people to look for genetic markers. This is an extremely small sample size for a GWAS. A recent review of GWAS methodology includes this statement. GWAS often requires very large sample sizes to identify reproducible genome-wide significant associations. A sample size you'd typically see would be in the thousands, very often with over 10,000 subjects. In other words, this study is very underpowered. In the study, they performed principal component analysis, PCA, using 405,782,000 single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs. This is basically a common method for grouping large datasets into covariant groups with a goal to ask what predicts X. In this case, what predicts Prakriti assignment. Given that there are 3 Prakriti groups and nearly half of 1 million variables, the SNPs, there is a high likelihood that SNPs will be co-varying randomly. Just think about it. Imagine dealing 400,000 playing cards to a group of 3 people. What are the chances that one person will randomly get more aces, more clubs, or really whatever? A typical GWAS study does not use PCA, but looks for single SNPs that stand out from the pack. The wisdom of using a PCA analysis for a GWAS study with such a small sample size is questionable. A recent review of GWAS PCA has this to say. Principal component analysis of genetic data is routinely used to infer ancestry and control for population structure in various genetic analyses. In the paper linked by Mr. K, they argue that they control against sorting by ancestry, so it is odd that they use an analytical technique that is designed to do just that. What the study probably shows is that a minority of the very small sample of subjects may have a little bit of common ancestry. Alright, so let's review. Pretty homogeneous group, all from Ayurvedic institutions. Extremely small sample size for an experiment of this kind. Very little specificity in what it's looking for, using a method typically designed to test for ancestry. And the results show that a significant majority of the participants can't even be discretely categorized. So given all of that, how is this supposed to give an exacting understanding of the physiology and psychology of a white teenage boy from Ohio who plays too much League of Legends? Mr. K, if this was a field of research that was exploding with overwhelmingly convincing evidence, why, number 1, doesn't anyone in any other field even care to learn what Ayurveda even means? And number 2, why are the 2 papers you cite from like 7 years ago? To extrapolate unrelated medical...
Alright. You guys are way too good faith about his unadulterated bullshit. Like, he says his nose means he has a personality, and you take it, well, Down syndrome has an effect on nose shape. Yes, that's kind of what I said. I'll stand by it. Like, you could, it could be worthwhile to research associations between phenotypes and characteristics in people. Apparently, she dug deep into those studies. Like the arguments at the end, like the thing being 7 years old, or that other thing she said at the end was stupid. But all the research she did into the methodology of the studies, that sounds legit. Like, apparently those are really bad studies, and they should not be taken as evidence. I'll take it at face value. She seems, for the way she's talking about it, she seems to have done her work. The music, yeah, the music's still fucking cringe. That leap is a fucking symptom of Down syndrome. Tyranid, you realize that espousing science means not throwing shit out just because it looks bad. Like, you're virtue signaling about like the proper scientific method, when the proper scientific method is not is actually testing stuff. Like, you don't admit it as true as while it's not tested, but you don't just assume it's false because it looks like something else that's false. Which is what you are doing when you say it's phrenology, so we shouldn't even consider it. I love how arguments are the equivalent of strange shit ever. What are you talking about? Personally, I don't really see the harm in looking into claims. Usually can see something that's lackluster pretty quickly. Definitely wouldn't call looking into cited research as a symptom of Down syndrome. Well, apparently it is. But, you know, Tyranid knows what good science is, so looking into cited research is bad science. I can't quite tell if she's trying to debunk Ayurveda or how Dr. K uses it regularly, or if there's a difference. Both, right? She established that Dr. K uses Ayurveda regularly, and then she debunks Ayurveda to debunk Dr. K by association. And yeah, 7 years is not that long. That's not a valid criticism necessarily in and of itself. But the other stuff she brought up seems very pertinent.
Advice to a broad audience off of a seemingly unproven, all-encompassing phrenology system after invoking your medical credentials seems questionable at best and grossly irresponsible at worst. Just to be clear, some aspects of traditional medicine can be integrated into modern medicine, and some already have. But when you test something and it works, it's just called medicine. It's not special to white people, it's just science. You want well-powered, well-designed, quality, rigorously peer-reviewed research that comes to a concrete conclusion. You want trials that control for placebo, that include subjects representative of the population a treatment applies to. If you want to claim something is scientifically backed, you really have to prove it. It is very questionable to give out medical recommendations to a young, mentally ill, vulnerable group of people with such a shaky foundation and brazen exaggeration.
Yes.
There has to be a physiology behind this. And that's just how it works. So Ayurveda has been looking at this. So Vatas are prone to autoimmunity. Autoimmune disease is a Vata disease, right? So there are correlations now. So now there's a huge area of research emerging in Ayurveda. And the more that we study it, the more that we scientifically analyze it, the more correct it turns out to be. Absolutely. So I want you guys to look back at like everything that Gizmo has said. Gizmo is textbook Vata. Has fucking lupus, has ADHD mind, is super Vata, has eyes that are larger than
Kino.
their
Black
stomach.
people have lower suicide rates than whites. Where? Suicides are a very weird thing to bring up if to do those kind in America. Okay, because there's very okay that I doubt that has anything to do with genotypes though. Probably not. That's complicated. That one we don't really know much about, but I asked where because there's also the problem that suicide rates in most Western countries are completely different than demographically speaking than suicide rates in the rest of the world. Specifically, men's suicide rates. You probably have heard this from maybe from MRA people or whatever. Men's suicide rates are much higher than women's suicide rates, but that's mostly true in Western countries and Russia, depending if you count it as a Western country or not. For the rest of the world, that is a little bit true, but not that much. And there's places where they're roughly equal. It's like mostly imbalanced in the West. So that's why I'm like, well, yeah, I know there's a lot of factors in that as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like there's probably correlations, but you know, it's going to take a lot of research to know what actually what actually might be behind that.
Diagnose people over the internet, but you know, we kind of diagnosed Gizmo over the internet. Like, I don't know anything about Gizmo, but I can predict that the likelihood that Gizmo has an autoimmune disease is greater than other people who are Pitta or Kapha. So that's what's awesome about Ayurveda. Like, you can make predictions about your life.
Good news, Mr. K. I don't think you can get your medical license revoked by diagnosing somebody with a Pokemon type.
About Ayurveda is that if you do have an autoimmune disease, if you do Vata lowering treatments, your autoimmune disease should get better. So Ayurveda has treatments like food, for example. There are some foods that will lower your Vata, buff your Vata. Some foods that will debuff your Vata.
And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse.
If you're skinny fat, so skinny fat is just you being unhealthy in Vata. Like, so instead of getting big bone, like Vatas can be fat. It's not like you can't be fat. Skinny fat is a Vata that doesn't take care of themselves. But they don't balloon like a Kapha, and they're not going to get fat.
He doesn't even fucking mention at any point that genetics influence nose shape. He doesn't even start for controlling the nose shape for the average from your ethnic origin, or are black people just a certain personality because they tend to have flat, wide noses, which is a gross oversimplification of African genetics. Because, for example, in Eastern Africa, many ethnicities have more like Greek noses, which also is an oversimplification. This is not virtue signaling. No, what you just said is not virtue signaling. That is absolutely relevant. That's fucking insanity. Skinny fat is destiny, Vata. Yeah, destiny is a Vata. Oops. He already said he didn't know how this would translate to other ethnicities, didn't he? I don't remember. Maybe he did add that disclaimer. But yeah, that's absolutely a fair criticism. Like and obviously the studies, like she pointed out, the studies he's citing are in a homogenous ethnic group, so they can't really, like, yeah.
In the same way that a Pitta does.
Geez, this seems really complicated. If only there was some place on the internet where I could get a guide. Oh.
Just look at that phrase, skinny fat. You don't call yourself fat. Intuitively, we recognize that this is a different kind of fat. We call it skinny fat. So vata is like, doshas are simple to see in your own life and simple to observe.
So simple a child could understand it, or invent it even.
You can see kind of the proof right in front of you with the term skinny fat. It's not big bone fat, it's skinny fat. We know that big bone fat is a different kind of fat than skinny fat. That's what Ayurveda says, is that there isn't one kind of fat. There isn't one kind of mind. There isn't one kind of...
Kino Turnit said it. He cited Eastern Africans as having more Greek-like noses. What, is he a Brahmin? I just fucking looked it up. He's a Brahmin? Oh shit.
Personality. There isn't one kind of memory. Understand which category you fall into. And once you understand which category you fall into, you can adjust yourself accordingly, because the solutions for skinny fat and big bone fat are actually different.
Wait, so if I have ADHD, can I just get a nose transplant? Oh my god, I just solved medicine.
Vatas are cold and dry, and so you want to eat foods that are warm and moist. So anytime you have an option between soup and salad, pick soup. So avoid things like toast. If you have an option,
this reminds me a lot of the like yin and yang. This reminds me a lot of the yin and yang nutrition stuff in Chinese medicine. I've had to deal with a lot of discussions around that in growing up in Buddhist temples. Like a lot of people are really into that. Fuck, my parents even took me to a Chinese doctor once to do, and he was like, you should eat those kinds of foods. You shouldn't eat those kinds of foods because like yin yang balance the energies and stuff like that. He did that with Lily's interview. He did say that in Lily's interview that it was developed in ancient India before and didn't know how it would work for an Asian girl. Might have to watch her interview later for better understanding. Okay. The Brahmins are the highest caste in India. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, you probably should have explained it. And many of them rationalize their social class because of their supposed inherent better aspects. This is so fucking obvious now. Yeah, that actually, yeah, that could be playing a part in why he's promoting those beliefs.
Oatmeal in the morning, go with oatmeal.
Oh man, if I heat up cat food in the microwave, it's gonna cure my lupus.
For pittas, you want to avoid foods that are warm and wet. So you want to eat things that are cold and dry. So like a sandwich is a great food for a pitta.
Do you guys think that he missed the day where they taught him homeostasis? In medical school!
Kaphas are cold and wet, so you want to eat foods that are warm and dry. So toast is great food for a pitta. I mean, sorry, kapha. You guys can also like Google different, like you can just Google Ayurvedic diet and I'm sure you guys will find stuff.
Okay, let's see here. Vata is a cold and dry dosha. Warm, nourishing foods with moderately heavy texture, plus added butter and fat are good for stabilizing Vata. I think it's gonna take a lot more to stabilize me right now.
Gluten is a prime example of like Western thinking. So gluten sensitivity says that gluten, one individual compound, is the problem for everyone. So remember that some people have celiac disease, which is a true allergy to gluten, and that some people have gluten insensitivity. But if you improve your vata, if you lower your vata, your ability to tolerate gluten should improve.
I don't believe there was ever a medical consensus about gluten being a problem for everyone.
Vata corrects, in general, autoimmunity. So if you have MS, if you have rheumatoid arthritis, if you have lupus, any of the patients that I work with, when they come in with these things, I give them vata reducing diets, and they tend to get better. This is an example of Ayurveda, right? In that people respond to stresses in different ways, and if you get angry or irritable when you're under stress, you should eat foods that are cold and dry.
If you're bald, it's okay to eat toast, but put it in the freezer first.
The other thing is, I'm confident, based on the genetic testing that is statistically significant, that this has real scientific merit.
His insistence on a solid scientific foundation is so questionable.
So the really cool thing about Ayurveda is if Gizmo balances their vata, their lupus is going to get better, their anxiety is going to get better. Their sleep is going to get better. Their skin is going to get better. Their bowel movements are going to get better. Because if you lower the vata,
hells yeah,
everything that is associated with elevated vata is going to get better. Right? We know this. We know that these things are clinically correlated, but our system of Western medicine is looking at individual things and tunneling down, doesn't look at patterns and doesn't look at overarching changes.
Let's be honest, at this point, it seems like he's just smearing science. Of course, having a well-balanced, healthy diet that works for you is a good idea, but making these claims is very questionable.
Change your diet, your anxiety, your depression, your anger will get better. Like, the fascinating thing is that, people have been believing in Ayurveda. You want to believe in it, fine. The reason that I'm excited behind it, and the reason that I'm such a proponent of it, is because there's actually science to back it up now. And I've seen enough clinical or anecdotal improvement to where I believe it. And it gets better. Okay. So once again, I can't provide medical advice over the internet. But
I'm sure some of you are still thinking, well, Mr. K does a service. Simon Bramhall was an accomplished surgeon and well-respected in his field. He was convicted of having signed his initials on the livers of his patients in December 2017
I
and has
remember
since
that.
lost his medical license. Simon Bramhall did a service, but does it make what he did okay? Medical misinformation and health gurus have become a big business at this point. I think it's
okay. I'm gonna actually have a hot take on this. Signing your initials on organs is actually pretty. It's cringe, but if it's not like life threatening, if it's not like a medically a problem, probably doesn't fucking matter. I want Neyman to brand me.
It's worth considering whether or not things like this do damage to the faith that people have in doctors, or at the very least, create noise and confusion for people who could otherwise have gotten the right kind of help faster. If you don't value science, then you're just listening to what you want to hear. Let's be honest. Psychology is a pretty fuzzy social science that is on its way to becoming more scientific. That fuzziness or open space between ideas gives a lot of opportunities for people to leap in and give extreme explanations for complicated things. And to a young person with no background in psychology, I can certainly see how they'd come across as believable. I just feel like it's possible to create educational psychology content on the internet without doing all of this, you know?
You have a set of prayer beads?
God damn it.
Please go to real therapy. That's good advice.
So when I meet people, people think I'm super smart. Like, you guys think I'm super smart. And then, like, the problem is that, like, if you know me for a while, I'm not going to seem nearly as smart as I come across, like, at the very beginning.
Geez, I wonder which case tends to have the phrenological aspects associated with laziness and other bad personality aspects. Yeah. That would be interesting to look into. All right, last one. Last one on Dr. K.
This video contains multiple references to suicide. If you personally struggle with suicidal thoughts, then I strongly recommend turning this video off and calling the Suicide Prevention Lifeline or texting the Crisis Text Line. I put links and numbers to both organizations in the description below. All revenue from this video will be going to the Depression and Bipolar Support Alliance, a peer-based, wellness-oriented support service with local chapters across America. Please don't harass anybody that appears in this video. This is meant to be a serious discussion in which all sides can work together. This is not a video that I ever wanted to make. Over the last 2 years, I've watched as Dr. K has helped many different people on his Twitch streams. The positive contribution he's making to mental health and society is immeasurable. He's giving a gift to the world. But sometimes even the best of intentions can have negative consequences. And nothing has made me realize that more than the passing away
Half-life consequences.
Hopefully I don't get sued. You know, what happens if someone comes on stream and then kills themselves or something like that? I mean, I think at the end
I'll try not to kill myself anytime soon for you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm serious.
Oh God, they actually had that exchange? After this video, just a small 45-minute video, yeah. After this video is over, do you make your manifesto about Dr. K? The light at the end of the tunnel, yes.
I think that's
no problem. I haven't thought about killing myself since psilocybin, I think.
Yeah, I believe that. If you do happen to have those thoughts again, feel free to reach out. You have my Discord.
At least the music's better in this video. You should have watched Lady's 4-hour research stream before judging her.
Before we start talking about the dangers of Twitch therapy, I want to take a moment to acknowledge what makes Dr. K.
Wait. I acknowledged it. Like the moment where she goes like deep into where she explains, like she shows she went deep into the methodology of the papers that Dr. K cites to support Ayurveda as an actual therapeutic practice. Like it shows she did her research. That part's great. Like I really appreciate it and I respect that. Now a lot of the other stuff she says, no, I'm memeing. Okay, but like the rest of the honestly, the rest of the video outside of that part is kind of bad. She does bring up some good points outside of that as well, but I really disliked a lot of the arguments she brought up.
So important. So, I think we can all agree that we got a lot of work to do in the area of mental health. Right now, across the world, we're seeing high rates of depression and anxiety, and it's not exactly getting better. Now, one of the factors contributing to this is that our institutions can sometimes be quite deplorable. Fans of Reckful might remember this story about how he got locked in one against his will.
And I went to a mental hospital.
Oh God.
Right? And they charged me $900 a day, I think, while I was in there. And they wouldn't let me leave, so I can't get out of it. I'm just stuck. And every day for like 10 minutes, a doctor would do a checkup on me and see if I'm suitable to leave. And he would talk to me, and he would just be like, "How do you feel?" And I'd be like, I feel a lot better. I'm not even thinking about killing myself. I just really want to get back to my life. I'm really excited to... Sometimes I would try to bullshit like that a little bit. Then I was like, okay, I'm just going to be completely honest. I feel pretty shitty, but I'm not going to kill myself. Please let me leave, please. Like, I'm fucking do anything to get the fuck out of here. I'll come back every fucking day. You could do a checkup on me, but I just need to get the fuck out of here, please. And they wouldn't let me leave, dude. And it was so scary. And I was stuck. And other people I was talking to in there were like, yeah, I've been here for a year. I was like, oh, yes.
There are a few issues with modern psychiatry. It overemphasizes medication,
Out of curiosity, what was the catalyst for the deluge of anti-Dr. K content? Mr. Girl, Reckful, Chud Logic. So after Reckful's suicide, there was a lot of people blaming Dr. K for it, but that was 2 years ago. So there was like a big wave of criticism back then, and now there's a new wave of criticism. I think like what brought it to my attention was Mr. Girl. He tweeted out that he was what vid is this? This is a video from Slush. This is a video from Slush. Mr. Girl tweeted out that he was going to post this weekend, tomorrow or after tomorrow, that he's going to post a huge video essay on, and he's apparently, according to Mr. Girl, he's already reported Dr. K to the I forgot, like the therapy association or whatever. He actually believes he's collected enough evidence to like nuke his operation to the ground. So I'm kind of like looking at other recent video, Boston Medical Board, I think. Maybe it was that. I don't remember. But basically, I'm checking out like what other people said on the subject, and then I'll check out Mr. Girl's video when it comes out, and to have like a general idea of what's going on.
Psychotherapy. It's full of therapists who don't or can't really give it their all, and it's governed by intelligent but out-of-touch leaders. But then, that's where Dr. K comes in. Dr. K is a psychiatrist that graduated from Harvard Medical School, and he also has certifications in meditation, yoga, and Ayurveda. So he's qualified as a doctor and a practitioner of Eastern spirituality. But what really makes Dr. K so different is that he actually relates to a younger demographic, not only because of his age, but also because he once suffered from a very modern problem, video game addiction, and so he knows how to treat and talk to gamers. With these qualifications, Dr. K started the company Healthy Gamer GG. His goal was to help people on the internet take control of their mental health. By forming an online community, doing live streams, and making content, Dr. K is able to help a large number of people improve their lives. His content usually involves talking about different challenging experiences and how you can overcome them. So it's kind of like life advice, but for mental health. Now, this alone already positions him to help many of the people that were once failed by the system. But Dr. K takes it a step further, because he has conversations with famous internet personalities where he helps them with deeply rooted emotional issues.
That's a brilliant, this is what I'm telling you. Like, so I'm gonna go back to this idea, right? So like, there was a man when you were very young, and there was something that you knew you were, and I'm not talking about like you knew you were, you know, wanted to be an engineer. Like, and then like there was like something that someone told you, like, hey, you should be something different. And then you went to...
Nobody understands fuck all about this, and they just want content. It's annoying as hell. But once it enters the Twitch trauma zeitgeist, everyone needs to discuss it. Not false, but I feel targeted, okay? I feel directly targeted by what you're saying. Assigning blame to suicide is like Omega yikes. You can actually assign blame to suicide. I'm sorry, but you can actually. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but you have cases where people are harassed or bullied or traumatized, and then they commit suicide. You can clearly draw a cause and effect and a responsibility in such cases. That is not quite what's happening here. Here it's more, what people are accusing Dr. K of is not as much that he caused Reckful to kill himself, though some people actually do say that, and they claim that Dr. K introducing the idea of reincarnation to Reckful would have made it easier for him to consider suicide. However, what most people are actually accusing Dr. K of having done with Reckful was negligence, malicious negligence. Not as much causation as much as just outright negligence in presenting what is not therapy as something that was actually going to help him with serious depression and suicidal ideation. Like when Reckful talks to Dr. K, like the Dr. K should be pushing for him to get actual real medical help. Which understandably, like earlier there was the anecdote about being institutionalized, like that was a difficult thing for Reckful. Negligence doesn't make sense to me. It's like saying it's his friend's fault that he died, if you know what I mean. No. It's negligence. It's negligence in this specific case because Dr. K it doesn't clearly. Dr. K is being accused by basically of not clearly presenting the fact that what he's doing on stream is not actual therapy. Real medical help, I totally disagree with that framing. Why? What is that bothered you in there? To be honest, people blamed Mitch Jones, Miskiff, and Trainwrecks during that time as well. People are just dumb. That's weird. I don't think anything would have made Reckful seek help, TBH, not even Dr. K, so it's weird. Yeah, that's fair. And like earlier in this video, there was the clip where Reckful was talking about being institutionalized. He probably did not want to be in contact with medical institutions, and understandably so. I think if I were Mr. Girl, I wouldn't have left such a wide gap of time between initial accusations, call it on social media, and the manifesto he wants to produce. Hopefully we hear something from it that hasn't already been covered by dozens of other smaller videos. So, what Mr. Girl is claiming is that he has testimonies from people working in healthygamer.gg. Because healthygamer.gg is an organization. It's led by Dr. K, but he has a bunch of employees within that organization. And according to Mr. Girl, he has testimonies of unethical practices within that organization. Neyman, it's literally your fault. You could have gone to America and helped. Yes, I could have saved him. Dr. K has no responsibility to direct Reckful to real medical help. Well, the problem is Dr. K claims to be a trained therapist. Reckful and him have entered a therapeutic relationship, and it is at the point where he is the real medical help. Shunting him off to someone else would probably just fuck things over more, especially since Reckful has finally developed a trusting relationship with the doctor-therapist, despite his extreme prejudice due to bad experiences before. So that is fair. That is absolutely fair. And okay, look, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a psychiatrist, but what I do know about psychiatry and therapy is completely at odds with the idea of offering therapy on stream. There's nothing wrong with group therapy, but this idea that a therapy session can be conducted in public, it goes against my understanding of how therapy should be conducted. So that combined, but I hear your argument about like Reckful trusting Dr. K and etc. Like that is a fair argument for sure. But in that, what I would have expected in that case is that they should be consulting together in private. It should not be this this thing on stream, especially when it comes to serious to much more serious stuff like suicidal ideation. And it goes back like the I get what you mean by them entering it. At least in my experience, your therapist and psychiatrist usually work in tandem as well, assuming you sign off on it as well. Well, depending. Barely the confidentiality is so strict in my experience that the psychiatrist basically knows very little about your thought process. Yeah, my understanding of that is that you just, it's up to you to tell your psychiatrist the same stuff you tell your therapist. They don't necessarily communicate between each other. Also, recusing yourself isn't always bad. Yeah. But also, I've never consulted with a therapist and a psychiatrist at the same time. I've consulted with both, but separately. So I don't have personal experience with it. Mine literally email each other, so I don't know. Well, cool, okay. Yeah, well, there you go, Nusnov. That's not like I agree with you about the whole developing a trusting relationship, etc. Part. It's just I'm really bothered. I'm really bothered by the idea of conducting therapy in public. Do you think something's gonna happen of this? To me, this shit seems so fucking weak. I don't know. It could be Mr. Girl blowing like creating drama for his career. It could totally be that. And him reporting Dr. K to whatever board he reported him to for ethical violations is like that board will decide whether his claims are relevant or not. I have no opinion on it. I haven't even seen what his allegations are. It will still damage Dr. K's reputation to some extent. Yeah, but I think the question is whether like anything real is going to happen from it. Whether is he like going to get sued? Is he going to get like banned from having a license, stuff like that?
Towards that thing. And then like a little voice inside you said like, hey, that's not who I am. And then this other voice said, no, but that's not who you should, like, you shouldn't be what you are. You should be what these people tell you to be. And then you went further and further and further and further and further away from that voice. And I think what you feel right now is pity. You feel pity towards yourself.
Oh, fuck, I just lost in oblivion.
You're mourning because like there was like a little girl in there who like had feelings that were completely fair and legitimate. And Pokey told her to shut the fuck up and sit in the closet because we have shit to do.
Now, if you've never seen these before, the first thing you're gonna notice is that these conversations feel like therapy. And I say feel because Healthy Gamer GG and Dr. K state that they are not therapy. But because they feel so much like therapy, they actually have the capacity to be that much more helpful. For one, it helps people get more comfortable with the idea of seeing a therapist, which is a huge deal, and it could even be useful for other therapists to learn from what he does. But most importantly is that it
like,
seems to actually help the people that he...
Didn't this guy make like 5 vids on Rectful? I have no clue. It was bound to happen for people to attack him, but I still thought it was going to be something better. Like the religious shit is way easier to attack. Well, that's what the 2 videos I just watched were 100% on the religious stuff. The 2 videos I just watched were all on the religious, accusing him of spreading pseudoscience. I don't know what the thematic of this video is going to be, but everything I've just watched was about the religious, well, not the religion itself, but the pseudoscience. We shall see. I mean, that's true, to be honest. He does spread pseudoscience, but at the same time, he spreads good shit, so it's hard to say he's bad. Well, that's... Give us ears. Wait, sorry. That's would be very weird to cancel him over that. I don't know. It really depends. I like the pseudoscience he spreads. Some of the stuff we saw was pretty was okay to innocent. Some of the stuff he's spreading is actually really bad.
Talks to. So I think we can all agree that Dr. K has had a positive impact on our environment. He has this tremendous potential to heal and the ability to push the mental health meta further. But sometimes his actions can have unintended consequences, and they can even be irresponsible. And I believe that we saw that in his conversations with Rectful. There's a lot to say about Rectful, but to keep it short, he was a very famous and very loved Twitch streamer, and he was also the first big personality to ever appear on Dr. K's stream. In 2019, Dr. K was still in the early phases of growing his brand, but that December, everything changed when he spoke to Rectful. They streamed a total of 6 sessions together, most of which dove very deep into Rectful's childhood trauma. Now, at the time, everyone felt that these on-stream pseudo-therapy sessions were
canceling
incredible.
Him, the harm
they
would be
allowed
way
Rectful
bigger.
to open up about his childhood and seemingly heal right before our very eyes. And this was
it also depends. Okay, the thing is, once again, what Mr. Girl is claiming is that he has testimonials from his from people working in the Healthy Gamer GG organization of unethical practices. Depending on what those unethical practices are, I completely disagree. Like, it depends on what actually those allegations are. And even just with what we're seeing here, I don't know. Wait, this isn't even the Mr. Girl video. Someone literally sniped his drama and got a video out. Yeah, there's a bunch of videos out. But the Mr. Girl drama is coming out. But he has like exclusive information apparently, so we'll see what that is about.
Was also shared by Reckful's family and loved ones.
Yeah, what I saw was it seemed like it could be good. I mean, he got him to sort of have these moments of I guess realizations of you know, some deep aspects of what he's feeling. So and Byron really enjoyed, you know, looked like he really enjoyed and really admired him. And
if this does help somebody else, you know, not feel so alone with their problems, and I could see the plus side to that. For me personally, I think just knowing Byron too, it's hard for me to like see him in pain again, you know, emotionally.
Yeah. When he was the sessions where he was crying, I still haven't watched them.
Very hard for me.
It will come out Copium with the exclusive scoop Copium.
In the beginning, I thought, oh, this is great. He's finally.
This is literally rehashed content. We watched this.
I feel so good. This is amazing. I you know, he seemed like
I'm
he was
getting
really
different people's opinions.
it,
Okay.
like getting everything out. Yeah, in the beginning, I did think it was very helpful. A part of me was like, oh, you know, this probably should be done in private, or I kind of worried about it a little. But Byron has, if you watch Byron's stream, you know Byron is a person that wears his heart on his sleeve. Yeah. He says whatever he feels, whatever he feels, and like felt, and wasn't really worried about the consequences. He just, you know, that's who he was.
And I think too, Byron appreciated people reaching out to him and like thanking him, like, thank you for like, you know, being able to be so open about this stuff, you know, and that made Byron feel good, I think, you know.
Now, if you're at all familiar with my channel, then you probably know that I too have been a fan of Dr. K. I even made a full-on documentary about Reckful that praised Dr. K and how he helped him. But the perspective that I had on their relationship completely shifted when Reckful passed away in 2020. It was so unexpected and tragic that it forced me to completely reevaluate the entire last year of his life. That meant re-evaluating his relationship with Dr. K as well. Now, at first, I decided that this wasn't worth talking about in a video because Dr. K's presence on Twitch was so clearly a net positive. But as time went on, I began to feel like the ethics behind what Dr. K was doing was a conversation that really needed to happen, especially after learning that Reckful's family felt the same way. And I do want you to know that I've been conflicted throughout the entire process of making this video, because while I do believe that Dr. K made mistakes with Reckful, I also believe that he's basically the best thing that's happened to Twitch since I've been around. Now, before I go on any further, I'd like to make one thing clear. I am not saying that Dr. K caused Reckful's suicide. I think that's an incredibly unfair and unreasonable allegation to make because there were so many factors that contributed to everything that happened. Reckful struggled with suicide for many years. He struggled with bipolar disorder and depression, he was having financial trouble, his mental health was heavily affected by COVID, and the psilocybin that he was self-medicating with was starting to have diminishing returns. Like everything else in life, this was a very multifaceted issue. But that doesn't mean that Dr. K
nuance in my video essay
mistakes. His actions can very well have the potential for negative consequences, and that
what is this? I want drama.
Go underappreciated. So even though those consequences may not have caused Reckful's suicide, I do believe they are still worth criticism in their own right. And I'd like to show you why.
No nuance, only drama. Also, holy shit, my build is so strong.
I think it's important that we start by investigating the role of trust in Reckful's relationship with Dr. K. Firstly, I believe that Reckful likely trusted Dr. K to have the knowledge and competence of a trained psychiatrist, which I think is a reasonable assumption given how Dr. K advertises himself. Now, to clarify, this doesn't mean that Reckful exclusively viewed Dr. K as a psychiatrist, but rather that he's positioned in a way that his guests will view him as a medical authority. So when Dr. K spoke about mental health related topics, Reckful likely trusted the information to be correct. Where it starts to become concerning is when we begin to see signs that Reckful was viewing their conversations as therapy.
Reckful, do you have a therapist?
I've gone to therapy a few times, but I've never saw it as useful enough to keep going. This time I do. Well, okay, this is not therapy. but you know what I mean. You are amazing.
Yeah.
You're really, really good at what you do. You helped me a lot.
Yeah.
I've talked to a lot of psychiatrists. Now I'm worried that what if I incorrectly remembered what passed when saying I've gone years of being unhappy.
That's very possible.
And now I'm getting misdiagnosed. So the day after we talked last time,
yeah,
I felt a lot better. I think I might have messaged you about it.
Yeah.
I woke up, I felt more whole. It was good.
Yeah, great.
Then I remember having a moment though. I was sad the day after that. And I remember being like, oh, I'm not fixed. And I was like, obviously I'm not. It's not a permanent, there's no permanent fix to sadness. My whole life is going to be up and down, right? But it's such a dumb thought. But I remember having that thought and being like, you know?
Putting up air quotes and saying not therapy makes it seem like Reckful really did perceive his conversations with Dr. K as therapy. And if that's true, then why does Reckful seem to feel this way even though Dr. K explicitly told him that it's not therapy? Well, I think it goes back to what I said earlier about how these conversations feel like therapy. Even Dr. Phil is
mental advice from Anna
questionable for his
Frills.
ethics,
Good.
despite the fact that his show clearly feels like a form of entertainment.
Okay, stop. Hey, look at me.
Let's
look
see
at
your
me.
talent.
No, hey.
Dr.
hey,
Phil, now
hey.
that's good therapy.
No, you need to look at me.
This is not the case with Dr. K, because
Based.
his version of pseudotherapy is nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. The fact that people in general believe Dr. K's streams destigmatize therapy already implies that the lines are being blurred. And Dr. K doesn't help his case when he makes the comparison himself, which he does all the time and even did when talking to Reckful.
I'm just telling you, you probably don't want to have it. Yeah.
Why not? It's in my professional interest to actually show what's on my face, not conceal it. So I tend to be different from other psychiatrists in that way, in the sense that like a lot of people try to be a blank slate. I just show what's on my face.
I see. The blank slate does suck. I've talked to a lot of the blank slates.
I think it's stupid.
Dr. K also puts his credentials on display everywhere for the world to see, so it's nearly impossible to separate him from the fact that he is a psychiatrist. But most importantly, even though Dr. K insists that what he's doing isn't therapy, his talks have a clear and positive effect on the well-being of his guests. They are by definition therapeutic, and people speak to him with the expectation of improving their well-being. You saw earlier
Dr. K
that
sounds
Reckful
narcissistic
had
the way
that
he responds to
very
Reckful
same
saying you're great.
expectation,
Well,
and
yeah,
based
yeah.
on how
To be
things played
fair,
out for him,
if I'm telling including the problem of like that we're talking about, the fact that this is like therapy, etc. I don't see a problem with that. I don't want my therapist like. I don't want my therapist doing false humility. That's just fucking weird. Like if I like the best way of Polska, tak, ja mówię po polsku, ale ten stream jest po angielsku większość czasu. I don't. The best way of accepting a compliment is saying like, yeah, thanks, and then moving on. You don't. False humility is cringe. Also, the way he earlier said he never experiences insecurity. Yeah, that was a very weird. He didn't thank or something. Well, yeah, because it's not about him. It's not supposed to be about him. Like he says I don't know. I don't mind that. Absolutely fuck Mr. Girl for this. Francja? Tak, żyję we Francji. I'm shocked at how absurd all this is. Also, I don't understand this fucking framing. A therapeutic relationship is not problematic, particularly because Reckful's natural mode of presenting his true self is to thousands of people, and it's barely a different environment, and arguably not that unhealthy in comparison to his other options to have therapy in front of thousands of people. Like I said, my understanding of how therapy should happen is in disagreement with that statement. Like I'm not saying that that means that Dr. K is responsible for like for Reckful's suicide. That's a whole other can of worms. But what you said. What you said is at odds with everything I know and understand about psychology. You are absolutely not the same person you are in public, on stream, or in private. That's just not how it works. Yeah, it wasn't weird to deal with a compliment. A weird way to deal with a compliment that's saying, yeah, that's what I think. This might be a leap, but I'm wondering if you would be interested in a licensed psychiatrist coming on your show to discuss ethics. The psychiatrist I know does a lot of telehealth and has raised I could masturbate. A healthy gamer. I would love that. Pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Ej, tak, dziękuję za follow, Kasiusz. Dzięki bardzo. Polak żyjący w Francji, mówiący po angielsku, tak. Bo, znaczy, ja jestem Amerykaninem, byłem urodzony w Ameryki, ale moi rodzice, cała moja rodzina jest polska. Okay, I'll talk to my mom. Oh, awesome. Dude, I'll actually have Kino's mom on stream. That would be sick. That would be amazing. I'll be able to say I had Kino's mom come on stream. Oh, no. Okay, what should I get here? I think I get Card Sharp.
Maybe he wasn't so wrong to have it.
How you been, man?
Amazing. Really good. And I think it's pretty much thanks to you. I think everything started working out as soon as we started talking. And it's not a coincidence. Just everything in my life was just working all the time.
I want you to keep in mind that Reckful wasn't alone in viewing these conversations as therapy-like. The Student Doctor Network, a forum for students on the path to becoming doctors, had begun condemning Dr. K on their message board, particularly because they believed he was performing therapy and that it was dangerous. Dr. K's streams have also sparked a lot of discussion within clinical circles about the potential dangers of blurring the lines of therapy for the purpose of entertainment. I spoke with Dr. Rachel Coward and Dr. Kelly Dunlap about this to get a better idea of how
Sorry,
these
lady.
discussions go.
There have been many conversations just centered on concern for the people that come onto the program. Dr. K is a very smart individual. I've never heard concerns about, you know, his lack of qualifications. It's more, is what's happening here okay for the people who are coming on to the show? Are they being followed up? Are they being supported?
And how do those conversations typically go?
Typically the conversations are the same. How is this different from therapy? That really is the conversation. I've had it 50 times at least, and the answers are always, I don't know. I can't tell. I'm glad that mental health is getting a spotlight, and Dr. K does bring mental health into common discussions in groups that might not necessarily have access to discussions about mental health. My concerns are that the interviews that Dr. K tends to have are indistinguishable from therapy. He is affiliated as in the public as a mental health professional. He uses professional titles. It's unclear whether he's friends with his guests or if they are actual therapeutic interventions. And if the line is blurry,
Like I hate
the
goblins.
risk of misperception is high, and then the liability is higher. So that's really where my concern is.
And what do you feel specifically is blurring those lines?
Well, if you look broadly at what's the difference between a mental health advocate and a mental health professional, and the work that he seems to be doing on Twitch seems to fall a lot more heavier in the professional side. So he's giving specific advice to specific people. He's giving specific recommendations. He's not giving generalized advice. And these kinds of things are what you would see from a mental health professional, not just a mental health advocate, which tends to be much more generalized, not individualized.
If you're sticking to education, you're fine. Like, again, you can talk about depression and its symptoms. You can talk about psychosis and its symptoms and how it manifests. And if someone calls in and is like, oh, I experienced that, it's okay to have empathy and to be a human and go, that sounds like it was really, really hard for you and you went through something really difficult. Like, that's all fair game, because that's all, like, that, again, that just falls under education and informing the public. But if it's one person and you're like, okay, let's talk about your childhood.
Right.
You're no longer informing the public. You are doing a deep dive into someone's very personal experience. And whether or not you want to call that therapy, I don't know. If you want, but like, is it perceived as therapy? Do people walk away from that thinking like, okay, yeah, that was a great session. The second I crossed that line by either introducing myself as a psychologist or moving into using skills that I have solely because I have trained as a psychologist, I am now using the skills that I have and the legitimacy that I have in order to talk with this person. I'm now bound to those licensure and those ethical requirements because I am acting or presenting myself in a way that says that that is my role.
Now, here's the thing. Dr. K has himself always been aware of the fact that it's not okay to blur these lines. He actually makes the point himself during a suicide awareness stream that he broadcasted on the anniversary of Rekval's passing.
So someone's asking, why do you not want to be...
Why does it matter to cross that line? Nobody's explaining this. I don't know if they actually understand it. It's not okay to cross that line because... if we're talking about the line of what you're presenting as therapy or not presenting as therapy, it's because therapy as a medical practice has a strict definition. Making people think that things that aren't medical practices are medical practices might lead them to seek those things that aren't medical practices to treat their condition. And will then lead to their conditions being either undiagnosed or improperly treated, and will directly lead to their harm. That is why it is harmful to cross that line. This has no bearing on Rekval's suicide. No, it has no bearing on Rekval's suicide. This is a criticism of Dr. K's of what Dr. K does on stream. Or rather, the fact that he and how he presents it. This is not a this isn't blaming him for the suicide.
A doctor for people that you know. So being a doctor is about being objective, right? So what I want to do is like not let my emotions get in the way of like my clinical training. And when personal relationships arise, emotions and other kinds of boundary issues arise that like make it hard for me to actually function as a competent doctor. So there have been numerous studies done that show that physicians who treat family members are more likely to miss diagnoses than like a rando from the street.
So Dr. K knows that blurred lines are a recipe for disaster, and he attempts to mitigate this by having his guests agree that their conversations are not therapy. But the issue is that with Rekval and possibly many others, that agreement doesn't seem to be convincing enough. Legalities aside, Rekval seem to perceive their conversations as therapy, and Dr. K enabled that with some of his actions. So the lines between therapy and conversation, patient and friend, were very likely being blurred anyways. And so with all of that in mind, I want to get into the details of Dr. K's conversations with Rekval. The first conversation they have together lays the foundation for almost everything they would discuss afterwards. Dr. K helps Rekval identify the source of his depression, a traumatic life event that happened when he was only 5 years old, the day his oldest brother Guy commits suicide.
And I'm gonna say something kind of weird. So Rekval, I think you love 5-year-old you a lot. And I think you
for a second, he was gonna say, I think you love 5-year-olds. That would mean, oh, you know, sorry.
Because something really bad happened to him.
Yeah.
Like you love that kid, and something that was just terrible happened to him.
I remember that.
Do you see how like
clip.
That kid is not you? Like that's like
fuck, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's not.
It's not, right? It's a different...
No.
But you love him so much, and the problem here is that you're trying to protect him and take away what happened to him, but you just can't do it. And you don't know how to help him. And this is the other interesting thing, is you're finding purpose. And why are you finding purpose again? What do you like about what you're doing?
I like that I'm trying to give people something I wanted as a kid.
Who's the focus on? Who are you thinking about?
Just people haven't experienced what I did.
So I'll tell you, Rekval, listen carefully now. Your depression, you're trying to cure the depression that is growing within kids out there today. You're trying to protect them from what happened to you. That,
okay, I texted my mom, we'll see. Nice.
That feels good.
Yeah.
Feels meaningful, yeah.
Good is an understatement. It's the understatement of the fucking year. It is vital. It is crucial. You must do this thing.
Yeah, I agree with you, yeah.
Yeah.
As you can see, this was an extremely emotional conversation. By this point, they had already established that Reckful struggled with suicide throughout his life.
Okay, so when I was 16, I tried to kill myself. I haven't thought about killing myself since psilocybin, I think.
Yeah.
Which is the context I want you to have leading into this next clip.
Yeah, I will say, you can die, but not until you've done what you need to for that 5-year-old. Like, unless you do that first, you're just gonna have to come back and fix that problem later. Death is not... I mean, so in my religion and through some of my experiences through meditation, I really do understand, I believe in things like reincarnation. I also say a lot of things on this stream that are based in science. This is not one of them. So I try to draw a distinction between, what I believe, but I think ultimately, like, I don't logically believe in reincarnation. It's based on experience. And I've just seen too...
Consciousness is pretty weird.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't put it past consciousness that, I mean, how did it just happen in this organism or in that organism?
So I'll...
It could be that there's no organism at all. And there's
a lot of...
Now, Dr. K's phrasing is a bit weird, but on their own, these clips don't seem that bad. But that changes when you combine these clips with Reckful's final streams. When Everland did its first public playtest, Reckful got to experience a taste of finishing his game.
Oh, we're starting to have people log in, dude. What's up, Tom? This is my first time seeing this many people in game, dude. It's been like 2 years working on the game. This is cool.
I'll look at other people streaming the game.
That's really cool.
He's liking it. He's actually excited. It's fun to see.
This music system is like that.
I'm happy. Someone likes the game. Let's go to the next stream.
Oh, this person has such a cool hairstyle. I would be down for that.
Dude, this is cool.
Now, according to Dr. K, finishing this game was Reckful's life purpose, his dharma, and he can die when he fulfills that life purpose.
You can die, but not until you've done what you need to for that 5-year-old.
The fact that Dr. K entertains Reckful's suicidal ideations at all is, in my opinion, kinda messed up, because it's a really dangerous game to play. But that aside, what do these clips actually mean? Well, they show that Dr. K introduced Reckful to the idea that he could die after finishing his game, and that a couple of months before passing away, Reckful got a taste of finishing that game. Now, we don't know if those events are related, or if they even had any influence over Reckful at all. But we do know that the possibility exists that they are related, and that they did have influence over Reckful's decisions. And that's where my problem lies. That possibility only exists because Dr. K made the mistake of saying what he said, because he wasn't being careful about his words after blurring the lines of therapy. Now, like I said before, things are never black and white. Reckful had many factors that were driving him towards suicide long before he even met Dr. K. So keep that in mind as you judge for yourself what happened there. But I do feel like I should warn you that if you thought Dr. K was being careless there, then you're only going to find this next part much, much worse. Because the last clip comes from Reckful's final stream.
We probably are living in a simulation. Maybe I should just,
Streaming was a mistake. Having the chat box be your main social interaction is bad. Why can't I find anyone talking in articles, not videos, about inverse parasocial relations? That's something I was thinking about. That's something I've been thinking about for the past couple of months. Yeah, I suspect that probably a lot of Zoomers are gonna write like thesis on and do research on it, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be a big subject of research yet. He's not entertaining suicidal ideations. Oh my god, he literally admitted to having had suicidal ideations.
Should I get us out of here? Maybe the trick is that I need to die to get to the next part. There's another game. Should I risk it and find out? What if it's like Inception?
Did you catch that? Reckful starts talking about reincarnation and ending the simulation that is his life. He even glances at the balcony as he says it.
I believe in things like reincarnation. It's based on experience. And I've just seen too...
Consciousness is pretty weird.
Absolutely.
Now, first of all, in my opinion, what the actual fuck? Like, I'm not a doctor, but somehow I feel like it's common sense that reincarnation is not an appropriate subject to bring up to someone who struggles with suicide. So personally, I don't understand why Dr. K chose to say that to Reckful at all. Now, technically you could argue that Reckful is specifically talking about simulation theory here, but ultimately I think the main takeaway is that Reckful was toying with the idea of ending his life in hopes of waking up to a new one. But with all of that in mind, what does this all mean? It means that Dr. K told Reckful that he believes in reincarnation, and that during his final stream, Reckful talked about reincarnating and committing suicide while glancing at his balcony. So yes, it's reasonable to be concerned that Reckful was using reincarnation as justification for what he did. He was clearly referring to it while making suicidal remarks. And that is, of course, a terrible look for Dr. K. But just like before, it's still not black and white. As far as we know, it was just a manifestation of Reckful already being suicidal, and that reincarnation had little influence over his decisions. In fact, I'd wager to say that this was even likely the case. However, that still doesn't make what Dr. K said okay. Because at the end of the day, there exists a possibility that Reckful used reincarnation to justify his actions because Dr. K told him about it. And that possibility would have never existed if Dr. K didn't act so carelessly in that moment. He's already blurring the lines, establishing trust and drawing attention to his medical authority. There needs to be a consideration for how that can potentially influence people, which also means recognizing when your actions speak louder than your words.
Now, what many people don't know about BPD is that BPD, there's actually some very interesting data. So a lot of people think of BPD as being incurable, but there's some really fascinating data that if you can get in a stable relationship for 2 years and have someone not abandon you, then there's a 50% chance your BPD will actually go away. I'm confident that there's going to be someone around in your life who will be there for you most of the time when you need them, hopefully, for at least a period of 2 years.
Okay.
How can I be confident in that?
How can you be confident?
Yeah.
Well, you find me stimulating to talk to, and I'm not demanding too much of your time or spamming you with walls of text. And even if I were, you'd feel inclined to answer me because it's you love helping people. it's your passion. So from your perspective, maybe you can feel confident, but then if you put yourself in the shoes of any other human being, I don't know that they'll really spend 2 years with me unless there's...
So Reckful, I'm not counting on them to spend 2 years with you.
What are you counting on?
I'm counting on myself. It's the
that you'll spend 2 years with me. Yeah, that I believe. That I can believe.
So I can't trust any of them.
True.
So I'm going to try
to
love you.
It's nice having someone to come to every week like this.
I'm going to try to love you for 2 years at a minimum.
I really appreciate it.
In my opinion, this was incredibly inappropriate for Dr. K to say to Reckful. But unlike the previous examples, Dr. K actually realizes this and attempts to take it back.
So Dr. K and I had an off-stream talk 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's actually what we talked about, right? So I think my impression was we were talking about clarifying what our relationship is.
Yeah.
And whether this is therapy or this isn't therapy. And what our options are in terms of how to form a relationship. And I think that, the last time we talked on stream, we had a conversation about abandonment. And then I made a very bold claim because I got emotional as well. And I felt like I wanted to be there for you so that you no longer felt this way. And one of the things that happens with me is when I see someone hurting, I want to make them better. And sometimes I will, in that moment, say whatever I think I can to make them feel better, but sometimes that's irresponsible.
Now this is great. I absolutely love that he made sure to have that clarifying talk with Reckful. However, immediately after the conversation, Reckful says this.
Yeah, I want to update the viewers on what happened off stream because they missed one therapy session that isn't therapy.
Now, to me, that shows a clear discrepancy between what Dr. K told Reckful and how he perceived their conversations anyways. And what that tells me is that when your actions and your words don't align, it becomes a lot harder to take back the things you say and avoid misinterpretation. Plus, there could have been things that Dr. K was doing in those off-stream sessions that led Reckful to believe that they were indeed therapy.
And Byron and I still have the chat logs of Byron telling me, yes, I have been having private sessions with Dr. K. So I know that that was going on. And Byron at the time, I remember he tweeted out that he was diagnosed with BPD. Now, who was he seeing at the time? Dr. K. Byron would have told me if he was seeing another therapist.
Right.
Like, we talked weekly. He would have said something. So who did that diagnosis have to come from? And if you are giving a diagnosis, you are doing it as a doctor, not as someone that's just giving advice. Because it's illegal to diagnose somebody as a random person, obviously.
Right. He's also splitting there, saying it's not therapy, but it's obviously is therapy. I've been to therapy. That's exactly what therapy is. And he's asking questions. He's leading him to mental practices, digging into his, psychoanalyzing him, looking into his childhood, into his parents, into his how his parents reacted, how with his brother. It's obviously just like therapy, it is therapy.
Now, maybe for a lot of these mistakes that I've shown you so far, they would be more excusable if Dr. K actually was officially acting as his therapist. Because then there would be an opportunity for Dr. K to explain these things to Reckful better and navigate the different thoughts and emotions that come up over time. But he wasn't his therapist. He just opened up his trauma like Pandora's box and carried on.
Like, what is the importance of having those follow-up sessions?
It's like opening up one of those cans full of snakes and just leaving the snakes in the air, right? If somebody's coming to you to talk about something very serious, whether it is a mental health challenge or whether it's a trauma, those things have to be worked through to completion. It's like you wouldn't start a surgery and just leave somebody half bleeding out. You've got to make sure that it's a closed wound.
Now, we also have to consider how these pseudo-therapy sessions also could have left Reckful with inappropriate expectations, such as the expectations he may have led Reckful to have regarding his type 2 bipolar disorder. Not only did Dr. K question the diagnosis multiple times, but he might have also given Reckful very unrealistic expectations for the future of his condition.
So I got a bunch of questions about this because...
Wait, so you're saying you think I was diagnosed incorrectly when they said I have bipolar?
You may have depression on top of that, but what I want you to understand is that, like, there are different flavors of depression. One of them is a biological, organic, neurochemical kind of thing. And what I'm hearing from... but there are certain features of that you don't really fit that bill. So I'm going to describe
What's concerning when I saw the Reckful video is when the confrontation happens, when Dr. K says to him, "You're not depressed." And for me, a confrontation, that is a therapeutic technique that you are trained to do as a clinician and as a therapist. And that was the moment for me where it was like, okay, is this a therapeutic intervention or is this just a conversation about advocacy and education? Because that is a tool that therapists use in their toolkit in therapeutic relationships that, again, that have all those other safeguards around them.
Just obviously, just the authority of that. And
maybe
then also if he doesn't feel better after all this, then he's really messed up.
When I did talk to him, he seemed like he was doing better, but then the pandemic hit and he just took a nosedive.
Right.
And he was just like, everything I've worked for now is like, the feeling of like happiness he had. I think once he realized, oh my God, I'm sad again, he was like, wait, this isn't
devastated.
He was like, wait, I'm sad again. This is fucked. Like I didn't think this was going to happen to me again. And it was just, yeah.
I think there was this like constant expectation, like he just wanted
I should have fled.
Like,
died to the boss.
100%. Never feel sad again. Never feel lonely. And I think that I sometimes think he did feel that way for a while. and he really truly believed he was cured. And then when those feelings started to come back, it was like devastating to him. Like it almost made everything that he felt before 1,000 times worse.
Mm-hmm.
Because in his mind,
like, oh fuck, I thought I had it.
Yeah. And I think that contributed to how low he felt those last couple months for sure.
Right. But if I'm saying you specifically, it sounds like you have this, and I also think it could be that. This is no longer education. It's no longer broad providing of information. I am making a specific observation and possible recommendation based on your individual experience, which is only something I would ever do as a mental health provider with somebody who is under my care.
Now, these were just some of the mistakes that I noticed in Dr. K's conversations with Reckful, but I don't know what kind of similar mistakes Dr. K has made in his other conversations, or if I've even missed some with Reckful. But the important thing is that when there is so much evidence that Dr. K is blurring the lines between therapy and conversation, and that people like Reckful are misperceiving those conversations as therapy, then the mistakes that Dr. K makes can be potentially very serious. So another very important thing to talk about is confidentiality. For those
can you link
unaware,
the video so I can send to my mom?
Therapy session.
Which one? Do you want me to link this one or maybe like the first one? Yeah, let's link this one. This one's like more Fuck. There, I'm fighting the boss already. Okay. Yeah, just make sure this is... Yeah, that's the one.
Are confidential, and this is for a good reason. Aside from creating a safe space in which patients feel comfortable sharing their lives, it also provides them with protection. Protection from people knowing the intimate details about them or anyone they talk about. Now, Dr. K obviously can't provide confidentiality with his streams because, well, they're seen by a live audience. In fact, that is largely the appeal of his show. And so what he does instead is make sure that his guests have full control over where the conversation goes. He never forces a topic or question without consent, and he does a pretty fantastic job of respecting boundaries. But when you consider that his guests could very well be viewing their conversations as therapy, it's not hard to see how they might be more likely to open up about intimate details in the hopes of improving their well-being. It is undeniable that a staggering amount of Dr. K's guests have shared their most intimate moments while on his stream. But
hey, what did you link,
that's
Kino?
Having an unintended side effect? What if that actually ends up enabling people who engage in targeted harassment? I mean, if you really wanted to get under someone's skin, what better place to dig for weak spots than a Dr. K pseudotherapy session? Obviously, I'm aware that this kind of thing just happens on the internet, and it's kind of unavoidable. But I do want you to see how it did end up affecting Reckful. In March of 2020, shortly after finishing his talks with Dr. K, Reckful tweeted out a picture of his email inbox, and inside was an email telling him that he should have killed himself like his brother did, and for him to just end it.
That really...
Yeah, 'cause it was all out in the open at that point.
That really, really, really affected him. Like, seeing that shit.
Yeah, and it's definitely, you know, it definitely affected Byron severely when people would say things like that.
Well, he's very sensitive to, you know, he would see, there'd be a million positive comments and he'd see one negative one and he would pick that one and go to it.
A big
Which
thing,
is
like
sadly
I
a
said
very
before,
human
is the confidentiality
reaction.
thing. So it's kind of like breaking a barrier, you know, in the mental health world career by doing something like that, you know, which maybe is like him inside being like, I'm gonna do that so like we can be open about this stuff and breaking the stigma of mental health. Like I could see that being a positive thing, but I just think more about, okay, well, you're using real people with real issues to break that stigma. Like maybe we could go a different route.
Here, it's more than therapy. It's therapy on reality TV with thousands of people watching you. And what if later, you know, you say, oh, I'm happy with what I talked about. And what if, you know, you're not actually happy with what you talked about? You know, Byron was a complex person. He was very open. At the same time, you know, if something that one person says can upset you? What about something very revealing about your life? And now, you talked about it, you said it this way or that way. Maybe you're not happy with it. So it's like, it's much worse than, you should have much more liability.
Now look, I'll be the first to say that Reckful was a very open book streamer. Pretty much everything that he talked about with Dr. K was something that he said on his stream at one point or another. So it's not like that information wasn't already out there. But talking about his insecurities all at once with Dr. K has the subsequent effect of shining a spotlight on them. A spotlight that is now visible by more than just Reckful's fans. And that visibility made it easier to attack Reckful in a way that really hurt. So while I do appreciate Dr. K's consent-based approach on breaching these conversation topics, I think that the consequence of streaming them is still very worth consideration.
One of the things that always
Yeah, this actually is a huge argument. I've been insistent since earlier about the fact that doing therapy in public poses problems because of your behavior will not be the same as how it would be privately. But this is also a great point, like especially when it comes to being a famous personality. Having all that information out in the open is actually really dangerous. You shouldn't. Random people should not know your greatest fears and your greatest vulnerabilities. You should be protecting yourself, especially on Twitch.
Always, has confused me or made me quizzical about this kind of work is that if you're working with someone one-on-one and you're doing this kind of work in a public space, the information you're giving is for that individual person, and you have absolutely no control.
I see new stuff you're really disagreeing with a lot. I don't know when you said that you were disagreeing. I don't know what specifically you disagreed with, but I saw your message there. Pretty much what I didn't like about the Twitch therapy meta right from the start. Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that side of it, but it's a very pertinent.
Takes it
right,
and that just makes things work
themselves or something.
It makes it so much more complicated because there's no such thing as like mass therapy. I guess you could do groups, but even then, those are like 8 people, and they're really targeted, and they're really small, and you're not making individual recommendations. You're making more broad, general recommendations. And so, yeah, you have to be mindful of the health and safety of the person that you're working with. And if there is an audience, mindful of the people who could be watching and what they could possibly be taking away from what you're saying, or what that interaction is like.
Right.
So, everything that I've shown you today was designed to point out why Dr. K's pseudotherapy sessions are potentially dangerous. But there is something that you need to keep in mind. Even though I tried my best to approach this topic fairly, there is no getting around the fact that this video of mine focuses much more on the negatives than it does on the positives. If you go and watch Dr. K's conversations with Reckful right now, you'll see that the vast majority of their discussions are positive and insightful and, well, pretty damn amazing. And that's because Dr. K himself is incredible at what he does, and is doing a great justice to mental health by drawing in so much attention towards the topic. So the point—
certain French philosophers would go insane about the concept of therapy on Twitch. And to be fair, like, therapy and psychiatry, psychology has evolved a lot. I wouldn't go looking at Freud going crazy at this and see that as okay, yeah, that's why that's wrong. It is a bit condescending in the sense that all the people are adults and thus should be allowed to do their own mistakes, but Twitch has a kind of peer pressure, and assisting others in fucking themselves over still makes me judge the person doing it. Well, the thing is, like, there is an argument to be made there that, for example, Dr. K, outside of the stream, maybe should have told, like, Byron to not go too far. I don't know, considering the whole making yourself vulnerable thing. The half-life in psychology is so short, looking at it from 10 years ago would be outdated, let alone Freud's time. Yeah. As I like sequel to Foucault's Discipline and Punish, Isolation and Audience. Yeah. Hey, Magic Maelstrom.
The point of this video is not to cancel Dr. K or prevent him from being
Cancel
a public figure, because I really genuinely believe that he is a positive force in the world with good intentions. But at the end of the day, I can't turn a blind eye to the risks associated with his pseudotherapy sessions. There are dangerous lines that he is knowingly crossing, and the potential consequences of that can be very serious. I think that we all need to start getting real about this and have a collective discussion about whether or not it's okay for these therapy streams to continue. I want to open a dialogue about what is and isn't okay when Dr. K does these therapy streams, and I want to make sure that the mistakes I believe he made with Recful don't ever get repeated again. Because in my opinion, at the end of the day, there are some very valid reasons to criticize Dr. K. Look, I get it. Nobody's perfect, and I don't expect Dr. K to be flawless either, but I do worry about what happens if we pretend that he is. It might seem like he's only making small mistakes, but it's possible that those mistakes will result in people getting the wrong ideas. It's possible that those ideas will lead to someone making the wrong decisions.
I wonder if Dr. K would be insured for malpractice if he's not explicitly providing medical advice. Okay, so I could be wrong, but I think Dr. K is not, officially, he's not even actively practicing, meaning he should not have any kind of insurance, because why would you have medical insurance if you don't have a practice, right? That makes no sense. This is quite an interesting thing, although it can't be said for certain that Dr. K was the largest factor in this unfortunate situation. It's not really good for him to have conducted himself in a way where that question could arise. I think this video is pretty nuanced. I'm loath to put the blame for suicide when we're talking about someone who suffered from a long-term depression and suicidal ideation at the feet of someone who will try to help them. But there were mistakes. There were several mistakes that this video goes over that Dr. K made. The biggest one for me is doing it in public. Really, that's just, therapy should not be done in public. And saying it's not therapy doesn't work here. It obviously was therapy. Like, I share a lot of very personal stuff on stream, but I do actually think long and hard about what it is that I should share on stream. I don't do it. There are things I don't share on stream. I know that those are things that I'm vulnerable on, and those are things that I don't want to have recorded and out there. Maybe later in my life I will, but not at present. I don't know. I should have. Let's equip this, whatever. Okay, that's the last of the Dr. K videos I was gonna go over for today. Tonight. That means we are waiting then for the Mr. Girl video to see what he says about this shit. What if it's all scripted? Yeah. Hey, what if his... I don't even want to say it. What if his suicide was scripted? I'm cringing just saying that. Anyways. Okay, where do I set up my villages for maximum value? Here, I think here is a good meme. Let's start by setting one up here. Put down the wheat fields. We're gonna have a grove here, and we'll do the blood grove in the middle there. Yeah. Truman Show, but instead of Truman leaving, he commits suicide. Unironically, that would be a realistic result for the Truman Show. Oh god, I didn't mean Recful, but the others. Yeah, I get you. I get you, don't worry. Yeah, let's set this up like this. Okay, what should we watch next? Or should I maybe I'll stop with the React stuff. Okay, I got 40 minutes, actually. In 40 minutes, I'm going to have a discussion on the Gilens and Page study with Chao. So he wanted to talk with me about the stuff he linked me. I think I want more evasion for now. No weapons. More HP is good. Don't need to boost my critical damage. Don't really need to boost my HP either. If Dr. K invited me to do a session and I was a sociopath, I'd bullshit my way through for views. That would probably work, yeah. And you wouldn't... The what? So on Monday, I went through I went through a research paper from I think Gilens is a sociologist. I went through a research paper by that Turnit linked me that was really interesting, called Affluence and Influence, published in 2014 by Gilens and Page, which goes over a database of 1,775, I think, policy proposals, and uses a multivariate analysis as well as national polling data. It's in the U.S. to ascertain whether the results of the policy changes aligned with middle class views, or whether it aligned with upper class views, specifically 50th percentile or 90th percentile richness, as well as also taking into account advocacy groups by taking the top 25 groups from influence groups from the Fortune 500 magazine, and seeing what their positions were on those policy changes and whether their influence could have been seen as playing a part in it. And then so I shared it with the people from LibPraxis that I do political debates with, and Chao sent me an interesting video about it. That brings up further studies of either the same set of data or similar subjects that bring a lot of needed extra research and nuance on the question. So specifically, what it showed was that using the same database that Gilens and Page used, it was something like indeed in foreign policy, the views of affluent people were much more extremely determinant on policy changes. However, the median richness people were the most influential when it came to economic policies. And then when it came to social policies, you had a spread of influence between median people, advocacy groups. They basically went through, they classified all of the policy changes, and they also took into account many more advocacy groups to get a better analysis going of what was going on. Then there was another study that was very interesting that basically took other data sets in order to show that the correlation between affluence and influence was partisan. Specifically, what they were showing was that the Democrat Party in the U.S. Actually their views aligned much more with the views of poor people, whereas the views of the Republican Party aligned much more with the views of rich people. So there were those two main nuance points that his video brought up. And then but then I responded to him because the video was he like posted kind of as if it was a rebuttal to the original study, whereas my interpretation is more like kind of like in science. You have a first study, then you have other studies that look into weaknesses of the first study and find more precise and better analysis of the original issue. But it's not exactly like an outright rebuttal. It's more like more precision on the question, right? So I told him that, and then he told me, well, I misunderstood why he posted it, and he was like, let's talk about it on stream. So there you go. In 35 minutes, we're going to talk about it on stream. What should I do for 35 minutes? That's the question. I'm kind of burned out on Loop Hero. I guess... Oh, we could do a quick meme review. Or ironically, I could do the ultimate react. I have the ultimate react video here, actually. I think that's what I'll go for. It's too long, but call Elysium to get ready for Chao to talk over you. It's gonna be fine. This is the ultimate meta react content. Prepare.
In November of 2020, I posted a 14-minute YouTube video in which I roast a weird house. It was, when I first released it, one of my worst performing videos for quite a while. It seemed like it was just gonna end up being one of those videos that didn't get seen by that many people, and that's absolutely fine, you know? That is, until completely out of the blue, it was given a huge amount of extra exposure by an absolute legend. I'd never met this person, in fact, I didn't even know they existed before this, but the boost that they gave me almost doubled the video's view count in just a few days. And for that, I would genuinely like to thank the Reddit user who posted my video to r/videos. You did me an absolute solid. This kind of thing is genuinely really helpful. Anyway, today we're talking about reaction content. Chances are you probably know plenty of creators who react and respond to the work of other creators. And hell, that's something I do plenty. For anyone who doesn't know, I actually started out as a response YouTuber. Be it in a stream or in a fully edited video, I've reacted and responded to a lot of other people's videos in my time. Here's a clip from one of those videos so you can see the kind of thing I do. Dip your balls in Tabasco sauce. Now, when I cover other people's work like this, there are a few kinds of etiquette that I feel it's important to stick to. Basically, don't take the piss. In a reaction video, the reactor should still be adding stuff and creating content of their own, otherwise what's the point of watching their reaction over the original video? The content that the reactor creates should be at least different enough from the original work that they have created something of their own. For example, take a look at this video from Soot House.
This is 10 uplifting stories. The video is a minute long. These stories are gonna move.
Matthew Santoris really fell off.
I love the idea of a minute long.
Should I go evasion build again?
Just like,
this is truly meta, yeah.
Number 9.
For sale used baby shoes.
In their reaction to this weird little 10 uplifting stories video, they add their own jokes and commentary. Even if you'd already seen the video they were reacting to, you'd have plenty to gain from watching their reaction. It's a different piece of content now.
We go!
Oh!
Wasting time! Oh! What a story!
This is the story. This is what they're doing.
Great story, Mark. This is just fucking pictures of some random Romeo and Juliet. Do they kill themselves?
Soot House is exceptional, and the whole cast.
Now we usually to upload this video to have someone else react to it. Yes,
it's something that requires effort to do properly. Now, their particular style is by no means the only way to do reaction content. It's a very diverse medium.
War flail versus katana, or shinai in this case. I haven't watched it yet. I wanted to give you my first-hand impression, reaction.
Here's some reaction content from Scalagrim, a YouTuber.
Be sure to react this video, say words,
and other medieval weapons. He often reacts to other people's content, using it as a springboard from which to add his own insight, opinions, and commentary.
He actually defended against it and caught the pole with his sword, but because it's a flail, it's like, yep, no you don't. Just whips right over top, knocks him in the head. This is one of the main dangers when facing a war flail.
This is another example of excellent reaction content. In terms of what he's actually doing with the content, he has basically nothing in common with Soot House. What these channels do have in common though is that it's clear you're getting something from watching their content that you wouldn't be getting if you just watched the original work.
This dude seems to be quite a bit taller.
False. All
than his
content is
opponent,
trash.
So he already has the reach advantage.
The point
Just wait,
is
the
that in
Reactless
reacting, you need to
panel
add
metas have
something.
yet to
If a
combine.
reactor hasn't added anything,
Oh yeah, we
then
should react
watching their
together on
reaction is
panels.
basically just the same experience as watching whatever they're reacting to, then essentially they're just reposting something someone else made to their audience, reaping the rewards of someone else's work under the guise of reacting to it. Now, the wider YouTube community already went through all of this a few years ago. As a YouTube viewer, there's a good chance... Oh, fucking hell. As a YouTube viewer, there's a good chance that you remember Jinx. Peaking in popularity around 2015, Jinx made a big splash on YouTube with his reaction videos. With someone else's work always playing in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, Jinx's whole thing was to just sit there, pretty much entirely vacuously, hardly saying anything, sometimes soy-facing or laughing, as he plays the videos he's reacting to in full. Let's take a look at his reaction to the official compilation of the full Astuf movie series. This compilation is 14 minutes long and contains all 8 episodes of Astuf movie that were out back when it was released. The Astuf movie series represents a huge amount of work, spearheaded by the series creator Tomska, seen here with me at VidCon 2020. Here's a compilation I put together of everything that Jinx says over the course of his reaction to this compilation. Are you ready? Here we go.
What? Really? Wow. What? What, bro? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Die. What the hell? Not the buns. What the hell is this? What the fuck? This is all he got. Oh, again.
Those 33 words that it took him 15 seconds to say, 27% of which were what were all he had to contribute as he let the video play for its full
I feel
14-minute
targeted.
duration. That's all he has to say besides his outro where he
Stop
sums up his thoughts
attacking
on
me.
the video.
It's so funny because it's just like the whole thing is just like what?
And his intro where he explains he's going to be watching the Astuf movie episodes 1 to 8 compilation.
I know a lot of people been requesting this one like back and forth, like they like do 1 through 8 like one at a time, but it's kind of hard to find each and every one of them. Like
it's kind of hard to...
What the fuck, man?
To quote you, what?
React to something on the panel, then pull up the YouTube stream, scroll 15 minutes back, and react to you reacting to a video, yeah.
Did you look? For the absolute rest of the time, he's just sitting there in silence, sometimes laughing or making a facial expression. And for this video, where Jinx just freeboots someone else's work, adding nothing, he gets 5 million views! I'm not salty. Now, what I'm not doing here is I am definitely not asking you to get mad on Tomska's behalf. I don't actually know him, that's not how pictures work, but as far as I can tell, he has all the means to easily get this video taken down if that's what he wants.
As a large YouTuber, I have the ability to deal with copyright infringement directly. I can either take down people's re-uploads of my videos, or I can monetize those videos, basically meaning that, you know, it stays up on their channel, but I make money from ads. And 99.9% of the time, I don't take down other people's videos.
As far as I can tell, Tom is totally fine with this video existing, and that's completely valid of him. The thing is though, it would also be totally valid of Tomska to turn around to Jinx and say, what the fuck are you doing? Can you not just re-upload my work with your face in the corner, please? It would be absolutely reasonable for any YouTuber to have that reaction. Enter Jack's Films. That's not an instruction. When Jinx rebooted one of Jack's videos in exactly the same way, Jack snapped back with a video satirizing Jinx's content. Jack's video ends with a series of pertinent, snappy, and to-the-point criticisms of what Jinx was doing.
I really like the part where you played my video in its entirety and then didn't really react to it, just kind of sat there. You added virtually no insight. Pretty brilliant how you played the entire video in your channel. It's like it's a one-stop shop. Why bother going to my channel to watch that video when you can just watch that and your reaction?
And obviously Jack is well within his rights to react this way because there's really no meaningful difference between what Jinx did and someone just downloading and then reposting one of Jack's videos. Just because some people are okay with this kind of thing doesn't mean you get to go around doing it to everyone. Your partner might be really into hard cactus play, but before you whip out your favorite Acanthosarius tetragonus, you're going to check. I chose this picture because it looked a bit like a willy. There's a very clear reason that Jinx attracted this kind of backlash with his content, but channels like Soot House didn't attract the same kind of backlash with theirs. If a part of your work relies on you uploading other people's content, then you better make sure that's not all you're doing, otherwise you're just re-uploading other people's content. It's fine to do that if you have permission, but it's not if you don't. So let's take this back to the golden rule. How, as a React content creator, do you avoid taking the piss? Well, I think that so long as you're clearly trying, it's fine. You don't have to knock it out of the park every time, so long as there's clearly a respect and understanding there that you are working with someone else's content, I think you're good. Hassan Piker is one of the most successful streamers on all of Twitch. His streams are on the long side, generally hitting the 8-hour mark. He's wildly successful, generating a huge amount of traffic and revenue. And when I found out that he'd reacted to the video where I just roast a weird house, I got pretty excited. I wasn't really familiar with any of Hassan's work, but I have really been enjoying a lot of this modern wave of reaction content. I knew that there are still some Jinxes around, but I also knew that Hassan is an accomplished creator who almost certainly knows better than to oh, he left. Okay, so it actually turns out that Hassan will just fairly regularly get up and leave while other people's videos are playing. This isn't what I'm here to prove in this video, this is just a fact. This is something he does.
You could make a compilation of me sitting around, not even on camera, with a fucking video playing in the background. You could, when you're live for 13 hours a fucking day, of course there's gonna be fucking dead space in between.
But it's not the leaving in and of itself that is the issue. The same issue would be present if he was just sat there not saying anything like Jinx was. The getting up and leaving for extended periods of time just goes to show that he doesn't give a shit about even pretending that he's contributing anything here. But even when he's in the room, he's no stranger to just streaming other people's content with his own face in the corner. Now, any content creator he does this to could be entirely okay with it, but I know from personal experience that he definitely doesn't bother to check. Now, this certainly isn't the only thing he does. Hell, it's not even the only kind of reaction content that he does, but it is something that he does pretty often, so let's talk about it. It's also very much not just him who does this. This particular style of content, other people's, is a growing trend with plenty of popular creators taking part in it. That's why I think this is so important to talk about. There are currently huge areas of the internet where precedent is being established and reinforced that it's apparently just absolutely fine to post other people's content so long as your face or chair is in the corner as you do it. Now, I don't want to be too quick to judge any of the creators that do that.
I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Think is okay and present my
I actually really want to go make some tea.
Because Hassan is our primary example, let's take a look at the reaction he served up to some of my content. And while we're doing it, let's see how he compares to Jinx. 8,800 Blue Lick Road is a 3-bedroom house that you can go on a 3D virtual tour of right now if you're interested in purchasing it. And it's, you know, they say you don't really know someone until you've
I feel so self-conscious actually now.
Viewing is one of those things where the longer you stare at the image, the more bizarre things you notice. So today I'm going to take you on a sightseeing tour of the oddities.
This is literally Steak HQ. Hold on, I'm gonna be back in 1 second.
Of 8,800 Blue Lick Road. The first 3.5 minutes of my video are enjoyed mostly by Hassan's chair and his chat. Although apparently for the duration of this, Hassan was watching the video on his phone, so he can see everything that his chair is seeing. It's not until we're 4 minutes in, which just to be clear is about a third of the way through the video, that Hassan decides to add his first piece of commentary.
I feel like it's gotta be like it's gotta be, I don't know, like someone who has a disability or something, right?
I'm not sure what part of this messy, weird house has made Hassan conclude, yes, only a disabled could have caused this. That's what he sounds like, shut up. Or what kind of disability he could possibly mean. Like, I'm not even sure if he means mental or physical. What the fuck are you talking about? What's the disability that makes you go, I need to install a toilet next to my fucking toilet? Now, I'll give it to Hassan.
Sorry if I've been contributing to you feeling more self-conscious. I've been semi out of the line because of topics. You're a great streamer. No, I'm memeing on myself because I'm doing React content. I like half my stream time this whole week has been React content, and it's more successful than anything else I do on stream. It's literally. No, actually, it's not more successful. The most successful things are like actually constructive things. But God, that's high effort. Who wants to do that? You know. Anyways, the video's making me self-conscious, not you, don't worry about it.
It's also a more fully formed thought than me going, ugh! But he doesn't elaborate either. This is it. This is his commentary. If he began to elaborate on what it was he actually meant by that comment, he might have started approaching having something meaningful to add to my work. He'd also hopefully have made it clear that he didn't actually mean most of the things that it sounded like he could have meant by that. I also just really want to know what the fuck he meant. But so far, my video was played uninterrupted for nearly a third of its length, and all Hassan has contributed is going, it's probably a disabled person that did this, which technically is a sentence. He lets the video play for another 45 seconds before eventually adding his second comment.
I will never understand understand why there's 2 bathrooms side by side. I guess that's like the biggest flex you can do is when you have not 1, but 2 fucking side by side bathrooms. You know what I mean?
No, not really. So the house I was roasting actually does.
No, that was a good joke from Hassan. Come on. This is like anime studios that put in horny shit ironically. Yeah, that's my problem, dude. Have you watched Bakemonogatari, Turnet? Like there's a lot that I really enjoyed in Bakemonogatari until the like weirdo incest season. But holy shit, the when you talk about it with people, somehow because it's ironic, makes all of it okay. All the like weird, horny, sexual stuff, it's all okay because it's ironic. Yeah, sure. Until the weirdo incest season, because okay, Mathraxis, spoiler alert for the 2nd season of Bakemonogatari. It's where I stopped watching it. There's this episode where the main character brushes his it's 100% fucked and I don't care. Yeah, and that's fine. If you, like, I'm not saying you shouldn't watch it. I never moralize people about what media they consume. That is not the perspective I'm coming from. I'm just saying there's this episode, and that's where I stopped watching because I personally couldn't take it. There's this episode in the 2nd season where the main character starts brushing his little sister's teeth, and it's like the brush orgasm. Yeah, it zooms in on her mouth with the brush going in and out of her mouth with her like lips, the light on her lips. She lore wise, she's like 14 years old, just to put things in perspective, and she's moaning the whole time he's brushing her teeth, and it's like the whole for like 5 fucking minutes. For 5 fucking minutes. And then I just stopped watching it. I couldn't take it anymore. I talk about your stream with other people all the time too. Wait, really? Muted because of spoilers. He's ogling the schoolgirl, Hajikuchi. Yeah. The schoolgirl who's a ghost, so she's like 100 years old or whatever the fuck the justification is. I needed that to be an age of consent girl. Yeah. I needed that not to be just an age of consent girl. I needed her to not be his sister. I know. The way you pronounce Weepsteak just comes off the tongue too well. Feels weird, man. Delete this file. I talk about your stream all the time with people, and by people I mean I will be talking to the authorities. It's probably well deserved. Uh-oh. Also, someone posted a meme earlier that I have to share. Imagine if your prime minister looked like this. Dude, I want to coom to your country. Also, someone... Oh no. That was not the catgirl ministry that I wanted, okay? This is a blatant misrepresentation of my position. All right, I'm actually going to go make tea. Enjoy the video. Oh, wait, I still have some tea. Never mind.
Have 2 side-by-side bathrooms. But based on the fact that I haven't shown that yet in the video that he's reacting to, and the fact that what I did just show is 2 side-by-side toilets, my guess is that he's just forgotten the
17
word
minutes,
toilet
yeah, I know.
Bathroom instead of toilet. And to be honest, no, I really don't know what he means by this. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a joke, a serious comment, or a mix of the two. Is he trying to say that a flex is non-
Okay, it's supposed to be a joke. Come on. It's very clear that Hassan's memeing there. Show me the real cat girl. Also, someone posted a meme earlier that I have to share. Imagine if your prime minister looked like this. Dude, I want to coom to your country. Also, I need to remember to bookmark your memes, Bukra. I haven't been doing it recently. By the way, I put that in the intro. Perfect. Excellent. That's your car now. What is this? Why are you derailing me, Turnit? It takes only 6 seconds to understand the state of the Empire.
And there was no way we were ever going to unite Ukraine. I mean, excuse me, Iraq, Afghanistan. No way that was going to happen. There was no way we were ever going to unite Ukraine. I mean, excuse me, Iraq, Afghanistan.
To be fair, like, obviously he's got a lot on his mind right now, but that's really, yeah, that's a clip. Sleepy Joe. That's a clipper and shipper, dude. That guy has a nuke button. Yep.
Something extravagant and unnecessary, and this is extravagant and unnecessary. I guess we'll go with, I think he technically has added something small here. I'm just not really sure what it was. He then lets the video play completely uninterrupted for another 2 minutes before eventually he makes a third comment.
So it's a house that used to belong to a church, but then the eBay resellers just like made it into their eBay house or something. Is that what it is?
He'd been receiving a few messages in chat telling him that this house used to be a church, and here his contribution to my video is to ask, hey, is that true? He then adds his fourth comment, which is about the fact that the house is full of loads of boxes.
Having that many boxes means they could be a streamer, to be honest.
Honestly, I really don't know what he means by this one either, but this is the first instance where I feel that I'm just missing the reference. Like, I think it's pretty clear that he's making some kind of joke here. I just don't get it. Now, I think by this point you probably understand the nature.
Yeah,
of
the joke he's making is often when you look in the backgrounds of streamers, they have like a bunch of boxes for like a bunch of computer gear or random shit. The real issue is that boomers are scared to death of retiring because they know they'll be bored to death, so they never retire. I don't know if there's a study on it, but it's like this thing that's constantly said that if you once you start letting your mind go idle, you're much more likely to veer into dementia or suffer from other like neurodegenerative diseases. I know there's a study on video games helping with that. Like if you go into retirement, it's actually healthy for your brain to occupy yourself playing video games rather than doing like nothing. Yeah, that's my contribution to that discussion.
It's pretty much non-existent. In total, Hassan ended up not even spending 2 minutes talking as he let my 14-minute video play in full. He's very clearly leaning on my video to entertain his audience for him in this situation. This is the downtime he has no choice but to take because of his choice to stream for 13 hours a day. Jinx definitely did worse in the matter of actually adding something.
Yeah, and like this is what happens when you eat on stream. As someone who's eaten on stream a lot personally, unless you're full on like good at mukbang, and even then, like mukbang works when you're for me, like works when you're talking with someone. I love being IRL at a restaurant with Sophie and we're like talking on stream. That's really fun. But this, like I don't know. I do that too. Like I'm eating and I gotta I don't want to interrupt the stream to eat. I don't want to just be eating in front of the stream, and I want to just like play something. The thing is that you need to prepare for retirement a couple of years in advance, ramp up on hobbies and stuff. Yeah, my dad literally just works and doesn't get out. He forgets literally everything, and he still looks young. I think retirement would help, TBH. Yeah, probably. And I'm not saying retirement is harmful. Having the free time to pursue your passions and interests, I think, is amazing. Yeah, I was thinking about the state of our politicians, but it's an issue with universities and professors. Same analysis of law professors came out the other day. Interesting. I think also with politics, it's one of those things where politics attract people who are attracted to power. They don't necessarily want to give it up, and so on and so forth. Especially since you only really access it once you're really much older. Like it's a whole lifetime. It's a whole fucking lifetime of investment to get where you are. You want to stay there as long as you can. Also, yeah, I think it was 1 or 2 hours of video games per week. That was already enough to counteract your brain getting mushy. Interesting. There's a saying in German, "Wer rastet, der rostet." The one who rests, rusts. Yeah, the thing I've seen that was equivalent to that. There is this. I don't know if it's true. I think it's an urban legend. Let's double check it while I'm talking about it. The idea that sharks cannot breathe if they stop moving. Can sharks breathe without swimming? Sharks, myth number 1. Okay, it's a myth. Sharks must swim constantly or they die. So it's not true, but what I find interesting with the idea, I feel like it's true for human beings to a certain extent. That human beings, once you stop learning, once you stop growing, you start dying, really. And you can go back to learning and growing. It's not an immediate thing, but the longer you stay idle, the harder it will be for you to get back to actually living. Not only hobbies outside of work, but also a social life outside of work. Yeah, absolutely. Socializing is extremely important for almost everyone.
To the content, but neither of them have done well at all. Jinx, at the very least, did shout.
Oh, sorry. Past metaphor, you lie in a hospital bed for a month. You have to go through therapy to get your muscles functional. Yeah, that's a good analogy as well, I believe.
Out the original video and put a link to it in his description. It's even right at the top of his description, so you don't have to click show more to see it.
Good stuff. Link to the original video is in the description if you just want to see some random shit.
I don't know why I'd want to click it, because you've already shown me literally all of it, but at least it's there. By reposting someone else's work, you remove it from its original context, a context which is controlled by the creator. For example, the latest Asked If movie compilation ends with a merch store shoutout and some links to some more of Tomscar's work. The description is filled with all kinds of links, including links to Tom's other social media and people that Tom wants to credit. And of course, this is a YouTube video, so there are loads of useful buttons under it by default, including a subscribe button, a like button, and a link to the creator's channel. Not only is there loads of really useful stuff here, there's also a dislike button. By reposting someone else's work, you can completely change this context. On Jinx's re-upload, most of these links are unavoidably gone, replaced with links that benefit Jinx instead. So it is good of him that of the links he can control, he makes the first one a link to Tomscar's original video. It would be even better of him to not just repost other people's work without permission, but this is the next best thing. Now, again, I'm not asking you to get angry on Tomscar's behalf. I'm not asking you to get angry on my behalf either. I'm doing fine. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to work YouTube as my job. I just don't know if Hasan freebooting my work even impacted me negatively.
Dude, I really like his, wait. Fuck. I really like his nail, what do you call it when there's like nail paint? I think it actually goes really well with his look. I don't know what you guys think. I think it's really cute. Nail polish, yeah. This guy's freeloading off of Hasan's work. Yeah.
I don't know how severely, I just don't have access to that kind of information. But what I do know is that if by doing this Hasan had taken literally every future potential viewer from that video, and as a result it was literally never watched again ever, I would still be doing absolutely fine. I'm not trying to tell you some kind of sob story here about just how hard my life is. If in a shocking twist of character Hasan offered to financially compensate me for the video of mine he freebooted, I wouldn't take his money. However, when this kind of thing is done completely without permission and without knowing enough about the original creator, you run the risk of freebooting work from a creator who is struggling, or you could end up freebooting a video.
Reminds me of Narcissa Wright, did black nail polish for a year or two before transitioning.
6 months working all day, every day on one single YouTube video, and if Hasan had freebooted that, I would be very pissed off. I would be even more pissed off if I was a creator who genuinely was struggling, either financially or in just getting people to my channel to watch the videos that I make. And I would be more pissed off if when a reactor freebooted my content, they hadn't even taken the tiniest piece of minimal effort to just acknowledge the original creator in any way, completely taking the work that they just used to entertain their audience for granted, with no thought given to the fact that it was made by another person. Yeah, so this is what Hasan did. For the majority of the time, my name and the video's title aren't on screen. This information is only made visible when his setup requires it to be. He doesn't attempt to share any kind of link to any of my work in any way. He doesn't attempt to give me any credit or shout me out. I don't need him to do literally all of those things, but for him to make no attempts to do absolutely any of them when, without permission, he's freebooting the work of an independent creator he knows absolutely nothing about. Yes, that is absolutely taking the fucking piss. And on top of that, okay, I know I said that he played my video in full, but I lied to you a little bit. He plays all of the content of the video, but then right at the end, when I just take 20 seconds to talk about other stuff I'm working on and where you can find it, well, he turns it off before I can say any of that stuff. Growth industry.
Of course he does.
That's everything I have for you today.
I do that too.
A very small project on the side as I work on something much bigger. My full critique and breakdown of seasons 11 and 12.
I'm gonna add you into the call. Yeah, I mean, once again,
Wow, good job he did that. This was becoming dangerously close to an interaction that would have benefited both of us instead of just him. Even Jinx knew to shout out the video he was reacting to. This is a crazy amount of just taking other people's work for granted. No consideration is given to the fact that the work here was done by someone else. Again, my point here isn't that I desperately want Hasan to shout me out. I don't need that, I don't want that, I am fine. The point is that this is his attitude when making reaction content, and he could end up doing this to anyone. The point of this video isn't like a petition to get me the recognition I deserve for my joke about how there are two toilets next to each other. The point of this video is to discuss a certain type of reaction content, the arguments that get used to justify it, and why all of those arguments are bullshit. But where am I going to get examples of these arguments? Well, when I found out that Hasan had freebooted my content, similar to Jack's films, I went live to satirize him. Of 8800 Blue Lake Road. If we start at the entrance, you're greeted by a Minions brand doormat. Complete without. Sure, but I think we might have found the toilet soda culprit. Now, if we go across the hall from the man cave, we'll find ourselves in the second bathroom of the property. Now, that urinal in a residential bathroom is a strange decision.
So it's a house that
I have nothing to eat. Then, I can't add the next level to the meta.
eBay house or something? Is that what it is?
God, wait. Do I have anything? I just have candy. I don't want to eat candy right now, and like some chocolate. Fuck, I have no snacks. I need to eat. I need to be eating something for the next level of meta on this. Perhaps tea. You don't eat tea though.
Yeah. Donkey ripped you off as well. Yeah, Donkey covered the same house. The thing is, a few people have covered it, and I wasn't the first one to cover it. I was the first person to do it as a YouTube video, like a fully edited thing, as far as I know. But like a few Twitch streamers went and had a look at it and did live reactions to it, and that's how I found out about it. So maybe Donkey found out about it the same way that I did. Maybe he saw my video as well, but you know, he did his own spin on it. He didn't just play my video in full while saying very little. Or just not being in the room. He made his own video. Like, just to be clear, you can react to my content on stream. I encourage that. Please go for it. But react, do it in a transformative way where it's reasonable for people to assume that the thing they're there for is you. And also make it clear where to find the video if people want to check it out. And like, you know, that's what I do whenever I cover someone else's content on stream. I make it clear where they can go to check, except today, fuck that. But I normally make it clear.
Okay, yeah, this is something I should start doing. I should like actually take like the 10 seconds to credit to credit and link like videos I react to. It's not much, but it is something. I think he makes a really good point. The Twitch meta on reacting is really lazy. Like at least the exposure should be given. I'll start doing that after this video.
Where they can go and check it out. I tell them to check it out if they liked it, unless it's like something that I'm criticizing like very strongly, in which case I don't really feel that it's that there would be any benefit to saying go and check this out, because it's like that would feel very artificial. I'm like, this is shit, go check it out. So then I don't say go check it out, but I still make it clear where to find it, or at least try to. Oh, by the way, that donkey video I'm talking about in this clip.
And this is an empty deck of cards. Where are they? Huh?
Yeah, Hassan has covered that video as well.
Here they are. Oh, no. This is where I play solitaire by the barbecue.
He's absent for literally the entire runtime of that video. And I have no idea if Donkey would be okay with this. Like, I don't fucking know Donkey, man, but apparently they're friends, so hopefully. So after I finished my YouTube live stream, the comments started rolling in, which, you know, is what happens always. And at first I got exactly the kind of comments I would expect to.
Can't wait to see Hassan react to this reaction.
I really enjoy Hassan's stream and was watching during this. I also thoroughly enjoy your content. I was pretty disappointed he didn't shout you out.
Hassan isn't reacting. What is he even adding to the conversation? He wasn't even in a room for 4 minutes.
Jay has eaten too much cardboard for my liking.
So, you know, the normal stuff. But after some time had passed, eventually a cascade of new comments came in with a somewhat different tone to them.
Try more? What a baby. Literally wouldn't even know who you are if it wasn't for Hassan streaming your video, but keep drama baiting, lol. What a baby.
What could
possibly... Oh, you got the LSF frogs. Literally LSF, the LSF containment chamber leaking into his comments. Like the other people actually get the meme and are laughing at it, and then the fucking cringe LSF frogs get in and start thinking that it's a fucking crusade, and oh my god, Hassan's sims are so insane, dude. Oh my god, this is terrible.
Their Mac is like, you know, it's just the fucking video that I had up while I was cooking.
Hassan ended up spending like 30 minutes talking about all of this live on Twitch, and we will be taking a look at what he said, but what's way more interesting to me right now is the fact that as a result of this stream, loads of his fans appeared in my comments making arguments as to why they think this kind of reaction content is okay. This is why I find Hassan's reaction to my video to be the perfect example to discuss the wider issue. It comes ready packaged with
the worst are the Twitter Hassan sims that are girls. They're so thirsty, it's hilarious. I haven't had experience with that.
And go over some of the arguments that are made in favor of this kind of reaction. And also, yes, I use YouTube in light mode. Feel free to boost my algorithm rating by leaving a comment complaining about it if you like. Anyway, on to the arguments.
I'm not the biggest Hassan fan, but I feel a lot of streamers just watch random videos to react to while they eat, so I don't feel like it's that bad that he does this.
Everyone's doing it, so it's okay. I think it's bad that everyone's doing this, but also this is literally just an appeal to popularity fallacy. Next.
I watch Hassan pretty frequently, and I honestly think it's because he was eating, Lamau. Content quality usually takes a nosedive for that half an hour. He's usually good about crediting channels and sharing his thoughts throughout.
A lot of the time he's leaving or eating because he literally streams for 10+ hours a day, and he's got to do it sometime. And the chat needs to be entertained in the meantime. I do agree it's annoying when he does this.
Lol.
Check the replies to his
Why
stuff.
don't you guys start
Alright.
at Twitch and react your way? This whole leaving, eating, etc. is just a constant stream meme combined with actually satisfying certain human needs, like peeing and eating. Also, he streams like 8 hours a day. You can't expect him to clown around energetically for every minute of those 8 hours. He literally leaves to cook for himself. Good for fucking him. Pause the video then. That video was literally randomly linked by someone in chat. Take it out of context, you guys make him sound like Hitler. You guys are Soul left my body reading that.
Man, I remember history class in middle school learning about how people were always critical.
Hitler is when not reacting to your React video. We learned something new. Okay, I need to pause this because I'm gonna talk with Chao. We're changing content for a minute. I'll go back. I'll get back to the video after, but unpause video equals Hitler. Yeah. Okay, so just to let you know, I'm repeating it. I'm gonna be discussing the sociology, politics, let's call it a political science, like a political science paper with Chao for a bit, discussing Gilens and Page 2014, Affluence and Influence. With JChaoLive. Alright, I'll switch to politics section. So if you watched my stream on Monday when I went over it, you'll know what we're talking about. If not, well, we'll try to summarize it at the start of the discussion for so you can follow along. Let me pull up the Discord. All right. You know, should I just message him in his Twitch chat? I'll just do that. Twitch.tv/JChaoLive. Oh wait, he's not live. Oh, I thought he was going to be live. Never mind. Okay. Should I call you? Question mark. Hello.
Oh, I need to meet you.
Oh. Okay. We're good?
I'm good.
How are you doing?
As you saw, I'm not live. I don't stream on Fridays.
Oh shit. All right, you want to do that some other time then when you're streaming? I don't mind if you want to postpone it.
No.
Okay. All right.
I'm already here.
Yeah. Well, true. You're already here. All right.
And
so
if I want to make this into a YouTube video, then I could just ask you for the VOD. Yeah.
Yeah. You can rip the VOD from my channel, or I can like download for you or whatever. I don't care.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. You have full permission. So I was thinking first, because like I don't know if necessarily everyone watching was here on Monday when I went over the Gilens and Page paper and then over the video and the paper cited in that video. So I was thinking of just doing like a quick summary of what we're talking about, so people can at least like follow along, if that's okay with you.
It's fine with me.
Yeah, so so the Gilens and Page paper called Affluence and Influence is a paper from 2014 or 15, 2014 I think. 14, yeah, okay. That uses a data set from of over 1,700 policy decisions, as well as the national polling data in the U.S. Concerning those policy decisions with economic status, to do an analysis on whether the opinions of median wealth or affluent people matter more, as well as trying to take into account interest groups by taking the top 25 groups from the Fortune 500 classification of interest groups. And then Chao, when I thought the paper was interesting, so I linked it in our Discord, and Chao linked me a great video by Stockton, Socialism Then Left, which goes into further papers that pick up on some of the weaknesses of the Gilens and Page paper, and add better context to the whole question. Specifically, that video was criticizing another video that was taking the conclusion of the Gilens and Page paper to say that, okay, America is a plutocracy. It's the democratic process is fucked because affluent people are more influential. Those further paper nuance it much more. By the first one takes the same data set and splits up the policy points by category, by foreign policy, economic policy, social policy. And what they show is that, in fact, for economic policy, the median voters' opinions are the most influential. It is for foreign policy that affluent voters' opinions are influential, and for social policy, it's a mix of median voters and advocacy groups. And then the other paper that was really interesting uses a different data set that is a bit less robust than those two papers, but still very interesting. That went to show that this bias towards median voters or affluent voters is different along party lines. So the Democrat Party is very good at representing median voters' interests, whereas the Republican Party is very good at representing affluent voters' interests. And yeah, we went over some rebuttals, over some criticisms that, and Gilens' response to those criticisms, but those weren't brought up in the video, and I mean they weren't very the criticisms in the first place weren't very interesting. Is that okay, a good summary?
It might be a good summary of what you went over, which sure.
Okay, but is there anything you disagree with in like how I described the papers or whatever, or?
Let's see. I want to look at your title. Okay, so you didn't put political science, which I might be a bit happy about that, because Gilens isn't a political scientist. He's a sociologist that talks about politics and has a position in a politics department at Princeton. And I don't have a huge issue with that, but it does rub me the wrong way when people in other fields kind of try to answer political science questions. And the reason why is because, and I think it shows in the Gilens and Page's paper, is that they may not have the best understanding to actually determine what are good standards for what makes a democracy a good democracy or a democracy a flawed democracy.
So in this specific case, is it a problem for you in their methodology or in their characterization of because the whole introduction of the Gilens and Page paper goes over their description of different ideas of how the democracy works. Like they describe one, I forgot the exact terms, but one of them is like the idealized idea of democracy. It represents the will of the people. The other one was was a term to describe the idea that affluent people are more influential, and then there were two terms kind of along a similar split to describe whether theories, whether it's whether interest groups are more influential, and whether those are like mass-based interest groups or business-based interest groups.
Yeah, absolutely. They did go over a couple of theories as to how to understand democracy.
Mm-hmm.
But then my issue would be is it kind of feels a bit simplistic, and maybe this is not so much of an issue for Gilens and Pages, but other people reading the paper and taking conclusions. But it's also I've also read other works by Gilens, and Gilens is likes to study inequality in politics. Like that's his shtick.
Yeah, I saw some. I haven't read them, but I saw some other papers of him. It is definitely a recurrent theme in his publications.
Yeah, it's his specialty. It's what he's interested in. So then it kind of, and he kind of brings up the question, or he kind of leads us to, if a democracy is indeed what it actually is, then we should see that public opinion is very influential on what policies do get passed and how politics just plays in a government. And then after giving us that suggestion, he then presents us with data and takes apart that data to show us that, like, hey, when it comes to the effects of public opinion, on one side, it is not so, on the side of the masses, it's not that big of an effect, if there's any. But then for the size of the rich, then, oh my God, they have a huge influence over policy. And then this would then suggest, okay, democracy is not working.
Yep.
So then like one is he gives us that suggestion in the first place, which I don't like, because public opinion is just one aspect of that influences democracy. But ideally, I would argue, and I think most democratic theorists would argue, that the best democracy is a pluralistic democracy. And a pluralistic democracy is one that includes many, many, many different groups. So that includes the rich, the poor, special interest, not special interest, because everybody lives in society. If a democracy was only influenced by the masses, then a lot of different minorities, and when I talk about minorities, I'm not talking about like just ethnic minorities or racial minorities, but these could be job minorities like corn farmers, in which not a lot of us may think about corn farmers and what are their issues. So they have to have a special interest represent them in Congress, and they have to fund that special interest, and then they have to lobby. So like that's one example of a special interest. So then that's another thing too. I may be railroading off here. Is that special interest? When people say special interest, I get the feeling that they often think about it's like the rich people under the table, big business, whatnot, and like they're pulling the strings and slipping the money into politicians' pockets so that they get what they want, things like that. Special interest does not have to be rich, big, and powerful, but they have to be what it is, special. It's they're small, but the reason why they are small is because they need that representation in the first place.
That is explicitly addressed in the in Gilens and Page. He when in the four theories that he proposes, it's the let me look it up. The majoritarian pluralism is what you're describing. It's the idea of mass-based interest groups, having all sorts of different groups.
Oh, that's mass-based.
Well, mass-based, yes, but also like. I know. What bothers me with the characterization you just gave is that outside of the further developments of the next papers, if we just look at the results of Gilens and Page without like looking at the weaknesses in the methodology or further exploration of the data, if we just look at the results, what ends up being described is not a society where both average citizens and economic elites' preferences are represented, which I agree. I actually agree with your point that a democracy shouldn't just be a tyranny of the majority. There should be representation of all sorts of different groups. Unfortunately, the results they have in the paper are that there is just no influence for the, or at least statistically insignificant influence for the average people. That is still different from like this pluralistic democracy that you're describing as an ideal.
Okay, so then when you do see the paper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
Okay, and I do see the paper is that when you say that there's no influence, what that kind of says to me is that, okay, it's at 0%. When there's no influence, then they're just disregarded completely. But what really is happening when the paper says there's no influence is that there's no change from low favorability to high favorability. So then if you wanted to look at, I'm looking at figure 1, average citizens' preferences, it's a flat line.
Yes. So
then to me, what that actually shows is that there is not like a influence of change, but it's a flat influence.
No, because that line is not a chance of influencing. It's the predicted probability of adoption of a policy. So the line being flat from beginning to end, because at the beginning you have the average citizen's preferences being against the proposal at like 0 to 10, 20, 30% of favorability, up to 100% of favorability for the proposal. If the favorability of a proposal for the average citizens changes, but the probability of adoption of the proposal doesn't change, then that is a portrayal of the influence of the opinion on the likelihood of the proposal being adopted or not adopted.
Okay, I'm looking at this again. Predicted probability of adoption is flat in correlation to the percent favoring proposed policy changes. And then the percent of cases, the gray columns, so that's just the amount of them.
Yeah, I think that's relative to the data they have.
This is really interesting because this goes against the paper that I wrote from Gilens as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can find this online because it's a chapter that he wrote for a book.
Okay.
The book is New Directions in Public Opinion, and it's called Citizen Competence and Democratic Governance. So I'm not sure if I'm able to actually show this to you guys, but let's give it a shot. I need to open Discord so I actually know if I'm doing this right or not. Oh, well, this is going to be tough because, oh, I could see myself. The lighting and, oh.
Uh-oh, yeah, the lighting, it makes it rough. Am I allowed? Elsevier is going to have your ass, yeah.
What's up?
So someone just named in chat, Elsevier is going to have your ass.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, Elsevier is like the big publishing conglomerate for academia. They own like 20 or 30 big publications.
Maybe. Whatever.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just gonna turn it off. But now you can't see it. That's so funny.
Yeah, that's rough. Do you have autofocus on your camera too?
No, I don't.
Oh, then then it's gonna be rough. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you can take like a photo with your phone and.
You know what?
And
Yeah,
send
you're
to
right.
me.
I'm just gonna take a photo. I'm a fucking idiot.
I'll just show it on screen. Just send it to me on Discord, and I'll put it up.
My phone's about to die.
Uh-oh. Gotta be fast.
Oh, I got this. Easy. Sent.
Yeah, there you go. Got it. All right. Percent of proposal changes adopted. Percent favoring policy change. And okay, we have the 50th percentile data points. Or so 50% income data points. So it is linear. Is it the same data set?
I think so, because it's
Interesting.
in this
wait, I
paper
know.
when he references.
Oh wait,
The
I know.
data set consists of 2,245 survey questions asked between 1964 and 2006.
Yeah, that.
I think it is
Okay,
the
yeah,
same
that's the
data
one.
set.
Yeah. So I know what's going on here. It's something they discuss in the 2014 paper. It's the fact. Who is this? This is JChaoLive, one of the guests on the LibPraxis. That's how we met, and he's. Are you still studying, or did you graduate already? Sorry, I don't.
I graduated I graduated with a bachelor's in political science and international relations.
There you go. So we're discussing basically like a political science paper with him that I found interesting. So I don't remember the exact proportion, but the intersection between political positions between the average citizens and the affluent citizens was huge. So what you see in Figure 1 in Gilens' page.
Check the second picture that I sent you.
Okay. Yeah. So what you see in Gilens' page is in the Figure 1 is that they're. Wait, what's going on there? What's going on with the second figure?
So then what he did in this paper as well, and I think he did this in 2014 as well.
Yeah.
Is he distinguished the policies that only the rich liked and only the poor liked.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what
So
I was
then
talking
you
about.
see the dotted line, which is the linear 10th percentile, is flat, but then the 90th percentile is there's a positive correlation. And then if you look at the bottom, then there's also the 50th percentile, also flat, but then the 90th percentile there's a positive correlation. So this is really interesting because it seems like when the rich really doesn't like something, or then the probability is really low. And when it's really high, then the probability is a lot higher.
Yeah.
But the peak is 50%. So then they're not getting everything that they want, first of all. And then if you wanted to take a look at like the 50th percentile and a 10th percentile, even when those data points are lower, the probability doesn't really change. So then it's really interesting. Kind of what this shows me is that there's definitely an influence skewed towards the rich, but what's really going to determine whether or not a policy is going to be passed, you have to look at the first one, is when there is an intersection between the rich and the poor.
Yeah, so that's so absolutely. Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were finished.
No, you're gonna say something. I was gonna go on to something else.
No, I was just gonna agree. Yeah, like obviously, like he points out in the 2014 paper, there's for most policy points, what they observed was that the rich and the median, the average voters, since they don't go into the 10th percentile voters in that paper, they intersect on most opinions. However, concerning the remark of like 50% adoption, I think Gilens makes some very salient points about the U.S. democracy and honestly modern democracies in general having very strong inertia. He calls it a status quo, them being structured around maintaining status quo. He talks about it when specifically related to the fact that even with high favorability in all across all groups, you still never go very, very, very far in the probability of adoption. And he mentions how oh yeah, here I have the paragraphs concerning. Even in a bivariate descriptive sense, our evidence indicates that the responsiveness of the U.S. political system when the general public wants government action is severely limited. Because of the impediments to majority rule that were deliberately built into the U.S. political system, federalism, separation of powers, bicameralism, together with further impediments due to anti-majoritarian congressional rules and procedures, the system has a substantial status quo bias. And I think that's just a fair remark to make. That's just the nature of the U.S. democracy, and honestly most modern democracies in general. They are very bringing about significant change takes a lot of political capital.
Okay, and then I guess my only remark would be is that I think that's a good thing. I don't know what you think about it.
For the most, obviously there are situations where it's bad when you really do need change, but for the most part, it brings stability to the governments, and that is very, very important. So I think for the most part, it's probably a good thing. It's a complex issue, though.
Yeah. So then, I think this is a problem when it comes to Gilens' approach in the first place, and his MO is that his MO is to really show us that there is inequality in our democracies and that it is bad. At least that's kind of yes. I think that's his MO.
Because he does clearly have an opinion on I'm not going to deny that. Especially once you reach the conclusion, he gives a very clear opinion on whether he thinks it's good or bad that there is this bias in decision making.
At least in my conclusions here, he says that like there could be some improvements, in which I actually don't think there needs to be any improvements.
Could be some improvements to what? To the U.S. democracy?
At least when it comes to his findings. So like to him, he represents his findings as problems for American democracy, in which I don't think they are problems. I think they're actually good features. He diagnoses the design, I think, very accurately, but he suggests that it would rather change if he wanted a more representative democracy. But here comes another problem into his methodology, is that the policies, or like in his data, in his survey that he's using, it's a support or oppose kind of a survey. It's a yes or a no. But then what this doesn't do is it doesn't tell us whether or not respondents are highly supportive of a policy or they're just like, yeah, I like it. And then what this also doesn't do is it doesn't, because they're asking one policy support or oppose at a single time, then people who are responding aren't able to actually weigh them against other policies. So then something that political scientists also found out about American democracy is that in a lot of places, the swing voters are one issue voters. They may really, really like being pro-life, or they may really, really like guns. And yeah, if you ask them, would you support a $15 minimum wage? Would you support universal health care? They'll probably say yes. But in one of the other papers that Stockton Left was able to write in his video, there's a difference between Democrats and Republicans. And even if you have one voter, which like 99% of the time, they are actually in support of Democratic policies, but because of the 1% of Republicans that are like, Second Amendment, that's pretty pog, they're going to be voting for Republican.
Okay, so there's several things you said there, so I took some notes, if you don't mind taking some time to respond to them. First off, is democracy okay when it's not... Is it okay for democracy to be not representative of the average voter?
I think they are representative of the average voter.
Or rather, you're right. They are representative of the average voter. That was a bad phrasing of the question. The actual question that the paper actually brings up is it okay for a democracy to value affluent voters' opinions more when they are at odds with the average voters' opinions? I think is that a better phrasing? I think that is actually the issue being raised, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say it depends. So if the rich people decide to want to have a purge, you ever watch The Purge?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't. It's a scary movie. It's terrifying. I actually kind of have like some sort of existential dread when thinking about the purge ever happening in real life. If there's ever if the rich ever want to have a purge, and that is what the rich want in expense of the poor or the average, that would be like, yeah, that's pretty bad. But if there's going to be business interests, and they're like maybe, they're more ingrained in the trade and the economy and whatnot, they're probably going to have a different opinion on how to think about the economy than, say, like the average person or poor people. So, like, whenever a politician is going to be thinking about, hey, rich people or poor people, whose opinions do I kind of like influence me, I think what's best, and this is how Americans, actually, this is how just most democracies do it, is that we vote for the politician to not necessarily represent us, but we give them legitimacy to make decisions for us. This isn't to say that voters actually don't know what is best for them, but we kind of do imply that if we did think that, then we wouldn't have representative democracy. We would have direct democracy. This is like kind of a way to make sure that we have one, knowledgeable elites that are influenced by special interests, academia, experts, think tanks, and not have everything being decided by like, say, like a bunch of hillbillies. So then that kind of begs the other question, is that like, even if the rich were more affluent than the poor, are we assuming that the poor and the masses, that they have the right answers?
So I agree with your point that all sorts of expertise is needed to make decisions for the good of the country, and it's kind of a similar argument to the one you were making earlier, that a democracy is not just the tyranny of the majority, that you have the interests of the whole of society that are capable of being represented, and especially it's something that Gilens and the other studies as well bring up, which is very interesting, is that those kinds of data sets will be, for example, biased whenever it comes to well, actually, they mentioned it's something that probably escapes the data sets, because the data set can only include policies that had national polling over them. But there is the fact that, for example, if a policy only concerns, earlier we were talking about farmers, like say corn farmers, most people are not going to have an opinion on it. And the interest group of corn farmers is going to have a very strong opinion on it, and they're obviously going to be the single most influential party in lobbying that specific policy. I think that's, and I don't take an issue with that in as of itself. That being said, I think we also have to acknowledge that that poor and average people have their own sets of expertise. So just like affluent people will have expertise on, say, the tax laws and tax optimizations that concern them, usually they'll be linked to business, so they'll probably have a certain amount of expertise on running businesses, on entrepreneurship, on higher paying jobs, etc. They will not have expertise on Medicaid, on Social Security, on food stamps, on the issues that actually concern people that have to work with those systems. So I think it's unfair to just ad hoc assume that their opinion, that their opinion will on most policies be more relevant and more educated than other people's. But also that there's another issue, that it also assumes altruism on the part of people, whereas I think for the most part people will vote for their own interests, and that is why all people's interests need to be represented.
Most people vote for their own
or what they perceive to be their own interest, at least. But
yeah, but that's not my problem. So then it's really tough because like what I said before, right, is that the single issue voter completely breaks their logic or completely breaks their argument.
It is a problem, yeah. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because what you brought up was basically the way you brought it up.
People don't vote for policies.
Yeah, but the way, wait a second, the way you brought it up was as a justification for the system working this way. So the reason I brought this up is to explain that, is to give arguments why I think democracy shouldn't actually work that way. Democracy should be more representative than what that data seems to show. Not necessarily. I understand like the point that maybe we shouldn't have a direct democracy in on all aspects. We could debate on that. There are arguments for and against, and I fully acknowledge that. But without it going that far, I still think we should have more representativity than what is suggested by the findings of those papers.
I think, but if you were to look at the first graph that I sent you, that it already exists.
Well, yes.
It just so happens that in the data set, and this may be a flaw in the data set, maybe for you, is that there is a shared understanding of what is good and bad for like a large part. I believe like the figure is above 80% of the time.
Yeah, it's a very big proportion. Yeah.
Yeah. So then like it just so happens that like I think that already exists for you. I don't think that is an issue.
So I agree that in practice it does mean that that is a good thing. I from my perspective of wanting a more representative democracy, I fully agree. But I do think that by doing the analysis that Gilens and Page do, where they focus on the policy points that have differing opinions, that is an interesting way of trying to find if there is an issue with representativity, even when there is this huge correlation in opinions. But that's also where the first paper that Sogdon Left brings up is interesting.
But it doesn't show us. The differences doesn't show us that whether or not them going against the poor or the rich is actually a good thing. It just shows us that there's a difference.
That's what I was going to say. That's where the second paper comes in. By cutting it up by different categories, it does nuance the whole situation a lot. By showing that, for example, affluent voters are by far more represented for foreign policy. Like foreign policy, I would probably agree that I do want higher educated people, because that's also a correlation with being more affluent, to be the ones being more influential on those decisions. I don't mind that kind of bias.
Did you read that second paper?
Not entirely, but I went over the methodology and sorry.
Can you give me a hint on whether or not, besides that, there's something besides a correlation?
Sorry, what?
Can you give me a hint as to whether or not there was anything else besides a correlation?
It's all correlations. What do you mean?
It's all correlations.
Yeah.
So then that's also a huge problem when it comes to social sciences, is that, well, okay, being corny here, correlation doesn't imply causation. Ha 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 ha. So then you kind of have to have a quantitative explanation as to why things are the way that they are. If you kind of just gave me two separate data points that may have no relation to each other, but it has a one-on-one relationship,
I
then
could masturbate.
That could
and
really
I could be in pain.
That could really
like,
fuck up with my
like,
understanding
my
of
lungs
how
out.
those two data points actually do interact with each other.
Yeah, that's a fair remark. Absolutely.
So then, like, maybe we could just like brainstorm independently. Why do you think rich people tend to be more correlated with foreign policy?
Well, on this question, I would say it's probably a measure of influence on both sides. Obviously, the people who are in government, for the most part, who are political elites, they will have the same kinds of education and the same come from similar backgrounds as affluent people. So they will have the same kinds of opinions and inclinations as the affluent voters. And on the other hand, affluent voters will be, for the most part, much more globalized in their view of the world, in their business dealings, in their social contacts. They will have a stake in. They will actually have a bigger stake in foreign policy. So I think it's influence that goes both ways. Both of them coming from similar backgrounds, and also their opinions being more important for those policy questions.
So that's really interesting, because your explanation has nothing to do with the public opinion of the masses, but the public opinion of the politicians.
Mm-hmm. In part, yeah.
In part, how big of a part?
I don't have like an opinion on how big of a part, but if I would have to pull up the paper. They try to analyze that, right? And in that paper, they do go into fuck. Let me pull it up, since we're doing like a proper discussion. Let's actually look at the data. It was. But I know one of the papers brings up that question, and they actually go into an analysis of taking the opinions on the policy points of the actual representatives, and also the opinions within the political elites. But I think that was the second paper, the one that goes into the partisanship. It goes into whether the people that are important in the party are also have influence or not relative to the voters. And it did have an interesting hierarchy, but I don't remember. I looked more at the other paper that did the classification of the policy points. So.
Okay, so I'll answer my own question. I really can't think of a good reason as to why affluent voters have more of a correlation with foreign policy than, say, other kinds of policies. Besides maybe that it's a coincidence, or that politicians are deliberately believing that the affluent are more concerned about foreign policy than, say, other groups of people. Which kind of begs the question on whether or not our politicians actually have a good understanding of what the voters actually want. In which I'm willing to bet that politicians have a poor understanding of their constituents.
I mean, I don't know how good or bad their understanding is, but usually like a huge amount of money and intellectual effort is put into political campaigns in order to understand just that, right?
You mean like public opinion polling done by the politicians?
Yes, for example. My understanding is there's a lot of effort put into creating huge sets of data to be able to understand the voters Okay, no, it was the second. Yeah, it was the second. No. All right, sorry. Yeah, okay, the second paper.
Oh, yeah, that's there's also a huge issue when it comes to that. Democracy is a mess. Okay, I'm gonna.
It's complicated, yeah.
A mess. Sure, complicated and mess. Sure. Is that even if there is large support from the public, a politician may still decide to vote for policies or suggest policies that goes against it because they may think that it's they may be more concerned about special interests, or they may be they may think that there's going to be backlash because of supporting that kind of a policy. So, for example, really recently, Biden and Afghanistan. I think there was before the pullout that there was large public support for the United States to get out of Afghanistan. And I think a good explanation as to why a number of presidents did not commit to getting out of Afghanistan is because they knew that they're going to get shit for it. They knew that it was going to be rough and that public opinion was going to turn against them. Now, Biden, being the president that he is and a shit politician, that's my explanation, what we talked about a couple of weeks ago, doesn't really care about that. So he pulled the plug. And it turns out that it was maybe a bit true. That perhaps for Obama or Trump, that for their image, for their legacy, it might have been good to just pass the buck, to just let the next president deal with it. And that president just happens to be Biden. Another example of this happening, it just so happens to be another war, is the Vietnam War. So a number of presidents knew, they had intel that the Vietnam War was not working. It was not successful. It was just a money sink. But a president, the president that was going to pull out from the Vietnam War was going to get shit for it. A lot of shit. And the president who eventually did get a lot of shit for it. Was it LBJ? Was it Johnson? He was a one-term president. Maybe it wasn't. So then this, this kind of goes back to a similar point that I made, is that a politician still may think that it is within the best interest of themselves, as well as with the public opinion, to actually go against public opinion. And this is kind of to suggest, and what I have been suggesting for a while, is that public opinion is not everything. Public opinion does not tell us what is actually best, and sometimes that is true. So then it's a tough game. If democracy is always going to be supposed to be like in favor of public opinion, then goddamn, I really hate to do this, but back then public opinion was in favor of slavery. In Nazi Germany, public opinion was for the eradication of the Jews.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then arguments of the masses, arguments by popularity, I think this is something that you mentioned before on your stream today, or maybe somebody else. I think it was a video that you were watching about. Was it about Hassan? Yes, it was about Hassan. Aren't good arguments. It's flawed logic.
Yeah. And we talked about it earlier. Like, I fully acknowledge the fact that an ideal democracy is not one where is not a tyranny of the majority, and this idea that there can be unpopular decisions that are actually for the good of the country is a very important one. I fully agree. And it's obviously very, very hard. We cannot have a data set that takes that into account. You would have to have an opinionated go through it and just give your opinion on what's good and what's bad, and that would be a very flawed methodology. Just concerning what we were discussing earlier, so the Grossman paper that uses the same data set and then splits up the different the different types of policies. It also takes into account the support within party leaders, because we're talking about whether the party leaders follow are more influential or not.
Oh, true.
And in this paper, actually, party leaders have very little influence, according to their analysis of the data set on the final decisions in all three domains, and for both parties, Republicans and Democrats.
If it's not the party leaders, then where else is the influence?
Well, so since I have it under the eyes, so for foreign policy, it's very strongly influenced by affluent preferences, then pretty strongly influenced by business preferences, and then there's a very small the like last significant data point is like a small influence by advocacy preferences. For economic issues, it's mostly just middle class preferences. None of the other groups. I guess advocacy preferences also have a tiny influence.
Are you saying advocacy?
Yeah. Wait, is that the wrong pronunciation? Advocacy?
Advocacy.
Or advocacy.
Advocacy.
Advocacy. Okay, so the accent is on the first syllable. Okay, advocacy.
Advocacy. Wow.
Advocacy.
I was getting thrown off. I was like, "What is this word?" And I look at your screen. I'm like, "Wait a second."
And then for social policies, also what's interesting, there's a negative influence with their analysis on foreign policy by middle class preferences. That's pretty significant, and a small negative influence on social policies. But then affluent preferences are moderately influential in affluent preferences, and you also got business interest groups that have some social influence. Advocacy.
I'm looking at this data set and I'm trying to compare them like apples and apples, but it's more like apples and oranges. So then here's like another problem when it comes to social sciences. And I think this is kind of what happened with Martin and Gilens 2014, is that depending on what you're going to be making your independent variable and your dependent variable, then you're going to get a result no matter what. And this result may be pretty strong. It may have a pretty strong, R squared, something like that, like high statistical influence or none at all. But then you could be like the other papers that you're bringing up and take the same exact data set, but control for a different variable, or make the independent variable different, and then all of a sudden you may have something completely different that tells you a completely different story. So then, I guess my conclusion to like Martin and Gilens, and I think you're going to agree with this because you kind of alluded to this in the Discord, in our Discord messages, is that with what his approach and how he was understanding the data, then he reached a conclusion and it was the right conclusion. But I think he missed on his methodology. I think he missed on how to actually better accurately judge how does public opinion then influence policy policy, because it's not just public support, policy passes. It's public support that supports two parties that then vies for each other in government, that then has a high threshold of actually having to pass policies. Like in the Senate, you have to get 60 votes. Even if there is 51% support for a policy and 51 senators that supports a policy, that's a majority, but it's not going to get passed because you need to reach that 60 vote threshold. It's not going to get passed. So like it just feels like it's really hard to pass policy, but it's really easy to support a policy from the public. And you're always going to get like a huge discrepancy. So like a lot of people, if you're going to be looking at the graphs that I send you, or even check out the graphs that you have, a lot of people will see that the lines are different, but they will completely ignore the numbers that are on the sides. Like even when the affluent have 100% favorability of a policy, there's a 50% chance it doesn't get passed. Excuse me, there's a 50% chance that it doesn't even get proposed.
Yes.
So then, to me, if anything, what that shows is that, holy crap, it doesn't, and a lot of times, it doesn't even matter how much money you throw at a policy. If there are a number of conditions besides public opinion and besides rich and poor that goes into determining whether or not a policy does get passed. So basically, kind of what I'm saying is that like this may be not as significant as people are making it out to be. If you look at even the second picture that I showed you, there is there's a 10th percentile data point that is like 30% of them favoring that policy, but it's so high on it actually getting passed. And then there's something as high, and then it's equally as the probability of that getting passed. 80% of the 10th percentile favoring that is at 45% of it getting passed, and that is right next. That is the second highest point than the black dot. Do you see that? They're right next to each other.
Wait, can you repeat it? Which one should I be looking at?
So look at the top graph. Look at the top graph.
Yeah, top graph.
Okay, and look at the topmost black dot.
Yes.
Okay, that's the number. That's the highest point.
Yeah, absolutely.
The highest percent favoring policy change, and the highest percent of proposal.
Yes.
And that's the 90th percentile. That's really rich people favoring that.
Yeah.
But then the second highest point, right next to it, is a 10th percentile one. I think what this paper does show...
No, wait. At the same level of popularity, it's the one that's at 25% adoption.
I'm not talking about that. I was going to address that. I'm talking about the one right below.
Okay, sure.
Diagonal left. Diagonal left.
Okay, yeah, that at 80% popularity, the 10th percentile opinion still has a higher adoption rate.
45%.
Yeah,
45%.
Sure.
So then, kind of, I think what this does show is that when it comes to the affluent, there's more of a correlation. There's more of a one-to-one correlation. But for the 10th percentile, for the poor and the middle class, it's a bit more inconsistent. But this isn't to say that they're completely getting disregarded. It could be that the politicians may be maybe whatchamacallit, I guess picking and choosing what they actually do want to support. And I think I'm also willing to bet. That this does have something to do with actually who does vote in the first place. So then, when looking at this data set, I may be misremembering, but I don't think they specified that they were asking voters on their favorability of policy.
No, if I recall correctly, the data set uses. Let's just double check. But if I can recall correctly, the data set is using the. That's not the original paper. Is using the. the polling data. So it's not it's not people who are necessarily going to vote.
And
it's
also
just their opinion.
And it also doesn't account for whether or not they're Democrat or Republican, or whether or not they are like which state that they're in, because like even like a Democrat in West Virginia is going to be way different from a Democrat in California or New York. Like it's the data in of itself is very reductive.
And to be fair, like in Gilens' favor, he openly acknowledges the flaws of those flaws. Like I was saying, I don't get the feeling that he's doing this in any sort of intellectual bad faith.
Whatchamacallit, there's also the issue of the people who tend to vote are the rich and the educated. There's a strong correlation between those two. Your probability of voting and how educated you are. Your probability of voting and what's your income.
So I want to respond to that though. If that is
that poor people don't vote,
because no, like that's a reality, right? I'm aware of that too. But that being a cause for observing those discrepancies doesn't feel like that's enough to say it's not a problem. Like you considering like the ideal of democracy being representative, you would actually probably want to look at that and then acknowledge that as a cause and be like, okay, we need to work on bringing more people to vote. Maybe like setting up the voting during weekends, etc., etc.
But that's the problem. And that's not a problem in which the data is able to clearly lead us to. Instead, what the data does show is that there is inequality of politicians or whatever policy when it comes to public opinion. And the instant conclusion, or the more obvious conclusion from the data and the paper, is that it's not a voting problem or a problem of anything else. So then what this does is it leads us to the wrong the wrong solution. It shows us a different problem than what is actually maybe the actual cause.
I think that's a fair criticism. Yeah. I do
maintain. Here's another issue, but you go on.
Yeah, I just wanted. I do maintain that, like, especially with the Sogdon left criticism, it definitely, and like what I later saw, that apparently a lot of press picked up on the Gilens and Page paper to draw very, very definitive conclusions based off of it, without taking into account all the nuances, without even reading Gilens and Page, because Gilens and Page himself brings up flaws I don't want to say flaws, because I look at it a bit like in science. When someone publishes a theory, and then someone else looks into the theory and realizes, oh, like this equation, it's not that precise. You can add this other thing on top of it and arrive at an even more precise understanding of what's happening. It's not like that means the previous paper is wrong. It just means further work was needed, and this further work arrives at a better understanding of what's going on. When I read like this paper and then the further papers that Sogdon left brings up, I feel like I'm just seeing academia at work. Someone put in a huge amount, like a group of people put in a huge amount of work compiling that data set, and then they stopped at a certain point, even though they could have gone further. But they do bring up that you can go further with this data set. We would like people to explore like this idea, that idea. This aspect of it is not very strong. There could be all sorts of different reasons for this and that. And then someone else picked up on that and was like, okay, let's put in that extra work, put more classification, study plug the multivariate analysis with different looking at different variables, etc., etc. And so you have an evolution of the work being done. That's really healthy. But then the communication around it, the media picking up on the paper, the same thing happens with science. They just want like bombastic headlines rather than actually understanding the work that's being described in the paper.
So you kind of already answered that, or what I was going to give. You have a really charitable view of the workings of academia. Martin and Gilens, they weren't wrong. I've said that before, but their conclusion is weak because their methodology is weak. And maybe it's not a fault to them because they didn't consider other aspects. And your chatter, tyrant it. That person is so mad. Gilens has a PhD in sociology, and they're a professor of politics, but I don't think they actually have an academic background of politics, of political science.
Just to give context, Tyrant is communist. So it's like his interpretation, obviously, of this kind of papers is very he's like very favorable.
Mad. Okay.
But anyways.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna fault them, but yeah, the paper is weak because the methodology is weak. And I think it is just as right for me to say that it is not a paper that we really should take seriously, or we really shouldn't be like looking at this solely and then taking a lot of conclusions. If anything, what would actually be better would be to provide the other papers that gives us a clear answer. Like, I don't think I necessarily needed to read Martin and Gilens in order to get an understanding of how public opinion affects policy. I could just read one of the other papers that may mention. So, like, that's another thing about papers, is that in the beginning, they often have a literature review. I don't know if they had a literature review in this paper.
I don't know, but I would definitely agree, especially this one, the Grossman and Isaac paper that works on the same data set and goes much further with the analysis, like taking into account party leadership positions, splitting by party lines, et cetera, et cetera. It's literally the same data set, but analyzed much more thoroughly. In that, I 100% agree that if I was gonna discuss those findings, I would probably just point people to the Grossman paper instead.
I wouldn't even consider Gilens and Page. And I think maybe for people like you and me that were able to not just read a singular paper and then, oh my God, we have all the answers to every single problem in the universe. We understand that we have to read a robust amount of papers in order to actually get an understanding of a particular subject, even if it's a small subject like public opinion in relation to policy. Maybe for us, it's not as big of a deal, but for a lot of other people who are like maybe laymen's or maybe like consuming this kind of information from popular media, yeah, this is a good segue. That may not be the case. They may only get a conclusion from really bad methodologies. So something about the sensationalization of academia, like everything in this whole fucking universe, there's a bad element, and the bad for this is kind of what I just said, is that the masses could really take like a singular expert and then believe them. So like Jordan Peterson, when people think about a psychology professor, bet you most people will think about Jordan Peterson, but that guy is like shunned apparently in the psychology field. Apparently, like, he works with like really bad methods, but he's really popular and media likes to give him interviews, and he's able to like kind of spread that message around. Something that I saw a while ago is that like when it comes to the masses actually reading academic papers, like they read like maybe I think it's like 5% of scholars that actually see the light of day from the masses. Just 5%. So like even in academia, even though they're already boring, they're not celebrities, there are actually it's within academia that there are celebrities. There are celebrity academics.
Yeah.
And that does skew as to how that does influence the rest of academia. And it also does affect how the masses are able to get information from academia. I guess like what I'm going to be getting at is for everybody is to be a bit more careful when it comes to reading these DOIs. It's already really difficult to get people to read DOIs, so that may be a step later down the line. Once we get everybody to read DOIs, then we could start being concerned about, okay, now you actually have to think about methodology. This is actually a weakness of mine, is that in college, I didn't really concern myself with methodology, and I also didn't really concern myself with stats. So I actually have a hard time reading coefficients, correlations, and all that stuff. I took like one class, but it was really fucking boring. Like I'm a qualitative guy. I like thinking about the theories and reading words and like understanding knowledge as knowledge, but even political science is kind of getting away from that. And I have a hard time looking at a paper, reading it, and at the same time thinking about, hey, maybe they missed something. Because like not all academic papers are actually good papers. I think the more that I think about it and the more that I read, I am getting a bit better and better. And it's also just like a good practice to just look at other papers. So when I sent you that video and like you said, oh, Marian Gilens, good paper in the group chat, I was like, oh, Naaman, you got trapped. You got tricked. But I didn't say that. I just sent you the video. I'm like, okay, yeah. Good response video. You watched it on stream?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. And then that's probably that. There's also a while ago, Vox has a news article titled "Remember that study saying America is an oligarchy? 3 rebuttals says it's wrong." And I think these are 3 rebuttals that it's not the sock done left papers, but do you know about it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know. All I know is when I started going into the sock done left video, Turnit was in my chat being like, "Oh no, not the Vox video." So
the Vox video or the Vox article.
He thought I was gonna watch the Vox rebuttal, and apparently he takes issue with it. He did send me an article which was a Gilens' response to certain criticisms of his paper.
Yeah.
And those criticisms weren't brought up in the sock done left video. So I was like, well, I read it on stream, and I was like, cool. And indeed, those criticisms of the Gilens paper weren't very relevant, and his counter arguments were good to them. And I just stopped there. Maybe it's a response. Maybe that article was actually a response to the Vox stuff. I don't know. So
yeah,
I never went to the Vox thingy.
I just sent you the Vox article, and maybe you could give it a whirl. Sure.
Yeah, I'll just check it out real quick. If it's the
it's an article. It's not a video.
Yeah.
But Vox also does make videos, so maybe you're able to find something on YouTube.
Oh no, I'm fine with articles.
Okay, Resident Sleeper, Lamau.
No, I'm just gonna go through it really fast, see if it's the same points that were in that other in that other thing. Okay, yeah, there's the policy ends up about where it should have been. So they're talking about the fact that the that there's
I think that point's awesome. I think that's a really strong point.
Oh yes, and
It's like,
I disagree that it's that strong. In practice it's important, but the fact that opinion is the same between, for the most part, for the most part between both studied groups should be taken as just that, as well as something Gilens does bring up in this paper, which I think is very relevant, and that I want to like kind of discuss once we moved on from the specifics of the papers, which is that what Gilens calls the third phase of policymaking, or opinion making, we could say rather, is this idea that, which is very hard to quantitatively analyze. I don't see how anyone could really do that quantitatively, the same way we're looking at those papers, is the idea that he suggests as a possible cause of the opinion being so intersected between the average voter and the affluent voter, being that the affluent voter has access to ways of influencing the average voter's opinions, and that is, whether we consider that to be the driving force or not of that still is something that we have to take into account. And if anything, depending on how important that influence is, through owning media conglomerates, through being deciding what are the talking points of those media conglomerates, that is a huge influence then that has to be taken into account if we're trying to consider whether the democracy is operating in a healthy way or not.
I think what you're referring to is cue-taking theory. But before I get into that, maybe something that's a bit more relevant that I should have mentioned earlier is that the data set is comparing, or like the bottom side, which is the how are we judging affluence, is based on income.
Yes.
So like it's.
Or is it? Wait.
Yes.
It's not just wealth.
It may be wealth.
Let me double check.
I mean, even if it is
I think
wealth,
you're right, but
even if it is wealth, if it's wealth or income, and if it's going to be done by percentile, like what is it? I always forget, but what does it take to be the top 10% of America?
I think in this case it was like 140,000. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's income. $146,000 in annual household income in 2012 dollars.
140,000.
Yes.
So then, like, this is why Bernie Sanders has to say the top 1% of the 1%.
Mm-hmm. But Gilens talks about this. Actually, this is something that kind of befuddled me in the paper. Is that Gilens mentions this flaw in the data he has, that he can only work by the 90th percentile and not the 99th percentile. But he says that if anything, let me find the exact quote, but if in any case the imprecision that results from use of our affluent proxy is likely to produce underestimates of the impact of economic elites on policy making, is his opinion looking at that issue.
Oh, you can't assume that. Come on.
Yeah, I agree with you. That is a big assumption. I would have liked at least some kind of qualitative. I would have liked, because he doesn't give one. I would have liked at least some qualitative argument for why you could make that assumption, because he kind of makes it ad hoc. He says, if we find substantial effects upon policy even when using this imperfect measure, therefore it will be reasonable to infer that the impact upon policy of truly wealthy citizens is still greater. But that depends on whether, and how like whether their opinions are different or not on the different policy points. This is a pretty big imprecision.
So then, I think this is kind of to add on to that is if we're going to be understanding public opinion when it comes to how it's correlated with the population based on income, then that's kind of like a very individualistic way at reducing the thingy-mabob, reducing the data set. But then we have to ask ourselves, if it's that individual, then what is an individual able to do? So at most, they're able to contribute to each politician like what, $2,400. Like we have in the United States, I don't know if you know this, but we cap individual donations.
Yeah, but aren't PACs a loophole to that?
But yes, but then that's the thing, is that then there comes PACs. And then, but then how is a person who's earning 140,000 really contributing much to a PAC?
Yeah, that's not a rhetorical question.
No, it's not.
If a person is contributing,
but I could ask myself, like, yeah, I think if
I would say yes, that's a lot.
140,000
from a single person,
yeah. No, actually, I would disagree. Because if you're gonna be, typically people who do make that much live in areas that are more costly, and so happens.
I misunderstood your question. What you were actually asking was, does someone? What are you asking? Are you asking? Are you talking about a donation of a one-time donation of $140,000 to?
No, I'm talking about like if their income is 140,000. I'm asking how much are they?
Like their spendable money? Yeah, no. Yeah, no. They're not going to have that much money lying around to influence politicians. Of course
exactly.
not.
Yeah.
No.
Like so then like that's another thing as to I think a flaw of understanding public opinion when and how it affects policy in correlation to income is that the income of people kind of means nothing.
Yeah,
like, not nothing, because there is something there. It means so little in comparison to everything else that we have to consider when it comes to how our democracy works.
So I just to make things clear, I really think, like, I agree with your point, but I really think we need to go back to what Gilens is saying. They use that this 90th percentile polling as a proxy for the truly wealthy, the like top 2%, top 1%. And we can criticize that methodology, or rather the precision of it, and that like I said earlier, I acknowledge that fully, that there is a problem with that. But he's not sitting there claiming that those 90th percentile people are the ones that are directly influencing policymaking. He's using them as a proxy to try to determine whether the much wealthier people are having an influence.
Well, at the end of the day, apparently the really rich and the really poor, they share like 80% of the policies.
Yeah, they do.
But then
that's a fascinating thing too. But then we go back to what I was talking about earlier, which I wanted to ask you about. Isn't there outside of the political process, which is what's being analyzed here, aren't there huge avenues of influence from that are very directly top down, where media can choose to propagandize issues and form and mold opinions?
I'm a big believer of cue-taking theory.
So what is that? You mentioned it earlier. I'm not familiar with that term.
Cue-taking theory is this idea that the public opinion of the masses are greatly influenced not by themselves or their own beliefs, but by the beliefs of elites. They take to listening to people who they trust, and this may be politicians, it may be people in the media, and that's how they get informed about what they actually think about policy and politics. I don't think people actually have well, I think it's just a matter of fact. It's part of the human condition that nothing that we actually think and feel is original. We're influenced by something, and especially nowadays, when there is mass media and when there is cult of personality, then we do tend to rely on big media figures. So a really good example of this would be the Trump cult, really worshiping Trump and whatever he says to be the truth, like it's fucking gospel. That's one example of top-down cue-taking theory. It is to say that we take cues from other people, and those other people tend to be elites. Now, the theory also does suggest that we take cues from other influences as well. So we take them from our friends, we take them from our family, our schools, our environment when we're very young is heavily correlated and often is seen as the cause as to why we hold our positions in the first place. If your parents are liberals and they like to talk about politics, then the chances of a child being liberal is like very, very high. And the same thing is for conservatives. Like that's why liberal communities tend to produce liberals and conservative communities tend to produce conservatives. It's because we're like, we kind of mold ourselves to be what we see and what we experience and what we hear. When it gets into the realm of policy, then a lot of the times we take to listening to politicians and for me, okay, what does Pelosi have to say about something? Or what does Biden have to say about something? And then whatever they say, it doesn't matter if it's actually a liberal thing or a conservative thing. It doesn't actually matter if it's a Democrat thing or a Republican thing. We're going to like them. So this actually might suggest more evidence as to why one, we shouldn't have direct democracy, and two, maybe even a representative democracy is not good enough. Is that if you look at like the poll numbers of how Americans feel about a country, depending on who is the president, it like shoots up and down. Like apparently, the direction of our country, or like the state of our country, becomes so much more shit for Republicans once Biden walks into the Oval Office. Like nothing actually has to happen in the country. There doesn't have to be a catastrophe. Nothing has passed yet. It's like, oh, Biden walks into the Oval Office, this country is shit.
Yeah, the polarization in politics, and not just in the U.S. I think that's a pretty global phenomenon thing. It's
I'm going to correct you on that. It would be partisanship.
Partisanship. Okay, that's the correct term. Okay, in French you say polarisation. That's why.
Okay, and then for polarization, the bigger term to look at is something called affective polarization. That's more of the hostility polarization.
Okay. Oh wait, can I address the cue taking theory thing? Or do you want to finish?
Yeah. I'm gonna talk more about that now.
Okay.
It's not that I like it. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it's just it's nature. That we get influenced by elites, and this may be an argument as to like why democracy is not good. If it's gonna be influenced by the rich, then fuck it. So guess what? Do we have to eat the rich now?
So I have a great quote for you. There was a French intellectual and noble who went to the U.S. when the War of Independence and then the foundation of the American democracy, called Tocqueville, who wrote a book about American democracy. And there is a very interesting quote in that book where he writes, and it's directly addressed to his fellow nobles in France. Now, the French Revolution, everyone I don't know what the education around the French Revolution, what your perception of it is, but it's not something that just like happened suddenly one day. It was a process of concessions and unrest facing the monarchy over decades. So the nobles saw the writing on the wall. They knew this shit was coming, and at least a compromise, if not a revolution, was going to happen. So what Tocqueville writes to them is, do not fear democracy, because they will vote for who we tell them to vote for. He just says it outright. Like, don't worry, guys, we're still going to be in control. I think that's really funny, considering what we purport to be the ideals of democracy, and interesting to think about. But also, so I agree with you that there is a...
shit. Like,
wait, can I finish?
Disagree with that. Yeah.
I do agree with you that there is a human nature thing in there. I'm not an anarchist. I believe that there will always be power structures in society, and obviously the influence of individuals and organizations that are at the top of power structures will be larger than lower in power structures. However, when looking at natural phenomena like that, I think it's also okay to make prescriptive judgments. And with the understanding that you can never erase what's the natural state of things, but you can try to compensate for it. And if you do it in good ways, to resolve things that you perceive as problems, I think you can actually mitigate the issues. So I would give, for example, an example concerning cue-taking theory. I would cite here in France one of the laws concerning election. Once an individual presents themselves as a presidential candidate, their talking time on TV is regulated, and whether they are part of a small, minuscule nobody party that has very little funding, or one of the main parties that is most likely going to win, they have just as much time on TV awarded them as every single other candidate. So is that perfect? No. Does that change the fact that it is the elites who accede to power? No. But it is a fair attempt at trying to mitigate the inequalities in the political system.
Okay, so we're already going to be at like the prescriptions parts of it.
Mm-hmm.
In which does Martin and Pages, Gilens and Pages, do they give any prescriptions?
Not really. I don't think so. Since they're kind of
mitigated.
mitigated.
I hate that.
Really?
Yes, I do.
I actually like the fact that it's kind of neutral, especially since they acknowledge the weaknesses in
my favorite papers are the ones that have a good literature review, a good diagnosis of what they're actually going to be looking at, a good a clear showing of the data, and a good explanation as to why that is occurring, and then a conclusion that not only wraps up the entire paper, but also makes suggestions for further research, as well as for prescriptions as to how we can deal with the problems that they do diagnose.
So
those are my most favorite papers, but that's just me personally. I don't think that's important to this discussion.
Let me just correct something. They do give a prescription, but it is an academic prescription. We hope that our work will encourage a further exploration of these issues. Our findings point towards the need to learn more about exactly which economic elites, the merely affluent, the top 1%, the top 1/10 of 1%, have how much impact upon public society and to what ends they wield their influence. Similar questions arise about the precise extent of influence of particular sets of organized interest groups, and we need to know more. Basically, they're acknowledging that the research is insufficient. But the prescription is academic. There needs to be more research before you arrive at actual cause and effect, at actual prescriptions for politics, which I think is a fair stance to take, all things considered.
I hate that. It's so useless. We hope things are gonna get better. We hope we made a dent.
Well, no, it's like we hope further work is done, and further work was done, right? We have the Grossman paper that works on the same data set. I don't know. I come like my scientific is my background is more scientific, and to me like seeing that.
Okay, you're gonna see that in every single social science paper.
Yeah.
There's not a single social science paper unless it's a textbook. Then it's just gonna be pure information. But there's not gonna be a single social science DOI that you're gonna read, and that's not gonna be there. They always put that there.
Okay.
It means nothing. It's like we hope further research is done on this. I'm like, okay.
Because what I was gonna say is like coming from a scientific background of the like scientific method, et cetera, like I look at that and I'm like, okay, that's normal. That's the way research really works. Sorry.
Yeah, you think it's humbling, but for me, I guess like I've read that line so many times that I've kind of just like been desensitized to it. Every single time I read that line, I say, okay, I know I could skip these sentences. Does not matter. I get it. We get it. But yeah, my personal prescriptions. But I do not eat the rich. Let's not do that.
I don't know if they're that tasty, honestly.
But it would be It would be why couldn't the United States just be like a good social democracy? Like, why couldn't we just have a welfare system to the point in which, like, being poor isn't like being homeless? Like, being poor is just like, oh, you're a little bit less well off than the middle class.
My advanced
Like,
intelligence
it-
can
I-
be
I
used
feel
like
like
an
if-
octopus to
if
suffocate
if the
and pull apart my
lowest
enemy's
percentile
arguments.
were people who were actually like middle class now, like maybe like making 40K a year, then the issues of like the affluence of really rich people and like really poor people isn't gonna be as big of a deal. So like that's kind of one way of looking at it, which is kind of just make America better, Lamau.
Hey, you know me. I'm a sock them. Like I fully agree with you.
Yeah. I feel like at that point, if that were the case, like if those conditions were met, then the inequality wouldn't be as big of a deal as people are making it out to be. I feel like when it comes to the inequality, I think people are just looking. People are angry at the inequality of class, and they want to look for an explanation as to why that's occurring. And Martin and Gilens and Pages presents a finding that there is some inequality in policy making. So then they'll point to that as an explanation to their problems. But if those problems just didn't exist, if the United States was a more of a social democracy than other countries, then perhaps we wouldn't be so concerned about the inequality. Now, I'm realizing that maybe the reason why we aren't a social democracy is because of the fundamental nature of the inequality. Like maybe the reason why we don't have universal health care is because of insurance companies lobbying. Maybe the reason why we don't have as strict rules against tobacco is because they've had decades of lobbying. Maybe the reason why the United States doesn't have as strong of a infrastructure for renewables is because of the oil industry and whatnot. But then at that point, this has nothing to do with people making income. This has to do with more so like business interests. I guess like you could call them special interests, but then if you call it special interests, then under the bus you're also throwing like corn farmers.
Well, they try to distinguish between different types of interest groups, but they do lump all business interests together. One thing I want
which I think is ridiculous, because like we also have business interests that are for renewables, and we also have business interests like Business
But-
in of itself is not an evil thing. God fucking damn it.
I know.
So then, like, I think that's also like another huge problem with the Martin Gilens thing is that it actually reduces everything down to income, and we both realize that it's in some cases, in some cases, I guess Elon Musk being rich is actually a good thing because we want more electric cars. Okay, now I'm gonna get canceled, Lamau.
Yeah. There's something you were saying earlier. I really wanted to address it, but I fucking forgot to take notes. What were you saying before the last when you went on to income? Do you remember?
That businesses are not all evil.
No, before that.
Before businesses were not all evil.
Mm.
Do you remember what you said and what I was responding to?
I don't know. We talked about whether there were prescriptions here. We went back and forth a bit about academia.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Then we
So
went back on the subject.
I was basically like oh, if we solved the problem, then there wouldn't be problems.
Oh, right. We were talking about
I'm
social
so
democracies too. Yeah. Okay, I remember what I wanted to say. There something I wanted to add as well. You kind of went on it on possible reasons why it's so hard to implement a social democracy in the U.S. Why there's there's interest groups against for whom it goes against their interests, etc. I wanted to bring up a trend within a lot of European social democracies, which is also kind of worrying if you think that's if you believe that social democracy is the proper way of organizing society.
God damn it, Neiman.
Which is that most European social democracies have been slowly under attack. So something
In what way?
Sorry.
In what way?
I'm going to finish. Something we've been observing is simultaneously both it becoming harder and harder to budget in the cost of the social programs, while in parallel you have media attacking, for example, fraud in the social programs, fighting for more discrimination in who's awarded what kind of benefits, et cetera, et cetera. While behind that, I'm kind of going to throw the whole lefty talking point at you, but it is pertinent to this problem. Behind that, you then have corporate taxes going down, tax havens within the European Union. All sorts of issues, tax optimization not being legislated against. We end up with issues where all this money can probably be found within the economies of the social democracies, but the politics have moved away from supporting the social programs and have been slowly basically hurting them. A common trend, for example, concerning the nationalized healthcare or the state of public hospitals in France is budget cuts to the hospitals. Then the next party comes into power and they're like, damn, look at our healthcare. It's so bad, but it costs so much. We probably should spend less on it. And then the next people are going and they're like, wow, it's so bad. Why are we spending so much money? We should spend less on it if it's so bad. And it's kind of this slow. It's a slow cycle, but it's kind of a slow cycle of that I think is harmful to the social democrat institutions. And that can happen in a country if the popular interests that are very vested in the social programs are no longer dominating, or if the Overton window shifts away from them, which is also something that's been happening.
America is just ahead of the curve.
In what way?
We're actually the future of Europe. Because we already had our anti-tax movement. Now you're getting the anti-tax movement. Guys, if you wanted to look at the future of Europe, just look at America now, okay?
Oh
We're just
no.
ahead of the curve, okay?
I guess I'll have to move to where will I move to next then?
I don't
What the
fucking
fuck?
know, dude. I was kind of hoping on moving to Europe,
Yeah.
because America. I actually have really little hope. I don't know if I told this to you guys, but I have really little hope for America's future politically. It's not gonna be like as big. It's not gonna have as big an effect on me because I'm a privileged person. But it still got me feeling a bit doomer and motivating me to move out. So then, yeah, like kind of what you're bringing up is that there's anti-tax movements. It kind of goes up and down in which like there are periods of time in which people are like okay with high taxes if it's in exchange for like government services, but then after a couple of years they just switch opinions because they're like, oh, now my taxes are so high and now they want to cut taxes and put the blame on the government being inefficient and things like that. I still think, and this may not be a problem with the social welfare system, but a democracy maintaining a social welfare system. So maybe this is not an attack, but this is like a quality of social democracy, is that if you are going to democratically choose your country to have a social welfare system, then that also implies that you can democratically remove that social welfare system.
Absolutely.
And this is why I want to form the country of the philosopher king, in which I make the decisions. Because everybody else is stupid.
Honestly, what do you think? Obviously, this is like fairy tale land. This is not something that exists anywhere in the world, and it would be really hard to implement. But what about writing in writing in the fundamentals of the social democracy into the constitution, and then they wouldn't be at the mercy of immediate political change. And I don't necessarily mean like the details of the infrastructure necessarily, but if you write in the constitution healthcare is a right, like you're already miles ahead of dismantling the healthcare system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe, but then there are other mechanisms to get around that. So instead of providing for a right, you could like defund things. So it's like, Democrats were able to pass the Affordable Care Act, but then Republicans could be like, okay, well, we're just not going to fund it. We're just going to slash its budget. It's still there. They're just not going to have money in order to do everything that they want. They have to cut employees now, and now they don't have the capacity. So like there are other ways. Government is just like a bit fucked. Okay.
But in that case, like you could at least have it go up to the Constitutional Court, and they would. There are chances that they would block the law for the budget from passing if it doesn't budget in the stuff, right?
Maybe.
Maybe I don't know. That stuff's obviously complicated, but
I think the fundamental issue as to why we have these concerns in the first place, the reason why we have all these problems when it comes to resources and why government exists in order to determine those resources and how they're allocated and who gets what, when, and why, or who gets what, when, and how, excuse me, is scarcity. So what we have to achieve is a post-scarce world. So we have to like crank capitalism up with steroids in order to get everything that we want. But yeah, that's Fantasyland. Okay, gay-space communism. Let's go. Woo! A more realistic solution, if we want to just like pedal back, to the original discussion, when it comes to representation, in particular in America. I think the biggest issue is that we are first past the post country. Now you, being in Europe, although you are a Frenchman, okay, you may have like some knowledge on the proportional representation side instead of the first past the post side.
Well, the problem, the French system actually, it's a bit better in that perspective in some ways, but it really has a big flaw. So it's in two phases. There's a first phase where anyone who's collected 500 signatures from mayors in France can apply to be a presidential candidate, and then they'll be on the ballots. And the two candidates that collect the most votes move on to a second phase, and then it's first past the post between them.
Yeah.
So, like, something that I would really like to see, what I would see as a big improvement to that system, instead of the second phase being first past the post, having, I forgot that there's like a technical term for this, so you'll probably know it.
Voting.
Sorry?
Ranked choice.
Yes, ranked choice. I think ranked choice would work a lot better.
Okay, so I agree. It would I would prefer for America ranked choice voting plus proportional representation. So do you actually know stuff about proportional representation? I don't want to just like explain a bunch of things.
I have a feeling you mean something very specific by it, in which case I don't know what
Germany
exactly mean.
What Germany has. I like what Germany has.
Okay, I don't know the specifics of their system. Enlighten me. Explain to me.
Okay, but I'm just going to talk about it from America. So America has, first past the post. You have to achieve a plurality of the votes in order to win. You don't actually have to achieve a majority. You just have to get more votes than the other person or than any other person. So if there's going to be 3 candidates and one candidate gets 40%, the other 2 candidates gets 30% each, then the candidate that gets 40%, they're the winner and they represent the entire district. And in America, it's also single member districts. So even though the candidate that won only really got the consent, the vote of 40% in that district, and the majority of that district did not like that person apparently. So like runoff, ranked choice voting, maybe it's a solution to that, yeah. But still, what that does leave is that like even if there was a candidate that got 51% of the vote and they represent that district, then what happens to the rest of the 49%? They kind of just get screwed. And what happens is that when you're going to have really strong Democratic states or districts or really, really strong Republican states or districts, then it kind of just demotivates the other side. So like if I were a Republican in New York State, and for those who don't know, New York State is has been like strongly for Democrats. Like all their electoral votes go to the Democratic candidate when it comes to presidential elections for like a couple of decades now. And it's all thanks to New York City. If I were a Republican in that state, I would not bother voting. Maybe except for local elections. But I would also not bother campaigning. Maybe except for local elections. I just would be completely disassociated from national politics because no matter what the fuck I'm doing, New York City exists. It doesn't matter if I'm upstate and I'm a hillbilly and I want to protect my gun rights or whatnot. New York City is going to completely skew my entire state to Democrats.
Isn't that in general a flaw specific to the Federalist? I'm saying Federalist, but like the fact that for like in a lot of ways, it's all split up by states. If the actual voting was a national poll where it didn't matter where you lived, everyone's vote influenced things the same. That would probably change that. Like a Republican in New York would have as much of a choice as a Republican in Ohio.
Absolutely. But then when you get down to what I brought up in the first place, like it's both a national issue and a local issue.
Mhm.
Because if I have a county in which there's 60% Democrats and 40% Republicans, and only one member comes out of that county, then it's going to be for the Democrats. The 40% don't get represented in Congress.
Yep.
And I think that's a huge flaw in American representation, is that on both the national level and even on the local level, we actually do not send representatives to represent a good chunk of Americans. So then what I would rather have is proportional representation, multi-member districts. So even if there's going to be a district that's like 90% Democrat and 10% Republicans, out of that county, out of that district, that 10% Republicans, they're still going to get some representatives in order to argue for those constituents. And I think that is a much more robust democracy. And
agree.
My hope and kind of what I have been seeing, if you wanted to compare first past the post countries to proportional representation countries tend to have better outcomes. They tend to have higher like confidence in the government in the first place. People tend to be a bit more positive about politics, and voter turnout tends to be a lot higher. More participation in politics in general tends to be higher. Like just like proportional representation just like seems to be much better. We mentioned polarization and partisanship before, and that is less prone to happen in proportional representation because if you
Really?
wanted to look at Germany, yes, because the reason why America is a two-party system is not because of any technicality. There's no law in the Constitution or anywhere that says that we only have two parties. We have third parties here and there, okay, smaller ones, but I'm referring to the dominant parties.
Yeah.
The reason why that's the case is because of systemic issues, or a systemic reason. And that system that incentivizes there to be two dominant parties is first past the post. Because in order to win elections, you have to have like more votes than the other side. And in order to have a higher chance of winning those elections, then you want to have a big umbrella party. But then in a democracy, you want to have competition. So then like the least amount of dominant parties in first past the post, and like even like you could argue the most ideal number of parties, dominant parties for a first past the post country is 2. And even if, say like there's 2 dominant parties, 60 to 40%, but then something happens, the 60% gets they get split in half because there's some sort of a debate, there's some sort of a dispute. Okay, it's Trumpers versus the old guard Republicans. The 40% that are going to be the Democrats, because it's 40 to 30 to 30, they're the ones that's actually going to win because of the nature of first past the post. So in a lot of ways, and this is kind of what a lot of Democrats have been hoping that that's going to happen to the Republican Party, is that they're going to be split, and it's going to divide up their votes, and we're going to win, Democrats. I think that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But what happens in proportional representation is that it doesn't matter what your percent is, unless you're going to have a threshold, in which I would advocate for a minimum threshold, which I think is 5% in Germany. I would probably pick that as well for the United States. Is that if you get 40% of the vote, you get 40% of the seats. If you get 5% of the vote, you get 5% of the seats. And when it comes to forming a coalition, when it comes to deciding what parties come together in order to run the government in the first place, even if one party has 49% of the vote, and the rest of the other parties combined, they have 51%. The rest of the combined parties, they could form a coalition and run the government, because technically, by their seats, by their votes, they're the ones representing the majority of the people.
Yeah.
And to me, that makes just a lot more sense than giving a bunch of power to a party that is like 49%. What this also does, I'm on a rant now. I'm sorry.
I want to respond to some things. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. The last thing that I think is very important is that we, in proportional representation, because it's multi-party, is going to have a lot more diverse representation in the first place. So you're going to have a center party, two left to center, right to center, and then left wing, right wing. So then the dipshits here in the United States who are like, oh, the Democrats and Republicans did the same, they're probably going to get a party that is more in line with their politics. And the reason why they're able to vote and participate in politics, because it doesn't matter if they are a minority. It doesn't matter if they're just 10% of the population. They're still going to get a party so long as they could come together and organize. And then they get representation on the national stage. They get to argue for their policies. They get to influence politics. It's a lot more inclusive than a two-party first-past-the-post system.
All right, so first off, I want to say I agree with pretty much everything you said. It's always shocked me when it's happened a couple times in recent years when say someone like wins the presidency but they lose the popular vote. That's just such an absurd thing to look at, considering what I've been taught democracy is. That being said, as much as from what I can tell, like everything you said is correct about proportional democracies having more involvement, better representation of different political viewpoints through the viability of more parties, so on and so forth. I would like to nuance that there still arise certain tendencies, and I've read actually a political science paper a while back, but I don't remember off the top of my head, that actually had a hypothesis that any sort of democratic system will tend to converge over time towards two opposing parties. And they had like a really interesting mathematical model to support that and to explore that idea. But regardless, in practice, what have we been observing, for example, here in France, is that for quite a long time, like going back into the past of the latest of the what is it, like the Fifth Republic, for basically after World War II, France has been mostly ping-ponging between a center-left and a center-right party. And in that way, it's not dissimilar to what's been happening in the U.S. You still have you have all those other parties that do have seats in the legislative bodies, and that obviously matters a lot. And they get to voice their opinions in debates. They get to like you said, participate in negotiations. When a party has like 49%, well, they need to make concessions with someone to get that to get their law through. I think those things are important to prevent the turning of the majority that we talked about. However, you still have dominant parties, and they usually draw, at least in the French system, it usually looks like a dichotomy. Even in recent years, where the far-right party has been almost every single time, yeah, I think it's since the late 90s, the far-right party has been getting to the second round in presidential elections every single time. it simply means that whoever they're opposing ends up winning, because people then no longer vote for a party, they just vote to prevent the far right from getting to power, and then that completely turns the whole system around, where it means that whoever wins the popularity contest of the first round, whether it's the center left Socialist Party or the center right, they used to have a different name, but now they're actually called the Republicans, just like in the US. Whichever one of them it is just going to win. Even though the far right party is very popular, it's going to get like around 20% at that point. It's just never going to get the rest of the vote. At this point, there's the history of the World War II, etc., etc. Like people will just vote to oppose it. So we see it's on a lesser scale, obviously, than the U.S. But those problems still tend to emerge. I would love to try to find that paper on the convergence towards two parties, because it's a very theoretical thing. It's not at all like quantitative, looking at actual data, etc. It's more like a mathematical model based on game theory. So they use like game theory principles to simulate the behavior of people. It's a paper about populism, basically, and how populism influences vote in a game theory type model of voting.
Yeah, I get the theory, because like even if a state was proportional represented, a party would still want to capture as many votes as possible in order to get as many seats.
That's what that paper uses as a basis to justify that. Yeah, and then the mathematical model confirms that.
I think what they fail to grasp at is that a political party is if it is going to be proportional represented, a political party is going to have a very hard time trying to satisfy everybody within its umbrella group. Like, that's why within the Democrats here in the United States, we have our own little coalitions within the Democratic Party. Like, even Pelosi and Schumer are not able to actually have a cohesive party. There are still like infringements within them. And then this also doesn't even include the groups of people who are on the far left, or who are like so left that they can't even enter politics to begin with. So then I think how that theory breaks down is that it may be in the interest of a political party to be an umbrella party, even under proportional representation, but can they actually achieve that, I think, is a different question. And I would argue that it would be very difficult, because the population in of itself, I would assume, is always going to be diverse. So diverse to the point that a political party cannot take an entire half of the spectrum. Because I could tell you, a lot of leftists really don't like the Democrats, even though they're adjacent to us.
Yeah, that's kind of what we see here in France with the polling data. Even though the final election results are always going to be something like I was saying, like 20% to the far right party, and then like 60, 70, sometimes even 80%, depending on turnout, and like for the other candidate. When you actually look at the opinion polls on the opinion polls on the favorability of the actual president, they're always really low. And the clear explanation for that is that people just voted for them because they were the closest thing to their espoused ideology and political ideas, but they weren't actually. That's not who they wanted. They when at the beginning there were like 10 or 15 different parties to choose from. Like you're saying, they had their little niche. Like, okay, this fits me. This is what the direction I want the country to go towards, and then they just have to compromise. And obviously, they're going to be unhappy with that.
Yeah. So then, when it comes to, I remember having to study France's system. If I recall correctly, everything that you've been saying, I share the same criticisms. is that even though there's a runoff, it alienates a bunch of people who just don't like the options in the first place.
Yeah.
I think in a democracy, the most popular figure is always going to be the head of state. But that person probably shouldn't be the one to make the majority of the decisions or have the decision-making power as much as they do. Democratic theorists would probably all agree that the most important institution in a democracy is the legislature or the parliament, because they're the ones that actually have the more direct relationship with constituents. And that's what makes a democracy a democracy.
Yeah, I think it's a very human phenomenon. I was talking a bit about it with Turnit because he takes issue in language when people what he calls anthropomorphize states. Like when people are talking, for example, with Ukraine, Russia, people are talking about Putin wants this, Putin wants that, instead of Russia wants or Moscow wants this, to take like the journalist style writing, of citing the capital as representing the government. And I think he does have a point in it. It's just like a human thing. We look at the figurehead and we think that's the whole boat. Right, and that's why people the turnout is so much bigger for presidential elections. But I fully agree with you that in practice, if you actually want to change the policies of your country, if you actually want to change the laws, change the budgets, all those things happen in the legislative bodies usually.
Yeah. So when it comes to representation, I don't think I think our system, the American system, is flawed, not in the ways that it has like unequal, it's skewed unequally towards the rich, but that it is actually designed to, I could argue this, it's designed to alienate a huge chunk of the middle class and the poor. Because the majority of the people who are not going to get represented are the people who are poor and middle class, because there's just not a lot of rich people. And then like even if I was a Republican in New York State and I'm like making $1 million a year, and then the Democrats, they get elected and then they raise my taxes, I'm like, oh, boo-hoo, yeah, okay, like what, maybe that shaves a couple tens of thousands. It's not really going to affect me. I'm not going to like it. I'm going to vote against it. That's why I'm a Republican. But it's not really going to like damage me, right? It's not going to damage me as much as like say the many minorities in Republican states that are going to get targeted because Republicans don't like minorities.
Yeah.
So then I could make the argument that first past the post is the problem when it comes to the poor and the not affluent getting representation, because that's literally what it does. It actually does suppress the vote. And that's probably not it, and I don't think it really has to do with at least like the other papers that we discussed when it comes to the actual policies of between the poor and the rich. Most of the time, vast majority of the time, they're actually shared. I don't think the rich people are like out there making lives for the poor a lot worse. Not as much as people make it out to be. And for the people who are making that case, then if I were to make that case, because I do agree to some extent, I would be targeting specifically industries that directly does lead to, or like there's more of a direct connection to those outcomes. So like, why don't we have why don't we have Medicare for all? Well, maybe it's because of health insurance lobbying. Why do we not have as much of a push for renewable energy? Well, maybe it's because of the oil industry and their lobbying and their research and their think tanks and whatnot. Like, that seems to be a bit more of a plausible answer and it's not that it's not that difficult for me to reach that. But instead of it's the rich,
Yeah.
and let's eat them.
Yeah, for sure. Also, well, we didn't really go over it, but there's not that much to discuss. But it's relevant, like to what you're bringing up now. The third study in the like the discussion, the fact that Democrats actually do align with average and poor voters' opinions, whereas Republicans align with the affluent voters' opinions. So, like, yeah, obviously
that might change.
That might change.
I think that's already changed.
Really?
We've already been seeing a education and income shift, where liberals are now the ones that are college educated, and the ones that are like middle class, rich, and whatnot. There's a certain privilege to wokeism.
That's true.
There's a certain and if you wanted to take a look at a Trump supporter, they tend like the hillbillies, like they're not doing so well. And if you wanted to take a listen to actually what their issues are, take out the accent, take out the racism. They're talking about displacement. They're talking about a loss of jobs. They're talking about stress and economic depression and whatnot in their lives. Like Republicans right now, in comparison to the Democrats, it's being flipped in that Republicans now are party of poor people and Democrats are the party of the more affluent people.
Isn't that also like I understand also that there's probably like a demographic reality to it, but that also feels like it's very colored by that being a big talking point for the Republicans. Like I don't know if the numbers really are as strong as the way the Republican Party talks.
The numbers are strong.
Okay.
This is a very recent change.
Okay, interesting.
This is something that like we saw, like college educated from the suburbs. Like who do you think are the ones that are going to college nowadays? Yeah, they're the people taking out debt. They're the people taking out debt, but they're also the people who were able to go to a good high school because they went to a good area, and then they're able to get their parents or their families to pay for that tuition or to even like leverage that debt in the first place. So
yeah, I understand that.
I could probably find you something that shows that this shift is happening. It's not just a talking point. I think it is a reality.
Okay.
This and it's so weird because the Republicans, it used to be the opposite. And the reason why is because Democrats before, they kind of had some roots in leftism, FDR, right? But also the politics back then was a time of when Republicans were pro corporations, and Democrats were like pro spending.
Well, that's where it's very strange for me, because in the rhetoric, the Republicans are I've seen it come up more and more. The Republicans' virtue signal being anti big corporation.
That's right.
But in practice, when it will come to the actual policy, I'm not under the impression that they want to work on regulations and the corporate tax and the things that actually.
That's the discrepancy between what voters want, and what politicians are choosing to do.
I mean, to me, there's like this huge cognitive dissonance in the Republican Party, the way it communicates nowadays.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, and then just to be fair, Democrats have this, right? Okay, gotta throw that out.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
so
There's a bit of both sides there.
I kind of just cringed at myself because I had to do the both sides thing. Oh, but it's true.
It's okay. It happens.
And I think yes, there's a cognitive dissonance, but it's also, there's like a legacy effect from the Republican Party of what they used to do. And like a bit of it has to carry over because they still have to get the funding, and they still have those connections and whatnot. to what they were in the past. So Donald Trump comes in, brings the Republican Party's a whole new demographic of voters. Like, holy shit. I don't know if it should have been predicted or not, but it was kind of a shock that he brought a whole bunch of non-voters to actually vote. But then you kind of group that in with the traditional Republicans who are really, really affluent, pro-business, and now you have like the party of drain the swamp, but also the party of cut taxes for the rich. So then what they kind of do is you kind of trick them into saying, yo, everybody's going to get a tax cut. And government is the issue to you. Government is the reason why you have all these problems. So we're going to cut the government. And the government is also the one that is trying to take your guns away. So now they got the guns. And the governments are going to be the ones that are killing babies. And there's the cabal. And now you get the pro-life people. And now government are the ones that are trying to kill Christianity. And now you get the evangelical. So then they're kind of... It's so funny how they're able to get poor Republicans to think that they're actually doing things within their own interest, but it's really for the interest of other people.
Yeah.
Whenever a Democrat's gonna be like, "Oh, yo, class, haha, you're a fucking socialist."
Yeah.
Nice try. When has socialism ever worked? Haha, gotti.
Yeah, the stigma around like just the word, like earlier I said the center left party in France was called, because now it's almost dead. It was called the Socialist Party, but it wasn't like communist. It was basically just sock them. It wasn't like what the U.S. Perception of socialism is. But anyways, I want to bounce off something you were saying earlier. The wokeism is an elitist thing. There's something that I read a while ago, the Anarchist Manifesto by Kropotkin, and there's a theory he has in there that I find very interesting. Which is he's like influenced by the anthropology of his time and stuff like that. He sees a trend in human history where the better the quality of life and comfort level of people, the larger their perception of what their in-group, their tribe is. And he describes it from all the way back to like how very low tech level small tribes often don't even perceive the tribe they fight with that's right across the river as fellow human beings. They see them as animals that they can murder. But then as we develop, for example, towards a more sedentary lifestyle, better quality of life, more food, we can have bigger communities, bigger tribes. Maybe even the neighboring tribe, we trade with them. Then we build farms. We can build cities. We can build nations. And the tribe keeps getting bigger and bigger. And it's actually kind of like, if you believe in that, and if you agree that is a trend, that's actually like a really positive thing for humanity. That means that maybe in a distant future, we can arrive at a point where we start truly seeing the whole of humanity as a united tribe, rather than a constant superposition of different groups vying for power. But the reason I brought it up is because I kind of see that trend in how the people who the stereotype of the person who is going to be woke, who is going to be like a champagne socialist, those are people who have a high enough level of comfort in their lives that they can actually think and care about other groups and issues that don't actually directly affect them and concern them, right?
Yes, but maybe something that Kropotkin wasn't able to predict is that the level of animosity that even affluent people have over people who are not within the in-group is still going to be pretty high. So, kind of like a trait to being woke is that it implies that there are people who are unwoke. there are people who don't see the reality of the injustices of our society. And I guess what happens is that we kind of view them as savages. I would say that the stereotypical work person does view the unwoke person as a savage, as a person who is like unworthy to live in said society because there's no redemption or whatnot.
That happens, yeah.
So I want to say that like that might be something that he missed within his theory, and because we are experiencing a lot of negativity towards us, and this also means violent negativity. It's not just hostility anymore. So I'm not sure if that's ever going to go away, but I think what I can say is that when people are more educated, oh yes, I'm able to bring that in, yeah. That hasn't been a meme in a while. Oh God. I know when people are more educated, then they tend to be less violent, and there might be a correlation between education or rich, but
Do you know when? Oh, sorry. Do you know like when is that from? Like what time frame that's studied on?
So this was a comparison between a number of countries in the African continent. When they controlled for education, I think this was the conclusion. It's been a while, but I think when they controlled for education of the population, that really correlated with whether or not the people were going to like be violent towards the government and whatnot, or whether or not they wanted to resort to violence. And kind of the explanation to that is when people are richer and when people are educated, then they're able to deduce that, hey, if I do fight, one, I'm gonna lose what I have, or I'm gonna risk losing what I have, and two, they may not feel as desperate to commit to violence because they're able to think about other options. So, this is maybe just like a general human thing, is that I think people resort to violence when it is the last option.
Yeah, I agree. In general, like criminality does seem to be all of the like predictors of criminality for the except like specifically psychological or biological stuff. They seem to center around integration in society. Whether whether you have something to lose or not, whether you have something to fall back on if you're in a tough spot, or whether you're desperate and you're ready to do anything to get out of your troubles. I agree with that. But the reason I was asking about time frame, and I should have asked about geography as well, was because I was curious. Have you read the studies about the influence of lead on American IQ scores? Yeah.
Yes,
and
I saw
violence.
that. Oh, and violence. I didn't see violence. I knew that lead led to lower IQ scores.
So the reason I'm bringing up violence, and that's why I was wondering for what you were citing, is because it's not part of the study on lead and IQ, but one of the known effects of long-term lead poisoning is a greater propensity for violence or like impulsive criminal behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And there are like geographic correlations with like crime rates and stuff. Though you like to then you have run into a bit of a problem where obviously where there's more like piping infrastructures in cities, and like there are probably other factors at play there too. But
yeah, so kind of just off the top of my head as an explanation, if I'm gonna be a person who is educated, so educated to the point in which I understand the political system, and I'm able to have a better understanding of what are the risks and the consequences of then committing violence, as well as having the knowledge of what I'm actually able to achieve through nonviolent means by actually participating, then the idea of committing violence in the first place is really, really low. However, if you're a person who doesn't have any of that, then it's a very simple deduction of, okay, it's either I fight or I fly.
Yep.
It just so happens that when people are not able to actually have an understanding of how things are, they do tend to be more extreme. And it could also be that, like, if they just have lost hope, then
yeah,
they're more willing to sacrifice things because they're like, fuck it.
Yeah, if you got nothing to lose, you're desperate. Yeah, just go rob a bank.
So like I wouldn't call them. I wouldn't. This isn't like an example of violence because somebody's asking in chat. I don't know if they're talking to me. But like when Trump Republicans are like, "Oh, I lost my job. Bring back my jobs." The reason why they're arguing for that is because it's the simplest solution. Oh, I lost something. I need to get it back. But for people like me, I know that you're not going to get those jobs back because the wages overseas are a lot cheaper. And also, even if the jobs do come back, they're going to get automated because that's going to be cheaper than hiring you. You're also not going to get a new job because you're already at an age in which education is not going to be effective. So we can't even reappropriate you into like a new function. We can't tell coal miners to learn to code.
There are programs that attempt that though, and
it's really unsuccessful.
It's pretty unsuccessful, yeah. Though to be fair, like there are problems with ageism when it comes to recruitment. I don't think it's entirely that they're ineffective in educating, in forming, and training people. Though also this idea that everyone can learn to code is ridiculous. It's like you have to have some kind of passion or an interest in computer logic, or you're just going to be completely fucking lost and cry in front of your computer.
Yeah, but even if it was successful, then at some point we're going to achieve some technological capacity that would replace even very, very skilled work.
Yeah.
So like, so then like even at that point, there's still going to be displacement. And what like is the solution? Oh, bring it back. Like, I'm because I am studied. Haha, privileged. I know that the solution that they want is flawed, but they don't see it that way. Because they want to get it back. It's like a primitive instinct of, oh, you lose money at the casino. Oh well, it's time to play the game again. I want to get it back.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've discussed. Was it on the Lib Praxis that we discussed automation? I know we've had this discussion of like
it was
the different.
Oh, it was I think it was about UBI.
Yeah, the UBI. Yeah, it was the UBI panel. Yeah. So we had that discussion, and yeah, we were talking about policies for a long-term vision of a post-automation world. We weren't talking like, give me my job back. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an example of people because they don't have the knowledge. They try to they advocate for a solution that is just not optimal. It's either not optimal or it's impossible, or because like even if we employed them, then like okay, yes, let's suffer more inefficient costs for companies. Okay, yeah, like there are. I guess like when it comes to politics, it's not just like people like to think about it in a zero-sum game. But it's not. There are trade-offs. But what we're able to do when one group is disadvantaged is we have to think about compensation. and the compensation is what you mentioned, or what we just mentioned is universal basic income.
Yeah. Do you mind if we wrap this up? I'm just kind of.
I don't mind.
Cool. I'm ready to go to sleep.
What time is it?
Yeah. Oh, I have one last question to you. I was thinking of
one more hour.
No, it's a simple one. I was thinking of tomorrow going to there's going to be a bunch of like anti-vax, anti-sanitary pass protests. There's going to be a freedom convoy arriving in Paris.
I thought that got banned.
It got banned. It got banned, but they said they're going to come anyways. So I don't know what's going to happen. There might be like riots and shit. I wanted to do an IRL stream and go see like one of the anti-vax protests and try to do a bit of a like a no gas no brakes, just interviewing people, see what happens. Yeah. And I basically there's like protests starting in different places. I was thinking the place where I'll probably find like the best people to talk to is the protest that's going to be in front of the Pfizer offices. Because I figure like the people who are, because all the other protests are in like normal places in like big like squares where protests usually start. That's just going to be like a bunch of people. I think that the like choice crazies are going to be at the Pfizer offices. So, but I want your input. Do you think that's the meme? That's the place to go? Or should I go to like the more mainstream protest?
No, I think what's hot is truckers.
Oh, I would love to find the truckers. If I can find the truckers,
anti-vax people. I mean, like they've been around for like in the spotlight for like the past couple of years. So
yeah,
what's hot and new? Okay, what's the trend? Is the truckers. But you're definitely gonna get the most, the loss of IQ points from anti-vax people. I could guarantee you that. You might get a bit more I don't know where you're gonna get more violence though. I don't know if that's something that you're considering because you probably don't want to stream violence.
Yeah, I would like to avoid riots or like clashes with the police just because of Twitch TOS and my own safety as well.
Damn. I would probably say like avoid maybe the anti-vax because I want to say they're more prone to violence.
Well, at least it's a legal protest. I would love to find the truckers. I would love to like find them and talk to them. But considering considering Paris banned them from protesting, I don't know what's going to be the state of affairs over there.
Honestly, that's probably more of a reason why you should interview the truckers. It's because they're banned in the first place. You could ask them, yo, what do you think about the ban?
Yeah, like, it's definitely more interesting.
You could ask them, like, what are you gonna do if you get arrested?
Yeah, I 100% agree. That would be the more interesting interview as well. I would love to find them. But I've looked up on the internet, and like they say they're still gonna come, but they don't. Like, it's not clear where they're gonna go in Paris. So I'm curious. I'll do some more research tomorrow morning. See if they showed up like during the night. If I can go find them in the like early afternoon before it gets violent and whatnot.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Thanks.
I might watch.
All right.
I think I will. That sounds fun.
Yeah, I'll try to do that. All right. Thanks a lot for coming on. I really enjoyed this conversation. Hope the people listening enjoyed it as well. Hope you guys learned stuff. I learned stuff.
I quickly want to ask you something.
Sure.
You were watching a bit of me and Chinchilla talk yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit. It was like on and off. But yeah, okay. I watched a bit of it.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Just curious.
For the core of your argument, if I understand it correctly, because basically what I saw was that you and Chinchilla got really, really hung up on you trying to make him understand that there is a Russian perspective on having military influence and deployments around their country, and that whether you find at the very least, whether you think it's legitimate or not, there is a fair argument from Russia of like we don't want we don't want military alliances encroaching closer and closer to our country. If I understand, that was like the core of what you were arguing. And JChaoLive was like really opposed to that. I don't really understand why. I don't know if there was like some kind of misunderstanding or miscommunication. I think that's a very reasonable thing to say, and that has to be taken into account. Even if it's just to say, even if it's just to say, if you want to be like really pro NATO, even if it's just to say, yes, they have a point, but I still think we should strong arm them. You have to at least acknowledge that, like when Putin, there's that interview, because after I watched like a bit of your debate, someone linked me an excerpt from an interview with Putin that was really interesting, where Putin's explaining that every time a new NATO base pops up near the Russian border, they put up missile silos and troops there. He needs to then meet with his military and deploy his own missile silos at the near that base and set up his own infrastructure to anticipate the presence of that NATO base. That there's like, instead of this idea that NATO is pure deterrence, there actually is a kind of an escalatory aspect to it from Putin's perspective.
Oh, thank God. Okay, I was going crazy.
I know.
I thought I was like the one. I thought I was schizophrenic. It's like, why is everybody disagreeing with?
I saw the chat was hating you. I don't know why, but people in chat were fucking hating on you.
The chat. I did not. I wasn't reading the chat at all. It was after my Maple Story stream that I take a look at chat. And I'm like, holy crap, these guys are crazy, and that really blackpilled me on on talking anything about Ukraine, because like I thought everybody was just gonna be like this nationalist like bias towards NATO, fuck Russia kind of attitude, and then just like call me an appeaser. Okay, but.
Oh, the one thing I did, it's not necessarily that I disagree with you. It's just I think it's something that's a bit more complex. When you were talking that removing NATO bases from the Baltic states and Eastern European states would be an easy concession to Russia. I do think I thought about it a bit this morning, actually, because I was wondering, like, I don't necessarily like fully disagree, but there's something bothering me with it. What was bothering me, I think you do bring up a fair point that when you brought it there, we could have like satellite surveillance, so, like. Kind of like with Ukraine, right? Russia can't mobilize tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops without us noticing. So that's not necessarily an issue, but there is a reality of the logistics of preparing for a potential military action, where even though they are still protected by Article 5, if you don't have the bases already there, you're already at a logistical disadvantage. Your mobilization will be slower and less effective than that of the country that actually has a border to those countries. I would love to, for example, talk with someone who's actually a military professional in a high enough rank to have training and experience with logistics. What would be their opinion on the role those bases serve on that? Because I obviously don't have that expertise. And the other point I was thinking of was that even though there is, it absolutely is, there is an escalatory aspect to the NATO bases, there is a reality to the deterrent aspect. And you obviously prefer to have deterrence than reaction to an actual military action, right?
But then that deterrence would then lead to the security dilemma, and then a risk of actually achieving an outcome that we actually wanted to deter from. So it's kind of counterintuitive. That would be my response.
I know, but I'm bringing this up because there's like arguments both ways, and once you look at it that way.
Yeah, I know. It's I'm kind of still on the fence. But I'm leaning towards obviously one side more than the other. When it comes to the uses of military bases, God damn it. This is an issue with modern warfare between or like conventional warfare between great powers, is that we haven't had one in such a long time to actually know what are the effects of what is the importance of actually having a military base. Like unless I'm completely missing some conflict between great powers in like the last 70 plus years.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm thinking, like, I would love to talk with someone with expertise in that, because even though there hasn't been that kind of war, we both know that the generals in every single army, they do war games. They're not there's no war right now, but they're literally paid full time.
I hate military people.
Well, sure, but they're paid full time to think about those issues, to prepare and plan for. They have plans for, like, what if Germany attacks us? How do we react to that? And like all sorts of contingencies and considerations, taking into account all those factors that we might overlook as non-military people, right? I need to stop saying "right" at the end of my sentences. That's obnoxious. But anyways,
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
You know what? No. Okay. This is what I hate talking to veterans, and like especially when they're
Why?
like low-ranking veterans.
Is it because of the U.S. like nationalist love the troops thing?
No, it's because they think they know what they're talking about, but like they're just like no fucking offense. They're just gruntmen. Like they're not actually like the high-ranking people who actually think about the strategies. I would be like really curious if you're able to actually talk to, say, like somebody who's an admiral or a general. But like the actual military people that we usually get to talk to on stream just tend to be like regular soldiers, I guess.
Yeah, and it would be hard. We would need a lot more clout to bring a general onto our streams.
I'm sorry, Spaniard. Okay. But I also might be just like not know because I don't know if they actually are able to. You know what, how about this? Okay, I'll be really interested. I would be really interested to talk to like maybe even like a West Point graduate.
Yeah, like
At
least an
they
officer.
go to school for it at least. And I don't think you really need a lot of clout to talk to a West Point graduate.
Yeah, maybe we could. Hey, maybe we can stir up some shit on Twitter and find one and bring him on. That would be fun.
Oh my god.
Kararuchy pod poduchy.
You got this. Why
Anyways.
West Point? They are nerds fresh from college, haven't even started in. See, that's the thing. Is like, oh, I just went to boot camp and that's it, because I got muscles and pew things and.
To be fair, in Spaniard's defense, like obviously someone with experience would be much better. Like, with like the real experience in the once they graduated.
I'm so biased towards the like what strategy you're able to get, what strategic knowledge you may be able to get from school, than the person. Like if I wanted to know like, oh, what are like the physical capabilities, or like what are the strenuous activities of being in the military, then I probably wouldn't rely on like talking to a West Point graduate. So I guess it depends.
Yeah, Spaniard earlier when I was talking that I would love to like talk about someone about the logistics. They were saying you would need a person in the G6 department. I don't know what that actually means. I actually don't know what that actually means. Let me Google it. Why are you laughing?
I don't know if it's a meme or if that person's being serious, but I'm thinking about the meme.
Oh,
G6 is legit, like a G6, like a G6.
Oh no, it's a real thing. I'm googling it
like
right
a
now.
G6.
The deputy chief of staff is the G6 position. Serves as the principal military advisor and reports to the army chief of staff through the vice chief. Wait, that's like really fucking high up. That's like there's a single one for each army, right?
See, I'm not wrong. If we wanted to actually know the answers to our questions, like the value of a military base, then we would have to be. I would think that we would have to talk to somebody pretty high up.
Yeah, I maybe there's
Like,
several.
listen, okay,
but...
I'm not sure. Like, if I were to talk to CB, no offense to him, who was in a submarine, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be confident in him knowing the value of a military base in Estonia.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thanks so much for coming on. Enjoyed it a lot. Hope you enjoyed it too. Right. Yeah. See you around.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. All right. That was here. Let me. Boom! I flipped my room around. Isn't that a neat trick? I'm sorry, Spaniard. Anyways. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. So like I said, I'll try to stream. I don't know how it'll work out, but I'll go out stream some IRL memes with at the protests. Maybe catch some truckers. Maybe catch some anti-vaxxers. That's gonna be it for the weekend. My next stream is probably gonna be on Monday. Maybe something impromptu on Sunday, but probably not. Probably just on Monday. Say the time. Oh, it's gonna be. Oh yeah. Tomorrow. So the protests start at 2:30. I'm in GMT +1. So 2:30. 2:30 in the afternoon. GMT +1. I'll probably start to stream towards like 2 p.m. and like get there a bit early. And yeah. How long have I been living in France for? I've been living in France for 26, 27 years. I've been living here since I was 5 years old. My parents moved here when I was a kid. Okay, that being said, okay, thanks so much for showing up. Oh, one last thing. I'm also doing a new thing on the stream, sort of book club type thing. On Wednesday, we're gonna talk about Albert Camus' The Stranger. So if you want to show up, it'll be the same time as I usually stream in the evenings during every weekday. So show up to the, if you can read along, like read it this weekend. It's a pretty short book if you want to follow along. So read The Stranger by Camus if you wanna, and come on Wednesday. Come back on Wednesday, and we'll be talking about it with Turnit and other people. So thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Love y'all. Bye bye.